Chapter 1, Is This Really StarCraft? After completing the last achievement in StarCraft II, Li Lu exclaimed, StarCraft is really so much fun. He then slumped over his computer desk and fell into a deep sleep. In a corner of the lower levels of the Nest City, there stood a dilapidated little shack. The air inside was thick with a scent of decay and dampness. In this dimly lit room, Li Lu suddenly jolted awake from his dreams. He rubbed his groggy eyes, and his vision gradually cleared. However, when he saw the scene before him, a hint of shock surged in his heart. Sitting in front of him was a middle-aged man who looked both strange and familiar, and he appeared to have just woken up as well. But his gaze was like two sharp arrows, firmly locking onto Li Lu without any deviation or relaxation. Those were deep and piercing eyes, as if they could see through the deepest secrets of Li Lu's heart. Under such scrutiny, Li Lu felt completely uncomfortable, and a sense of inexplicable tension instantly enveloped him. After a brief moment of silence, Li Lu finally spoke, trying to suppress his unease, but his voice still came out somewhat panicked. "Who are you?" The man across from him slightly squinted his eyes, and, after a moment of silence, slowly replied, "That question should be asked by me, young man. Tell me, who exactly are you?" At that moment, Li Lu finally recognized the identity of this somewhat familiar middle-aged man, Arcturus Mengsk. Just moments ago, he had been playing through the scene where Mengsk was double-teamed by Kerrigan and Raynor, and that solemn face was identical to what he had seen in the cutscene. Lu took a deep breath, trying once again to calm himself, but the shock in his heart was hard to suppress. He looked at the man, somewhat flustered, and said, "Holy crap." Hearing Li Lu's exclamation, it was clear that Mengsk recognized him. His expression momentarily froze, but he quickly regained his composure. He scrutinized Li Lu from head to toe, a flicker of confusion and wariness crossing his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Oh, you know me? Then who are you? And where's this place?" I just peeked through the crack in the door and saw that the architectural style around here belongs neither to the Terran Empire nor to the Emojan Protectorate. It is even more rudimentary than what those crude miners of the Khemri Confederacy would build. Mengsk paused for a moment before continuing, and looking at your attire, you don't seem like a Terran at all. Furthermore, the only two types of beings I observed earlier were one that looked like humans and another that I couldn't even determine if they belonged to the human category. So tell me, where exactly am I? As Mengsk posed these questions, Li Lu suddenly felt as if something had been added to his mind, that he didn't rush to answer Mengsk's questions, but instead forced himself to calm down. After panicking once, the second time he managed to remain calm was effective, and he focused on the thing that had suddenly appeared in his mind. Lu discovered that what had appeared in his mind was actually a human base. He was momentarily stunned, unsure of what was happening. Just as he wondered if he could observe it more closely, without any warning, he vanished from his spot in an instant. Mengsk stared intently at the spot where Li Lu had just been, his face revealing a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, a dazzling white light burst forth, blinding him momentarily. As the light faded, Li Lu found himself standing on a massive and grand command platform. He looked around in confusion, filled with doubt and shocked at that moment. A distinctly mechanical voice with a hint of femininity came from beside the command platform. "Commander." Li Lu turned his head sharply and saw that the quiet officer, who looked exactly like the one from StarCraft, was now slowly opening her eyes and speaking. Li Lu widened his eyes, glancing between the officer and the multitude of information and screens on the command platform, which included over a dozen SCV robots on standby. He couldn't believe what was happening, and he momentarily froze, muttering, "Holy crap. Did they just transport me directly into the game?" What shocked him even more was that he had just seen Arcturus Mengsk in the flesh. At that moment, the officer spoke mechanically. "The SCVs in the base are on standby." Hearing this, Li Lu snapped back to reality. On standby? That's a bit strange. He thought for a moment and recalled the mechanics of the StarCraft game. Commander, SCV base. But there was no command interface or control console for him to operate. Could it be? He silently pondered, wishing to switch interfaces. That a miraculous event occurred. His original first-person perspective instantly transformed into the familiar flat map view from the StarCraft game. At that moment, he felt as if he had only his consciousness left, unable to feel his body, yet he could control all units on the field. Lu instinctively directed his gaze toward the motionless SCV robots and silently commanded them to gather nearby mineral crystals using a box selection method. Sure enough, the SCVs in the screen immediately began to move, as if they had received orders, heading towards the distant mineral patch. Moreover, Lilu discovered that the base could also produce new SCV robots, or even take off, among various other operations. He could also upgrade the starport or planetary fortress. But at that moment, these upgrade options were still grayed out and unselectable. As Lilu observed the SCVs gathering mineral crystals, he contemplated what was happening. It wasn't until the SCVs finished one round of mineral collection that he truly calmed down. Noticing he had surplus resources, he chose to produce an SCV, but then realized that aside from facing reality, he seemed to have nothing else to do. So he began to think about how to respond to Mengsk's potential questions. Previously, he had only thought about getting a closer look at the human base in his mind, which led him to be transported into the base space. Now, Lilu tried to silently wish to exit the base. As he was silently contemplating this, a dazzling white light flashed, and Lilu vanished from sight. Following that, in the dilapidated shack at the lower levels of the Nest City, the light flickered and disappeared. When Lilu opened his eyes again, he found himself back in front of Mengsk. Lilu noticed that Mengsk was staring at him intently, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion and wariness. Mengsk slowly began to speak, the jump technology of the Mobius Foundation. Isn't this the kind of thing that my useless son's investment fund developed through reverse engineering Protoss technology? Tell me, are you one of his people? Chapter 2, The Showdown. Lilu had already calmed himself down while he was in the base space, and he had thought through his response to Mengsk's question. He decided to lay his cards on the table with Mengsk. I am not one of the prince's people. You may not believe this, but I'm not even from your world. This place may neither be my world, nor yours, at least in my world. The only known intelligent beings are humans, not those things you find difficult to ascertain are human. The reason I know you is because your world, or rather your story, has been made into a game, and I just happen to really enjoy playing that game. You are an important character in it. If you want to know more details, it's a long story. After hearing this response, Mengsk's facial muscles twitched slightly, and his brows furrowed tightly. He originally thought it was his son, who controlled the fold technology, coming to his rescue, when Raynor successfully interrupted his control over the artifact. Just as Kerrigan was about to break free and counterattack in a life-threatening situation, he was transported to a little-known remote planet using fold technology, and for some reason his freedom was temporarily restricted, confining him here. However, after listening to the statement of the unfamiliar young man in front of him, combined with his observations of the surrounding environment and various signs, a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. He began to realize that things were far from as simple as he had imagined, and there seemed to be deeper mysteries hidden within. Well then, tell me about yourself. You know me very well, but I know nothing about you. You just suddenly disappeared for quite a while, and then appeared out of nowhere, and you said this is not full technology. So what is it? There are many things I need to know. Before Mengsk posed this question, Lilu had already thought of an answer in the base that I was just an ordinary person in my original world, and now this situation is what we call transmigration, which means being brought to another world by an unknown force or entity. And now it seems, I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky, I happen to be one of them, leaving my original world and being sent here without a goal or direction, not even knowing where I am. That said, Lilu had some guesses that it was likely some big shot who had switched careers halfway that sent him here. And as for the reason, he didn't know. Mengsk fell into a brief silence after hearing this. He initially wanted to ask Lilu more about the so-called transmigrators, but after thinking it over, he decided not to ask out loud. He would find out sooner or later. At that moment, a crisp and loud sound came from Li's stomach. Grumble. Grumble. This sudden noise broke the relatively quiet atmosphere around them. Faced with Mengsk's strange gaze, Lilu scratched his head a bit awkwardly and then said embarrassedly, "Before I transmigrated here, I hadn't eaten anything for nearly a whole day. I was busy playing games and didn't pay much attention to eating." That Lilu paused and continued, "By the way, from what you just said, it seems you woke up earlier than I did. So what's the situation in this place we're in? I don't believe that you, who overthrew the Federation, wouldn't observe your surroundings when you woke up in an unfamiliar place." To this question, Mengsk replied straightforwardly, "It's likely a slum in a remote star region, but the architectural style I've never seen before, like towers continuously extending upwards. There are humans among the residents, but most have undergone modifications. As for language, I can understand some parts, and most can communicate normally. As for more details, you can look outside through the gap yourself. And you're hungry, but I have nothing to eat." Saying this, Monsk pointed to an inconspicuous crack nearby, indicating for Li Lu to take a look himself. Li Lu gently bypassed Monsk's position and walked to the crack, taking a deep breath, preparing to look outside. However, this deep breath made him feel that the air quality seemed quite poor. He had been focused on outsmarting the infamous Imperial leader and hadn't noticed this issue. And what kind of air had Monsk not breathed in his early years? To him, this wasn't anything worth noting, but Li Lu thought of a grim world combined with the tower-like structures that extended upwards, the poor environment, and the presence of humans and humanoids. The answer was almost apparent, and he was a bit afraid to look outside. Yet one must face reality in the end. He still leaned out to look at, oh no, it's a hell of a situation. Looks like we're still in the Nest City. Seeing Li Lu turn back to him with a mournful face, Monsk asked, "Do you know where we are now?" Li Lu's face had long lost the calm demeanor he had forced out earlier. It was now filled with confusion, making Monsk feel a bit uneasy. After a while, Li Lu calmed down and faced Monsk seriously, saying, "Yes, we might as well wait to die. We're screwed." Chapter 3. Current Situation. Upon hearing this response, and combining it with the expression changes he had just seen on this young man's face, Monsk confirmed that the situation might indeed be as bad as he said. Oh, where exactly is this place that makes you so uneasy? Is it a terrifying place? Hearing Monsk's series of questions, Li Lu gradually calmed down. He still had the base, although he didn't know the reason for his transmigration. The base could at least be used. As long as he could survive the major events, he would basically be invincible in the world. If the enemies couldn't catch up to him, that was also invincible, right? The place we are in now is worse than the bomb car. Do you know what the better-off lower-class people here eat? Monsk timely picked up the question. What do they eat? In the best-case scenario, they eat starch made from human corpses. Monsk frowned deeply upon hearing this. While Li Lu continued, "We are currently in a city on a planet in this world, and these cities are called nest cities. The further down you go, the worse the environment and living standards become. Unfortunately, we seem to be located in the lower levels. This place is filled with various gangs. Mutants, chaos, and lawlessness are its hallmarks. And the corpse starch I just mentioned isn't something that ordinary lower-class citizens can afford more often than not. They eat things that go beyond your imagination." "So what's the scary part?" Monsk asked. "Isn't this scary enough?" Li Lu retorted somewhat incredulously. "Kid, chaos, lawlessness, filled with slaughter, seems quite normal to me. Such places exist everywhere. Aside from eating starch made from human corpses, I think it's not that bad." Monsk straightforwardly expressed his views on the lower levels of the nest city that Li Lu described. As expected of Monsk, Li Lu thought to himself and almost blurted out, "Then can you take me along?" Upon hearing Li Lu's unexpected words, Monsk did not respond immediately, but instead pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "Then what can you do?" Li Lu fell into deep thought. For a while, he considered various aspects of the Warhammer 40k world. Finally, he seemed to have made up his mind. "I'm laying my cards on the table. In a world like this, or in the lower levels of the Nest City, rather than foolishly trying to match with a big shot like you, I might as well tell you directly." Monsk watched the young man in front of him, who seemed to have realized something, without interrupting his words. Li Lu continued, "Transmigrators are generally endowed with abilities upon transmigration, and my ability is to summon human troops from your original world, like Marine soldiers. And so on. Of course, I can't do that, yet considering that the person in front of me is you, and my ability comes from your world, I thought it would be better to tell you directly. If the two of us just walk out of this small room unguarded, we might not survive a day." Looking at Li Lu, who revealed his ability, Monsk also realized that the situation must indeed be quite dire otherwise. No one would expose their cards so unreservedly. "When can you summon a troop strong enough for self-defense?" "At least a week." "Have we survived a week? Now we can't even eat or drink. It seems we need to think long-term. Will we die the moment we go outside? Can you summon human troops now?" Not that we would die the moment we go outside. It's a bit exaggerated. Although most people in the lower levels of the Nest City have undergone some mutations, they're still mostly human. As long as we don't abandon our basic humanity, we can probably survive. As for what I can summon now, only SCVs. Since you have some understanding of both worlds, how does the technology level of this world compare to that of the Empire? The Empire. Well, this is also an empire, the human empire. I can't really compare the technology levels, but in the lower levels of the Nest City, there's basically no technology to speak of. However, no one knows what kind of weapons these gang members can pull out. It could be main battle tanks. Who knows? Then SCVs should be enough. Summon them. Are you sure? I have driven SCVs, kid. Don't underestimate them. It's better than putting your life in someone else's hands, isn't it? When it's time to show strength, you have to show it. Otherwise, if you keep it hidden, how will anyone know you have power? So what do we do once they're summoned? We're unfamiliar with this place. Do you want to just go out and rob food and drink? Monkesk said impatiently. Just listen to me and summon them. All right. After Li Lu responded, he gently pushed open the door and walked to an empty ruin next to their residence. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated on the summoning. In an instant, 2 SCVs appeared on the ground without warning. They stood silently in place, waiting for Li Lu to give orders. Seeing this scene, Monkesk's brow furrowed slightly. Then he quickly stepped forward, ready to climb into the cockpit of one of the SCVs. However, just as he was about to touch the cockpit, he found that this SCV already had a driver. Helpless, Monkesk had to turn and walk forward, waving back at Li Lu to signal him to bring the SCV along. Thus, Li Lu hurriedly followed Monkesk's pace. While the 2 towering SCVs moved their heavy mechanical legs, SCVs can walk closely behind. They passed through narrow streets, bustling with people, attracting the curious gazes of passers-by. The onlookers wisely did not disturb the two, as a scene like T-San elegantly dressed middle-aged man leading a young guy along with 2 giant mechs was quite rare. In this way, the 2 twisted and turned, with Li Lu following Monkesk for quite a while Monkesk continuously observed the streets. Finally, he led Li Lu straight to a rather grand-looking bar. This building could be considered luxurious, even in the lower levels of the Nest City, with 2 specially made large doors wide open facing the street. Monkesk stopped, first lowered his head to tidy up the magnificent coat he often wore as a leader, then raised his head proudly and strode into the bar. Upon entering, the bar was dimly lit and noisy with music. Several burly men stood in a corner, looking at the 2 newcomers and the 2 SCVs with slight concern. Monkesk walked straight to the front desk and knocked on the table. Call your manager out. I want to discuss business. Before the receptionist could speak, a man with a heavily modified body and a face full of scars stepped out, followed by a group of colorful henchmen. Outsider, what business do you want to discuss on my turf? Monkesk replied coldly. Cooperation. You provide us with food and accommodation, and we can provide armed support for your gang. Of course, this will require a commission based on the difficulty. The man carefully examined Monkesk, then looked up at Li Lu and the 2 SCVs behind him, saying, Just you? The lower levels of the Nest City are fraught with danger. At this moment, Li Lu commanded one SCV to raise its mechanical arm and effortlessly puncture the ground. Is that enough qualification? The man's expression changed slightly. After a moment of thought, he said, All right, come in and let's discuss the details. While observing Li Lu, the gang leader was also being watched by Li Lu. He noticed that the gang leader's surprise didn't seem feigned, and that the weapons held by his henchmen were just ordinary firearms. Li Lu exchanged a glance with Monkesk, who nodded in response, signaling Li Lu to wait outside. Wait for me for half an hour. With that, he went inside to discuss the specifics of the cooperation with the gang leader. Li Lu was not good at this kind of scheming and intrigue, and considering the various circumstances of his chaotic world, he wasn't worried that Monkesk had any schemes against him. Li Lu quietly waited in the hall for news from Monkesk. He decided that if Monkesk did not come out within half an hour, he would prepare to summon all the SCVs and take this place down heroically, making a clean break. Chapter 4 Negotiation. Monsk walked into the back hall of the bar for negotiations, his gaze sweeping over the room's layout, slightly furrowing his brow. The gang leader seemed to sense something and smiled awkwardly, saying, For the lower levels of the Nest City, this place is already quite good. Then you're not one of the lower class? Monsk asked. The gang leader looked at Monsk with an examining gaze, slowly replying, I am, but I believe you shouldn't be. Monsk nodded and said, Who knows? Let's talk about your issues. Considering you're not a local and probably won't stay in a place like this for long, I can offer you 500 credits a week and provide you with accommodation and meals. 500 credits? That sounds fair, but I'm not talking about that issue. I like smart people, not those who pretend to be clueless. The streets are bustling, yet your bar is deserted. So, tell me, what are your problems? Monsk said, slightly intensifying his tone. Upon hearing this, the gang leader was momentarily taken aback, then adjusted his attire and slowly said, Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Arthur Campbell, the leader of the Shabanda gang. You can call me Campbell. You're very clever, sir. I have indeed encountered some problems recently that require someone to help me solve them. Although our Shabanda gang is merely a minor gang in Paradia, we have been controlling this relatively decent bar for the lower levels of the Nest City. We don't compete. We just want to keep the bar running. However, recently the Alago clan has set their sights on this establishment and has sent us a notice demanding we sell the bar to them for 10 credits. They are vassals of the Goliath clan, and we have 3 days to comply. If we refuse after 3 days, the Reapers will likely come for us. Rangers, Jim Reno. Your words sound interesting. I believe my partner and I can help you deal with them, but I want 50,000 credits to be paid in one lump sum, along with a map of the lower levels of the Nest City and the distribution of forces. Additionally, please help resolve the living issues for me and my partner. Forgive me for speaking frankly, but if it's just 2 mechs, to be honest, based on my judgment and experience, I don't believe these 2 mechs alone can take care of the opponent. But today, you walked into my bar with 2 mechs to discuss cooperation, and many people saw this. This might buy the Alago clan some time to plan their attack. However, even so, the final outcome will likely not change significantly. One more thing to mention, 50,000 credits is no small amount, and our gang can hardly come up with that at once. For 50,000 credits, we will help you with the visible problems. As for the hidden ones, you can handle it yourselves. Or rather, I can help you defend the bar. But how to defend it is not something you need to worry about. What you need to focus on is the negotiation. We can only provide you with military support. Campbell frowned slightly, standing there in silence for a while. Finally, he took a deep breath and slowly said, "All right, it's a deal. I accept all your conditions. However," he paused slightly, emphasizing, "you must firmly hold this hotel for us. You should know that while the Alago gang may not be as powerful as the legendary Goliath, they are certainly not harmless. They have always preferred to use force, believing that in the face of absolute strength, any so-called schemes are just trivial cleverness. Therefore, holding the bar is certainly not as easy as you think." After speaking, Campbell fixed his gaze on Monsk, seemingly trying to gauge from his expression and reaction whether he had the capability and confidence to undertake this heavy responsibility. "Tell me, how many people will the Alago clan send in 3 days, and what is their equipment level? As your employer, I don't believe you can't provide such basic information." Monsk casually replied, not feeling that a group of gang members could stir up much trouble. Although the Alago clan is merely a vassal of the Goliath clan, they should not be underestimated. Not everyone can become a vassal of the Goliath clan. They control a small lower-level foundry, and they can mobilize about 300 members. Most are equipped with small-caliber automatic guns, and some wear homemade armor and prefer melee weapons, with a few possibly equipped with modified explosive rounds. Understood. We'll take the job. First, take us to our accommodation. Let us know if there are any issues. Half an hour later, Monsk walked out of the back hall on time, followed by a middle-aged man wearing glasses. "Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Alad, the deputy leader of the Shabanda gang. I'll arrange your accommodation and meals. Please follow me. I'll take you to where you'll be staying." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he walked ahead to lead the way. Leela glanced at Monsk, who nodded at him, and then followed suit. The accommodation arranged by the Shabanda gang was right next to the bar, a small building that could store several mechs, which was considered quite decent in the lower levels of the Nest City. Lilu and Monsk moved in and chose to stay in the same room for safety reasons. In the evening, Monsk carefully examined the food delivered by the Shabanda gang, confirming there were no issues and that it wasn't made of corpse starch before they began to eat. After finishing, the two sat together to exchange information. Chapter 5 Intelligence. Monsk spoke first. "The bar we went to today is the territory of a gang called the Shabanda gang. They have been having trouble recently. I spoke with their leader and learned quite a bit of information. First, we are currently in a Nest City called Paladin. Think about whether you've heard this name before." After a moment, Monsk continued, "The trouble they are facing is a territorial dispute between gangs, or rather, their territory is being targeted. The rival gang is called the Alago clan, which is a vassal of the Goliath clan. In all likelihood, the other side will issue an ultimatum at the bar in 3 days. The leader of the Shabanda gang has entrusted us with resolving this issue. I don't know the value of currency in this world, but he was initially willing to pay 500 credits a week to keep us steady. So it's clear there's decent purchasing power. I quoted a price of 50,000 and accepted the commission. If the gang members are at the same level as those we saw from the Shabian gang today, even if 300 of them come, with some minor modifications, I believe the SCVs can easily handle them. Wait. That is a lot of information. First, you said we are in Paladin? That's right. That's what the gang leader said. And the clan trying to take their territory is the Alago clan? A vassal of Goliath? Yes. Are you kidding? A question mark appeared silently above Monsk's head. Paladin is the main nest city of the Necromunda world, controlled by both nobles and large family organizations. However, the nobles typically do not engage directly in the secular affairs of Paladin. They only strive to make themselves wealthier. As for secular matters, they usually delegate them to the clans and families that have large populations, and there are 6 such clans in total. Let me guess. The Goliath clan is one of them, right? That's right. The Goliath clan primarily runs the metal business in the Nest City. Their members are among the strongest at the bottom of the Nest City, literally strong. They mainly operate large foundries within the Nest City, so their members are decent smiths. Muscular, and aside from the exaggerated close-range automatic guns they modify, they also use their own forged great axes or great swords. And then, talking more about them is just about some gang members. SCVs are not just resource-gathering machines, referring to the creativity of those miners in the Battle of Karen. Modifying and welding SCVs should be more than enough to defeat these gang members, especially since we are only dealing with a vassal. So how strong is this small clan? 300 gang members. Most of them are using weak small-caliber automatic firearms, and a small portion are the muscle-bound guys you mentioned. The time frame is 3 days, and besides, at that time, you won't just be able to summon SCVs, right? Wait a moment. With that, Lilu disappeared from the spot. In the base space, Lilu looked at the thousands of crystal minerals that the SCVs had gathered over 12 hours. After thinking for a while, he first controlled the SCVs to build 2 barracks with an estimated construction time of 1 day. As for the population supply station, he had already secretly entered the space at noon to complete its construction. Looking at the remaining crystal minerals, Lilu muttered, if you want to get rich, you have to first mine and continue to produce SCVs while also building 2 command centers in the empty space next to the existing base, with an estimated completion time of 1 week. After setting the construction tasks, Lilu returned to his original spot. In 3 days, without affecting my growing strength, I can summon at most 10 Marines. What equipment composition? C-14 Gauss rifle and CMC 400 powered combat suit, with ample ammunition, ready for action. 10 Imperial Frontline Marines, along with modified SCVs, should be enough to deal with these gang members. At that moment, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Lilu and Monsk exchanged glances. Knock, knock. Mr. Reno, here is the Nest City map you requested. This familiar voice belonged to the vice leader who guided them today, Ellard. After the two took the map, Ellard asked if they needed anything else. Monsk requested some iron plates sufficient to form armor, and Ellard promised to deliver them the next day before leaving. Mr. Reno, I guess you want to tell the Shabian gang leader that we are mercenaries, right? Monsk cleared his throat and said, the map shows that the territories of the 6 major clans do not overlap, and there are many peculiar small gangs and clans in the gaps between them. The Shabian gang is located between the Goliath clan and the Olak family, and there are many small forces in this gap, with the Alago clan being right next to the Shabian gang. Of course, the Alago clan's territory is much larger than that of the Shabian gang. After carefully examining the map for a moment, Monsk said, this map is a bit too detailed. I don't think such a low-tier gang could obtain such detailed maps. It might be the Olak family. This family is a relatively loose family alliance that started with exploration and highway robbery, but is also the most organized among the 6 forces at the bottom of the Nest City. Compared to gang members, the Olak family is more like business people. They're very good at business, but if a deal falls through, they won't hesitate to show their proficiency with weapons. No wonder the ones primarily in the bar business didn't frown when they agreed to provide armor plates. Not only does Alago have backing, but they do too. So, this territorial dispute between these 2 small forces is merely a minor game between Olak and Goliath. Seems like it. From your understanding, which side do you think we should temporarily ally with? Olak. They control the mineral resources of the Lower Ness city, unless a full-scale war breaks out. Goliath has demands of them. Monsk raised his eyebrows. So we need to show our strength to the employer. Chapter 6 Heart-to-Heart early the next morning. Alad had the armored plates they requested yesterday delivered and stored in the warehouse where the SCVs were located. Li Lu first had the 2 SCVs parked in the warehouse pick up the armored plates and weld them together. The main purpose of adding the armored plates was to provide additional reinforcement to the SCV's cockpit, better protecting the driver. After the first 2 were welded and sent back to the base space, he summoned 2 new SCVs to weld together. After modifying 20 SCVs, he stopped welding, as this accounted for half of his existing SCVs. Once all the welding was completed, Li Lu left 2 modified SCVs in the warehouse and returned to the living room of his residence. Now I don't have to worry about anything else for the time being. Please tell me more about the situation in this world. What does it mean to be worse than the bomb car? Mengsi sat on the sofa and said to Li Lu, who had just entered the living room, without turning his head, in every sense of the word. The bomb car is only ruined in a physical sense. It can be rebuilt and restored. But this world is beyond redemption. Let me give you a simple example. This is the Milky Way galaxy, and there is an incredibly massive swarm on the outskirts of the galaxy known as the Great Devourer. A swarm? Zerg? A swarm larger than the Milky Way that consumes everything, literally everything. It is currently splitting into multiple paths heading towards the Milky Way. And if there isn't a miracle to save the day, the destruction of intelligent life within the Milky Way is foreseeable. That is still far off. Our generation probably won't witness it. Li Lu paused and continued. Now let us talk about the immediate situation. I mentioned to you earlier that there are gods in this world, but these gods do not live in the reality we know. They exist in a special space called subspace. Although different from the real world, they can influence reality through subspace, and they indeed do so. There are mainly 4 such gods: the blood god, terror, the lord of deceit, treachery, the prince and princess of lust, desire, and the father of decay, rot. You can probably guess the powers they represent just from their names. They exist relying on the emotional consciousness of living beings in the universe. And it can almost be said that they are immortal unless the universe is devoid of life. Among them, terror is the most enthusiastic about inciting wars. It has always acted this way. Treachery is the most capricious and cunning among the 4 chaotic gods. No one knows what it is planning. Desire is the youngest of the 4 gods. Just hearing its name gives a sense of its direction. And its emergence has directly led to the decline of a once powerful civilization. Rot, whose followers affectionately call it the benevolent father, is tolerant and embraces all living beings like a kind father. However, this tolerance often brings along various diseases and plagues, causing decay among living beings. Yet despite this, its followers are still spread throughout the universe. Can't even fully say their names? Yes. So how do humans survive and develop under the influence of these terrifying beings? Because of a mighty emperor, he is the most powerful psychic and immortal in human history, having basically ended the chaotic fragmentation in major human-controlled regions and established the human empire. However, he is now severely injured, trapped on his throne, and unable to move. Because once he moves, the human empire, which is struggling under multiple threats, will be instantly destroyed. Moreover, humans are not at peace. Throughout the Star Sea, wars are everywhere. Wars between humans and traitors. Wars between humans and evil gods. Wars between humans and alien races. In places we can and cannot see, billions of humans die every day. Sometimes it may even reach billions. By the way, the Emperor also has a projection in subspace, currently wrestling with the 4 evil gods. He protects most of the human territories, but I still don't think he can change anything. He is just a skeleton in a tomb. That's why I say this world is rotten to the core. I don't understand why you're so pessimistic, kid. Aren't you and I part of the miracle? I only want to be a miner at first. My family was assassinated. My home planet was bombed to extinction. I fled from the Federation's pursuit, eventually seeking revenge and establishing the Terran Empire. I find what you've told me intriguing, but just somewhat interesting. It doesn't scare me. I didn't back down when Kerrigan charged at me, let alone now. Besides, this is a whole new world with so many unknowns waiting for me to explore. Huh, you'll know one day. Right now, I'm just getting by day. I don't even know why I came here or what I should do. Let us first ensure we can deal with the current situation. As for why I'm so pessimistic, you'll understand more about this world later. Mengsi fell silent for a moment and then asked, "Don't you want to go home?" "I think that's impossible. There is no going back," Mengsi said slowly. "If this is not a dream, then I want to become a miner here and start a new life. I've already done what I needed to do in the original world. I can tell my family that I did my best and have no regrets. In my youth, every excavation and exploration result was seized by the Federation that came to hear the news. This time, I want to start over. I've had power and satisfied my desire for revenge. I want to continue the exploration dream of my youth." Lilo looked at Mengsi, who suddenly spoke sincerely, and fell silent. He didn't want to discourage Mengsi's dream of exploration, knowing his past as a former Federation soldier and an excellent miner, who later lost his family and spent his life seeking revenge. In this world, he had no attachments left. The only thing he could do was to rekindle the dreams of his youth. Even in Warhammer, Mengsi's exploration achievements would mostly be seized by the Empire that came to hear about them. Well, let us just treat it as chasing a star. I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll accompany you for now. After all, I'm also unfamiliar with this place and don't have any big goals. Just living well is enough. Do you want to hear the story of what happened after you died in your original world? Huh, let us hear it, kid. I want to know their story. Huh, then I have a lot to say. Chapter 7 Angels? The next morning, Li Lu returned to the base. Last night, he had added 2 Marines to the training list with an expected training time of 6 hours, and now it was time for the training to be completed. He arrived at the base and timed it perfectly. 3, 2, 1. At that moment, with a creaking sound, the heavy doors of the 2 barracks slowly opened. 2 fully armed Marines walked out. They were tall and imposing, clad in sturdy armor, gripping powerful weapons, exuding a chilling aura. At the same time, Li Lu instantly added the trained Marines to the roster. He didn't like to train in advance. Real-time training units could rationally allocate resources to ensure optimal use of crystal mines for production operations. Once everything was arranged, Li Lu approached the 2 newly emerged Marines. He stood before them, observing carefully. After a while, he was surprised to find that these Marines were like the SCVs he had seen before, seemingly devoid of self-awareness, merely mechanically executing preset programs and commands. Nevertheless, judging by their brand new gear and excellent craftsmanship, they were undoubtedly powerful combatants. After watching for a while, Li Lu had a thought and returned to his quarters, where Monsk was watching him. "Go ahead," he said. "The first batch of 2 Marines can be summoned now. I have some questions I need your input on. Let's head to the storage room. I'll summon 2 for you to see." With that, Li Lu walked towards the storage room. Upon arriving, Mons carefully examined the 2 summoned Marines, occasionally reaching out to touch them. After a while, he gestured for Li Lu to control the Marines to lift their visors and shake their heads. Li Lu complied. Monsk squinted slightly, meticulously studying the Marines' resolute and stern faces, his gaze slowly moving to the back of their heads. He stared quietly, as if trying to see through their bodies to their inner essence. After a long while, he thoughtfully spoke. "From these Marines, I see no signs of socialization or transformation. They're just like those SCV pilots you had parked in the storage room before, completely devoid of self-awareness and consciousness. They do not need food or water to sustain life activities, nor do they possess any independent thinking ability. They seem like machines with fixed programs pre-written, mechanically executing tasks according to established commands. In this state, they possess astonishing combat power, charging into battle without hesitation. But on the other hand, once they lose effective command, they can only stand idly by, unable to make any proactive decisions. However, once they receive clear orders, they will charge forward like arrows, without any retreat. It seems just like in a game," Li Lu murmured. "So the story of my world is presented on the stage of military strategy, real-time strategy, games?" Monsk asked upon hearing Li Lu's murmurs. "Yes. The units inside follow orders without question." Monsk looked at Li Lu and the Marines, fell silent for a moment, and said, "Let's contact Campbell and demonstrate more strength." In the afternoon, Li Lu and Monsk, accompanied by 4 Marines, headed towards Campbell's bar. Along the way, Some pedestrians exaggeratedly knelt before the Marines, chanting angels. Seeing this, Mons glanced at Li Lu, who explained, "The angels in this world are not the winged kind, but rather the Empire's space warriors. They're also in powered armor, tall in stature, and extremely powerful in combat. Mortals must treat them with respect. Perhaps they have never seen space warriors and mistakenly took the Marines for angels." Thus, Li Lu and Monsk entered Campbell's bar, accompanied by the Marines, under the reverent gazes of the passers-by. Campbell's eyes widened as he stared intently at the Marines before him. His face filled with disbelief, as if he had encountered something extremely rare and shocking. Finally, after a long silence, Campbell struggled to open his mouth, his voice slightly trembling as he said, "I have never heard of a battle group called Rangers. Moreover, I have never seen space warriors like you. In my view, you cannot be real space warriors, and, judging by the equipment you have, is completely different from the style of the Van Schaal family. So you're not from the Van Schaal family." Saying this, he could not help but slowly shift his gaze to the gigantic C-14 needle rifle held by one of the Marines. "You don't need to think too much. We're just ordinary mercenaries, doing jobs for money. These are 2 Rangers I summoned. I can summon 10 more the day after tomorrow, along with some mechs you saw before. Do you think I can defend your bar?" "Yes, although I don't know how your combat power compares to real space warriors. I imagine it won't be too different. It seems I made a profit of 50,000 credit points. So what is the purpose of your visit?" "Smart people say smart things. I want to talk to the people behind you. Let's schedule a time, shall we? How about after we defeat the attack from the Aragos clan?" "I can't make that decision. I need to report to my superiors." "Please wait," Campbell said as he left the hall. After a while, Campbell returned and said, "The higher-ups agreed, just as you said, after you defeat the Aragos clan's attack. Let's wait and see." Chapter 8. Who's subordinate with only 3 hours remaining before the ultimatum from the Jericho clan? Li Lu and Monsk led a team of 10 Marines and 10 modified armored SCVs to the bar, making a grand entrance. They boldly began to set up defenses, seemingly unconcerned about being detected by the enemy. Methodically, they positioned various defensive structures, showing no intention of concealing their actions. What was even more surprising was that, from the perspective of the scouts lurking outside, these mechs and mercenaries were eerily silent throughout the entire fortification process, unlike any living beings. Indeed, this brazen act of fortification quickly attracted the attention of the Jericho clan. Through their informants, they easily learned of the Rangers' movements. However, in the face of the impending threat, Li Lu and Monsk remained unusually calm, as if they had already anticipated the situation. The clan leader, Tajanda, sat in a large chair. After hearing the news, his already grim expression became even more serious. He slowly spoke. "You mean to say that the Shawbender gang not only refuses to surrender the bar, but has also hired a group of mercenaries to fortify the area in front of it?" The clan member who delivered the message stood upright and respectfully replied, "Yes, my lord. Those mercenaries are well equipped, and many of their mechs are unfamiliar to us, but it seems they are not armed with long-range weapons. Additionally, there are some individuals clad in powered armor that resemble angels, but after our careful observation, we can confirm they are not actual angels, nor did we find any members of the Aura clan among them." Upon hearing this, Tajanda narrowed his eyes and pressed further. "So, how many of them are there exactly?" The clan member paused briefly before answering firmly. "According to our estimates, there are about 20 of them, including the mechs. Moreover, it appears that the Shopbender gang has completely withdrawn their personnel from the bar. They don't seem to intend to participate in this defensive action. 20 people. That bastard Campbell only sent such a small force? Does he look down on us?" Tajanda shouted furiously, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes burning with rage. He suddenly stood up, clenched his right fist, and struck the iron table in front of him with all his might. With a loud bang, the whole room seemed to tremble. The once incredibly sturdy iron table was smashed into a deep dent by Tajanda's furious punch. The twisted metal at the dent seemed to express Tajanda's dissatisfaction and anger. After a moment, Tajanda seemed to think of something and said, "That's right. Those business-minded folks have always looked down on us. Gather the clan members. It's time to show them what we can do." Leela looked at the SCVs in front of him and wanted to have them try building structures in the real world. Constructing a bunker would only take 2 hours. And with 3 hours left before the Jericho clan's deadline, there was more than enough time. When he headed to the hotel, he instructed the SCVs to bring the remaining sheets of material from the warehouse, allowing for the construction of a simple bunker without using crystal or to create anything out of thin air. With this in mind, Li Lu mentally switched interfaces, and his perspective shifted from a first-person view to a God's eye view, where the visible range was determined by what his units could see. The unseen areas were shrouded in darkness. Although there were models of buildings retained in memory, they were also accompanied by the fog of war, making real-time observation impossible. He first selected an SCV close to the materials and pulled up the option to build a bunker, clicking on a decent intersection from a StarCraft player's perspective. In reality, on the open ground in front of the bar, a modified armored SCV carried sheets of material to a critical point in front of the bar to begin welding a simple bunker for the Marines. Li Lu observed this clearly from his God's eye view, so he built bunkers at 3 key points, each stacked with some excess materials. Each of the 4 simple bunkers housed 2 gunners and 2 armored SCVs, while the remaining 2 Marines occupied the high ground of the bar. The extra 2 armored SCVs acted as a guard team, entering the bar to protect Li Lu and Motsk. Time passed, and the Jericho clan was punctual. It appeared that they had poured out in droves, rushing toward the bar, with a large number of them shouting various unintelligible phrases. They believed their opponents were merely a small fry of 20, while they had a full force of 300. However, as they approached the bunker defense line in front of the bar, they were met with the fierce firepower of the Marines. As soon as they stepped into the area, before they could launch an effective attack, they were subjected to a violent assault from the high ground. 2 Marines clad in CMC 400 combat suits, gripping C-14 Gauss rifles, unleashed a relentless torrent of fire from the dark muzzles of their weapons. Li Lu observed from the God's eye view that the clan members entering the sight range of the 2 Marines had low protection. So he decisively switched their ammunition type from 8mm steel spikes to anti-personnel rounds. The 2 Marines fired at an astonishing rate of 30 rounds per second, raining down anti-personnel rounds like a storm. It's important to note that these rounds were not ordinary bullets. They were meticulously designed by the Imperial Research Department and tested in various battlefields against humans, Zerg, Protoss, and infected, specifically aimed at targets lacking sufficient armor or low defense capabilities, maximizing bodily harm. Although most of the Jericho warriors had undergone cybernetic enhancements, they were still fundamentally flesh and blood, wearing simple armor. Thus, even anti-personnel rounds could easily penetrate, and the armor offered virtually no effective protection. What was even more terrifying was that the CMC 400 combat suits worn by the Marines were equipped with an integrated targeting assistance system. This system could accurately calculate the target's position, speed, and trajectory, providing the user with the most precise shooting parameters in real time, and could even take over aiming rights, allowing the user to simply hold down the trigger. With this powerful assistance system, the Marines could easily hit any enemy within their range, while those hiding behind cover would naturally be met with 8mm solid steel spikes that could easily pierce through their cover. For the Jericho clan warriors, the battle may have been intense, but for the defenders, it was quite effortless. Members of the Jericho clan continued to fall, yet none managed to breach within 50 meters of the bar's defensive facilities. The area within 50 meters was completely empty, while beyond that distance, it resembled a hell on earth, littered with severed limbs and bodies that, though alive, were no different from the dead, all wailing in agony. The Marines on the high ground and inside the bunkers had created a death zone, and as Li Lu witnessed this bloody scene from the God's eye view, he slowly exited the interface. Motsk, watching Li Lu's expression, was reminded of his own early days in the military and the battles in illegal mining operations. Can't accept it. Never killed anyone. I have never killed anyone, and dead bodies are rare. When I first joined the military, I fought against so-called illegal miners and killed quite a few people, thinking it was for the Federation. Later, I found out that the vast majority of these miners had legal mining permits. You wouldn't want to understand how I felt at that time. As for these people, you need not have any reservations or pity, because it was either their death or ours. If you really can't bear to watch, let your troops use 8mm solid steel nails. At least the scene won't be so bloody, and it might let them live a little longer. How do you know I'm not using nails? I also emerge from a sea of corpses, kid. The sound of nail guns is a bit lower. Guess how many rounds of nails and personnel-killing ammo I fired during my service? Li Lu summoned a god's eye view, switched the ammunition type of the Marines, and chose nails. Although the number of severed limbs on the battlefield didn't decrease, it didn't increase significantly either. Now, members of the Jericho clan were suffering more from penetrating wounds. Under Li Li's deliberate control, injuries gradually exceeded deaths. Jericho clan chief To Jianju sat in the rear, no longer the proud and passionate figure he once was. Now, he wore a grim expression and waved his hand, summoning several trusted aides dressed in heavy forged armor to come before him. I won't ask why we can't take down this stupid point. I only ask why your people can't do anything about those two high grounds. Chief, we have already gathered sharpshooters to focus fire on the two high points with mercenaries. The visible hits are at least 27 times, but the enemy's armor can withstand our automatic rifles' direct fire. They should bring that thing out. Otherwise, even if we win, the Jericho clan will lose its foundation. Gather the elite clan members. This time, I will lead the team personally and bring the explosives. Encouraged by Monsk, Li Lu continued to micromanage the troops in God's eye view. Just as he noticed some different clan members entering his field of vision, there was a bang. A Marine on the left high ground had his shoulder armor blown off. Li Lu immediately ordered the two Marines at the high points to lie down and slowly withdraw from the high ground. He knew that tough opponents had arrived. The Goliaths-affiliated clan was not easily dealt with. The gunfire continued to suppress the high ground, but it was already empty. Upon realizing this, the targets of these improvised explosives shifted to makeshift bunkers, with explosives occasionally hitting the shooting openings, making Li Lu hesitate to let the Marines fire. Seizing the opportunity, a team of elite Jericho clan members crossed the 50-meter death zone and entered the 50 meters that had not yet been stained with blood. They were led by a muscular man in heavy forged armor, wielding a giant axe in his left hand and a large-caliber improvised explosive in his right. Charging toward the bar, this muscular man leading the charge was followed by a dozen similarly dressed but less muscular men. Li Lu thought for a moment and chose to release the strongest melee SCVs of the human race. Two armored SCVs emerged from each of the four bunkers. To Jianju led his team to push back the enemies at the high ground, visibly reducing the firing frequency from the bunkers. Just as he was about to rush to the front, already fantasizing about his grand slaughter and victory, 8 modified SCVs slowly walked out of the bunkers and approached them. Without thinking, To Jianju raised the explosive and unleashed it, but after a loud explosion, the SCVs emerged with only some dents in their armor. What good is durability without speed and ranged weapons? These mechs were nothing. They directly crossed their defense lines and charged into the bar, killing everyone inside. At that moment, the powerful thrusters behind the SCVs suddenly shone with brilliant light, followed by a torrent of azure flames. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the SCVs charged toward To Jianju like a runaway wild horse at an incredible speed. Faced with such a sudden and fierce attack, To Jianju had no time to react further. In a life-and-death moment, he decisively threw the explosive gun aside, then gripped his axe with both hands and charged forward, trying to withstand the SCV's impact. However, something unexpected happened. Although To Jianju's axe was meticulously forged and could easily split hard rocks and metals, it seemed weak and vulnerable against the powerful impact drill capable of mining the most solid crystal minerals. In the blink of an eye, after an intense collision with the impact drill, the axe shattered into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. Without a weapon to block, To Jianju could not withstand this terrifying force. The impact drill easily tore through his meticulously forged armor and mercilessly shredded his flesh and blood like a meat grinder. In an instant, blood splattered. To Jianju's eyes, once full of life and fighting spirit, gradually dimmed until the last breath of life slowly dissipated from his body. This clan chief with a somewhat pointed head fell forever before the bar he wanted to seize. The SCV soared into the air, accelerated toward To Jianju, and completed the kill in just 1 second. The other members of the Jericho clan were still howling in response to their leader's earlier declaration and had not yet come to their senses when their leader had already become a pile of minced meat. The remaining SCVs activated their thrusters and charged into the crowd, unleashing their might. Oh no, the chief is dead. A terrified scream suddenly rang out, like a thunderclap breaking the silence, instantly spreading across the battlefield. Then came a chilling proclamation. The deputy chief is dead too. These two desperate cries seemed to carry endless fear and despair, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. The clan members who had been hesitant and indecisive suddenly showed panic on their faces upon hearing this. The last trace of courage to resist in their hearts vanished like smoke blown away by a fierce wind. At this moment, these clan members seemed to have finally found an excuse to escape reality. Like startled birds, they dropped their weapons and armor and fled wildly back the way they came. Some even fell to the ground in their panic, but they didn't care about their injuries and quickly got back up to continue their desperate escape. In an instant, the battlefield was left in a state of chaos and destruction. Just a block away from the bar, in an old and somewhat dilapidated building, Campbell was cautiously standing in front of a huge monitoring screen. He looked respectful, tightly holding a bottle of vintage, valuable wine, ready to pour for the distinguished representative from the Orod family, sitting in front of the screen. This representative wore a meticulously tailored black suit, exuding an indescribable authority and composure. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the monitoring screen, intently observing every detail of the intense battle outside the bar. As soon as the battle began, Campbell quickly took action, attempting to present a glass of fine wine to the representative as a gesture of respect. However, as the battle progressed, the situation became increasingly unexpected. As the Jericho clan retreated continuously, the wine bottle in Campbell's hand remained suspended in the air, and the wine never successfully poured into the glass. Thus, time passed second by second, and the two of them maintained the same posture for several minutes, as if frozen in place. The entire room was filled with a suffocating atmosphere of tension, only occasionally broken by the sounds of shouting and weapons clashing coming from the surveillance screens. Finally, after a long silence, the representative of the Orod family, who had remained silent, slowly raised his head, his deep-set eyes fixed on Campbell as he spoke in a heavy tone. Is this really the group of mercenaries you hired for 50,000 credit points? What exactly is their background? Who are they serving? Chapter 9 who? In the bar's conference room, the family representative in a suit smiled and said, I am Leo Aulick, the representative of the Aulick family in this area. Let me be straightforward. You Rangers have great potential. Have you considered renewing the employment contract with us? The benefits are substantial. Jim Reno, the leader of the Rangers, responded, regarding the benefits. Can you elaborate? The Rangers always expect payment to be timely. Hearing Jim Reno's direct words, Leo couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Clearly, he did not expect this self-proclaimed Ranger to be even more straightforward than himself, showing no interest in the details of the employment contract, but instead focusing solely on the benefits. However, Leo quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, Haha, Mr. Reno, you certainly speak plainly. No problem. Let's talk about the benefits. First, even if you do nothing, you can easily receive 200 credits per week. Then, if there are tasks, we will calculate the corresponding rewards based on the difficulty of the tasks. It will never be lower than this time, but correspondingly, the task difficulty will not be lower either. After all, good steel must be used on the blade, right? Of course, you can choose to accept or decline tasks. It's your choice, but without tasks, you cannot accept employment from other factions. That SA must. Now, let us discuss the second benefit. If we reach an agreement, the entire building you currently reside in will directly belong to you, and you can dispose of it as you please. Lastly, our family can agree to one reasonable request from you, but it must be fair and reasonable. So overall, do you think these benefit conditions are acceptable, Mr. Reno? Mons frowned slightly, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed Lilu subtly beckoning with his finger, and said, It's acceptable. The beckoning gesture was a signal set up during a heart-to-heart conversation between Monsk and Lilu. If there were outsiders present, and Monsk was unclear about some aspects. But Lilu could not speak. He could indicate that he found the matter feasible with a simple beckoning. Returning to their place that now fully belonged to them, Monsk sat on the sofa and said, I believe you can see it too. This so-called representative is here to keep us stable, preventing us from breaking free from their control. They want to tie us to their family. We may have displayed our strength a bit too much, which made the employer wary. Although they want to cooperate with us, they also have concerns about our unknown origins. Unless there is something they cannot handle, we should be kept out of sight. Lilo leaned back with his hands behind his head, looking up at the ceiling, and said, "Isn't that just fine? Accommodation and meals are solved. We just need to wait peacefully. When I create the battleship, I can summon the fleet to mine with you. We can also transform planets ourselves. The SCVs in the game can only build a limited number of structures, but the SCVs I summon can build many structures, so many that I haven't even looked through them all yet. I did see planetary transformation, and although the resources required can be described with astronomical figures, I think I should be able to do it. I might even help you find a few old friends. Well, although I'm not sure if they're truly them. Old friends? I don't want to keep it from you. I just found that many things have stopped being gray as my resources accumulate. They can be selected for viewing now. If I have enough resources, I can summon many people who originally belonged to the StarCraft world, like Horace Warfield. I saw his name, and to be honest, I admire him. And your family, like Angus Monsk or Juliana Pastor. But right now, I only have enough resources to summon one without affecting operations. Think about it. Who should I summon? Monsk sat on the sofa, leaning slightly forward. His previously tightly pressed lips now firmly closed, seemingly unwilling to say another word. His deep-set eyes stared at the table in front of him, as if he could see the hidden secrets beneath its smooth surface. After a moment of silence, Monsk slowly extended his right hand and gently picked up a thick cigar from the table. He skillfully played with it between his fingers, feeling its weight and the distinctive aroma of tobacco. Then he took out an exquisite lighter with his left hand, and with a click, a blue flame jumped out, instantly igniting the tip of the cigar. Monsk took a deep puff, letting the rich smoke fill his mouth, and then slowly exhaled. The white smoke drifted like wisps of light gauze, swirling in the air and gradually dispersing. After doing all this, he stood up leisurely and walked towards the window with steady steps. When he reached the window, he stopped, standing there quietly and motionless. The world outside was a sight he had never seen before, with pedestrians rushing back and forth. Distant buildings stood in a row, piercing the clouds. However, Monsk seemed uninterested in these scenes. His gaze passed over the city's hustle and bustle, focusing on the endless skyline in the distance, lost in deep thought, and had not spoken a word for a long time. This might be the best news he had heard since arriving in this world. Lilu quietly watched the complex expression on Monsk's face. His lips moved slightly, but he ultimately chose to remain silent. He understood that Monsk needed some time and space to calm the turbulent emotions within him, so he silently turned and left, leaving Monsk sitting alone, immersed in his thoughts. Lilu had never truly faced the deep pain of parting life and death like this before. Monsk, on the other hand, had experienced the annihilation of his family, the loss of his wife, and the death of friends. All Lilu could do was share everything he knew and understood with him, who was not only Horace Warfield's close friend, but also Angus Monsk's beloved son and Juliana Pastor's deeply loved husband. Lilu thought, perhaps by tomorrow, Monsk would be able to clearly sort out his thoughts and decide whom to summon first. All of this should be left to Monsk to weigh and choose. With this in mind, Lilu sighed softly. "Let me know what you decide by tomorrow. I'll get some sleep." He then slowly stepped out of the room. Chapter 10 Horace Warfield. Lilu pressed the button for training Horace Warfield at the base. He was a special individual, trained and produced directly by the base. And he was the only one. After careful consideration, Monsk ultimately decided to summon his long-lost old friend first. According to his own words, it was not safe here and unsuitable for reuniting with his family. Moreover, he believed that his old friend, General Horace Warfield, would quickly adapt to this new environment and provide them with significant help. After all, General Warfield was battle-hardened and experienced, able to remain calm and handle any complex and ever-changing situation with ease. Lilu also recalled the moment when Warfield chose to give up his own life to save others after being pierced by rebar, facing his subordinates' inquiries for rescue. He had requested Kerrigan, enraged by the false news of Raynor's execution, to spare his subordinates who no longer posed a threat to her. When he did not receive an answer from Kerrigan, Warfield, disregarding his own safety, angrily pointed at her and shouted, "You cold-hearted monster! Has your heart been completely blinded by hatred? How many more innocent lives are you willing to sacrifice for your so-called revenge?" His eyes widened, his face flushed, and his voice trembled slightly with emotion. "Kerrigan, what would Raynor think if he knew what you were doing now?" Lilu believed that Warfield knew that once he said this, Kerrigan would surely kill him, but it might also lead her to spare his subordinates. Indeed, this further enraged Kerrigan. She used her psionic power to instantly extract the rebar from Warfield's body and immediately stab it back into him, ending Warfield's life prematurely. However, she then withdrew all the Zerg, sparing the remaining forces of Warfield still present at Char. A capable and caring commander. From the Battle of Kareth to the overthrow of the Confederacy by the Children of Kareth, and then to the war against alien races, he always led from the front, active on the front lines. 1 hour later, the massive and sturdy base door began to slowly move apart, accompanied by a low mechanical sound. When the door was fully opened, a figure appeared at the entrance. A tall, strong man stepped out with steady and powerful strides. He was wearing a specially designed CMC power armor, which was entirely silver, tall, and imposing. When he fully emerged, the armor's visor opened, revealing a young man with dark skin. His facial features were sharp, and his eyes were piercing and deep, exuding an indescribable calmness and decisiveness. He first surveyed the surrounding military structures clearly belonging to the Empire, then glanced at the assembled Marines and the working SCVs in the distance. And after a moment of silence, he spoke. "Young man, did you save me? I haven't heard that the Mobius Foundation's warp technology can make people younger and allow them to regenerate lost limbs." Lilu did not speak, but instead returned to the living room and summoned Warfield, then pointed to Monsk sitting nearby and said, "You are old friends. Let him explain it to you." After saying that, he returned to base operations. The construction of the heavy industry facility was halfway done. More Marines were gathering, and the first 2 raiders were training. He had many things to attend to. Monsk first assessed the young and whole-bodied Warfield in front of him, then asked, "When did your last memory stop?" Warfield understood that Monsk had his reasons for asking these questions and cooperatively replied, "Char, the moment Kerrigan used her psionic power to control the rebar to pierce me again." "Have you retired?" "I retired once in 2501, then re-enlisted." The two continued to ask and answer many trivial matters that only the two of them knew. Finally, Monsk confirmed that the young man in front of him, who looked exactly like the young Horace Warfield, but whose memories were preserved until his last moment before death, was indeed Horace Warfield himself, without a doubt. After a moment of silence, he murmured, "God?" But he quickly regained his composure and began to explain the current situation and some of his speculations to Warfield. Warfield soon adapted to the current situation. After learning enough information from Monsk, he said, "Are you saying we are now in an unknown world, filled with danger and uncertainty, and our identity is mercenaries called Rangers? If we want to survive and see a better future, we must protect that young man at all costs?" "Yes, of course. I have many more guesses, but I want to confirm one more thing. Although I can't tell you accurately now, if my speculation is correct, perhaps we have to resume our old profession, old friend. To be honest, after fighting for the Federation, for the children of Kareth, for the Empire for so many years, I am very tired, but now I feel like I can continue my journey. I have endless vitality. Now, let us serve for our own future." In the evening, Lilu looked at Horace Warfield, who had fully adapted to the new world, and said, "How can a general be without soldiers?" He waved his hand to summon 8 Marines and 2 raiders, sharing their command with Warfield. After Warfield took over the command, the previously unresponsive soldiers clearly changed their demeanor, suddenly saluting Warfield respectfully. "General, thank you for your sacrifices. We pledge our lives to serve you." The soldiers' consciousness seemed to be filled with that of Warfield's old subordinates from Char. Warfield instinctively said to one of the Marines, "Sergeant, is that you?" "Yes, General." He turned to another raider, "Captain?" "Yes, General." He looked at the others, "Staff Sergeant?" "Yes, General." There was a sudden silence, and then Warfield looked at Lilu, who was a bit confused, but had no intention of stopping the reunion scene. He could turn off the shared command. Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. "Thank you. But I remember that some of them did not die at Char. and now they have all come here. What about their families? At this point, the initial sergeant spoke up, "General, I actually accidentally died during the battle with Taldarin later. Although I was very sad at the time, the little prince is a very good ruler and has never deprived us of anything. I believe he can take good care of my family. We are already satisfied with having a second chance at life." Others who were still alive in Warfield's last memory gradually recounted how they had perished in subsequent battles. At this point, everyone understood that only those who had died in the original world or whose consciousness could come to this entirely new world. Warfield suddenly gave a solemn bow to Li Lu. "Thank you." Chapter 11 Preparation. As Monsky had speculated, after reaching an agreement with the representatives of the Olod family, no one else disturbed them, except for the regular supplies brought by the Summerbender gang members. They were effectively snowed in. Sure enough, they had been snowed in. It had been half a month since the agreement was made, and during this time, they had not seen the so-called representative again. Monsky slowly spoke while standing by the window. "Isn't that just perfect? For the past half-month, aside from those delivering supplies, no one else has come to disturb us. After this half-month of development, my strength is now sufficient to protect myself in this chaotic nest of city. If we wait a few more days, we can completely get rid of this murky place." Lilo leaned comfortably on the sofa, with his feet casually resting on the edge of the coffee table. Appearing somewhat bored, he slightly tilted his head back, his gaze aimlessly fixed on the ceiling, as if a spectacular performance were unfolding there. At this moment, Warfield, who had been quietly standing behind Li Lu, appropriately asked, "In that case, where should we go after we leave here?" During this time, Warfield had not slackened off at all. He not only personally led the Marine soldiers and raiders assigned to him, who had been filled in by his old subordinates, to set up a comprehensive defense of the property they were currently residing in, but it could be said without exaggeration that not even a mosquito could fly in here now. Furthermore, his protection of Li Lu had reached a point of nearly not leaving his side, even choosing a room right next to Li Li's for his own rest, just to ensure that Li Lu would not encounter any unexpected dangers. Upon hearing Warfield's question, Monsky, who was standing by the window, also posed a thought-provoking question. "Indeed. Where should we go?" As he spoke, he subconsciously lowered his head to look at the cigar he was holding, only to realize that it was almost burned out, with ash piled up like a small hill due to not being flicked off for a long time. Clearly, Monsky had been too focused on thinking to remember to enjoy the cigar. He shook it and put it back in his mouth, then continued, "Without a star map, without coordinates, where is safe, where is dangerous, and where would be the best landing point for us? A sudden emerging force? Even this small clan and gang are wary of our slight display of strength. I thought the people behind this small gang could negotiate big matters, but I didn't expect them to be so timid. The display of strength might have been a bit too forceful. Where exactly can be considered a safe place? To be honest, I'm not very clear on that either. In this world, every planet that has ever had a name is fraught with crises and hidden dangers. Even the seemingly indestructible and highly esteemed capital star, Terra, has not been spared, having suffered several fierce attacks. Perhaps the only places that can truly be considered safe are those agricultural planets and garden worlds that have never had their names mentioned. However, all of this is just my speculation. No one can guarantee the actual situation. It seems we need to be more proactive. We should talk business with the Olod family. We have a promise from them that we haven't used yet, so let's use it this time. If that doesn't work, we'll have to think of other ways." Monsky extinguished the cigar in his hand and turned to Warfield, saying, "I'll go talk to them. Warfield, bring your men with me." He then turned to Li Lu. "You don't need to worry about him for now. He is 1,000 times safer than you think." Warfield glanced at Li Lu, who nodded, and then he followed Monsky out the door with his subordinates. After Monsky and Warfield left, Li Lu summoned a team of Marines to reinforce the defenses at the positions Warfield had set up earlier, and then he returned to the base. Li Lu went to the top level of the base, looking up at the sky within the base's space, where he saw nothing but emptiness. Looking straight ahead, various human structures dotted the area like stars, with numerous SCVs working like busy bees, either mining or constructing. The completed buildings were continuously producing and training. In the right front of the base, the initial 2 barracks had now expanded into a large training cluster composed of dozens of barracks, with teams of Marines marching out swiftly and assembling nearby. As for the factory, located at the back of the base, although there was only one. It was producing siege tanks day and night. In the left front of the base, 3 towering starports stood like enormous sentinels. Adjutant, how much longer until the first Gorgon-class battlecruiser is completed? At this moment, the adjutant, who had been standing by, slowly opened his eyes and replied, "Report, Commander. It will take 3 days, 8 hours, 24 minutes, and 37 seconds until the first Gorgon-class battlecruiser is offline." Li Lu could actually see the production time himself, but for some reason, he just wanted to talk to someone, to hear other voices, even if it was just from a mechanical adjutant. He looked up at the emptiness above again, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 12 Preparation, Part 2. The process of obtaining the star chart was relatively smooth overall. The Aulic family readily agreed to the Rangers' request to purchase the star chart, but at the same time, they provided an important piece of information. The Goliath clan was about to launch a retaliatory strike against the Rangers' base. A representative from the family informed me that the Goliath clan was preparing to act on behalf of the already weakened Jericho clan, and the target of their actions would be us, the outsiders. The Goliath clan conveyed the information about their impending attack on us to the Aulic family and warned them not to intervene on our behalf. After returning to the base, Monsk relayed the information he received to Li Lu. It seems that a lot has happened in the past half-month that we are unaware of. When will the retaliation come? Lily asked Somevat nonchalantly. The date given by the Aulic family was a week later. They likely had more secrets from us. They knew everything, but were waiting for the right price, playing both sides. That's just how businessmen operate. They couldn't control us and didn't want us to be controlled by others. The Goliath clan gave them a warning, and they turned around to tell us. They probably want to sit back and watch the fight. I had already learned the specific details of the last defensive battle. If the opponents were of that caliber, even if 10,000 people came, they would not be able to breach the defenses I'd set up. Warfield confidently stated that those gang members didn't even have a decent piece of equipment. I could defeat them with just a small team. We wouldn't even need to engage in combat. Li Lu spoke expressionlessly, his head slightly raised, staring at the ceiling as if it concealed some unknown secret. In just 3 days, I could produce 3 Gorgon-class battlecruisers. 3 Gorgons? Warfield expressed disbelief. I only had 7 when I was at Charles. Monsk slightly tilted his head at Li Li's statement. Good news, but how do we get on the ships? Indeed, the biggest problem now was how to board the ships. I couldn't just leisurely board a ship and set sail within the base. When I summoned the troops, I could not be within the base's space. As for the jump technology held by the Mobius Foundation, that was beyond what I could afford at this stage. Developing that technology would require an enormous amount of resources, which I couldn't manage right now. At this point, Li Lu frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. After hearing Li Li's words, Warfield furrowed his brow, gently resting his right hand on his chin, staring at the map on the table, lost in thought. After a while, he slowly spoke. On this map, there's a location marked as Rubble Field. It is quite an ideal landing spot. That area is under the actual control of the Aulic family, and just from the map, we might consider heading there to board the ship. However, there is quite a distance between our current location and the Rubble Field. If we want to reach our destination smoothly, it would likely take a whole day. More importantly, as soon as we start moving, it will inevitably cause quite a stir. This way, the Jericho clan might think we're trying to escape and could launch an attack against us in advance. Just break through. We're leaving anyway. We shouldn't care about the thoughts of these strangers, Mont said at the right moment. We don't need to be responsible to them. The Aulic family cannot handle the consequences of hiring us, yet they shift the problem onto us mercenaries. No matter how you look at it, that's against the rules. So, there's no need for any psychological burden. Just break out. Then let's get ready. On the 3rd day, when my Gorgon-class battlecruisers are completed, we will set off. With that, Li Lu waved his hand and summoned 2 specially made CMC 400 power armors, pointing to one set and saying to Monsk, "Put on yourself. This journey won't be peaceful, and the survival environment at our destination is quite harsh. Without power armor, we won't make it." After saying that, he also began to put on the CMC 400 power armor, having secretly practiced putting it on under the guidance of his aide in the base space. Chapter 13 Strength within the base space. 3 massive starports shone brightly, with numerous mechanical arms busily at work. At the starport, the Gorgon-class battlecruisers were undergoing their final outfitting. Their hulls immense and imposing, exuding the aura of precision steel industry. As the last step of the outfitting was completed, the Gorgon-class battlecruisers slowly departed from starport. Their hulls gleamed with a metallic luster, and the enormous gun barrels at the bows were intimidating to behold. The engines at the stern ignited, emitting a dazzling yellow tail flame that obscured the skies above the entire base. The 3 Gorgon-class battlecruisers were neatly arranged, leaving Li Lu, who had only seen the Gorgon-class in games, utterly awestruck. This was a crystallization of technology and power, a manifestation of the Tyrant Empire's dominance in ship technology. Monsk's new flagship, the White Star, was a Gorgon-class, having achieved a counterkill under the siege of several Leviathan-class battlecruisers, sustaining only minor damage. The only significant damage it had taken came from a suicidal collision with a battlecruiser, which merely required a few days of repairs in the dock, highlighting the Gorgon-class's formidable nature. In the original StarCraft II, Heart of the Swarm, even Kerrigan was astonished by the strength of the Gorgon-class. If the terrain at that time had allowed for 2 Gorgon-class ships to maneuver simultaneously, the outcome of the Char campaign might have been uncertain. Li Lu boarded a medical transport that had been completed ahead of schedule. After the cabin door slowly closed, the transport quickly took off with a slight vibration, heading towards one of the battlecruisers. As it approached the massive warship, the transport successfully docked with it, and Li Lu walked through the passage into the interior of the battlecruiser. Upon entering the ship, Li Lu immediately sensed an unusually oppressive atmosphere. The crew members bustling between their posts moved in perfect unison, their expressions cold and rigid, as if they were soulless. They ignored Li Lu, the commander, and focused solely on executing their tasks, with no communication or interaction. Li Lu could control these crew members, but like the previous Marines, they only knew how to execute orders. Seeing this scene, a deep sense of disappointment welled up in Li Lu's heart. He had hoped to encounter some thoughtful and individualistic crew members with whom he could communicate and discuss. He had thought that a special unit like a battlecruiser, which housed nearly 10,000 crew members, would provide him with truly loyal and conscious subordinates. However, the soulless figures before him shattered that fantasy. Did he have to share command with Monsk or Warfield to gain conscious subordinates? Li Lu sighed and decided not to linger any longer. He did not even step onto the bridge before turning back and boarding the transport he had arrived in, quickly flying back to the base. Upon returning to his quarters, Li Lu directly addressed Monsk and Warfield. Do you still want command of the troops? I currently have an army of tens of thousands, with 3 Gorgon-class ships alone. You can train so many troops in half a month? Warfield asked, somewhat surprised. Monsk also turned to look at Li Lu, but said nothing, his thoughts unknown. Yes, that is indeed the case, but to be honest, I don't think this number is significant. In this damn world, the death toll in every large-scale battle reaches astronomical figures, often in the hundreds of millions. The factors causing such staggering casualties are numerous, such as the soldiers' rudimentary equipment. Most of them only have a helmet, a shell armor, and a rather shabby-looking laser weapon. With such a level of equipment, they can hardly make a significant impact on the brutal battlefield. Yet the death toll in the millions speaks volumes. What about their elite troops? Warfield inquired again. Super soldiers paired with powered armor and large-caliber weapons, Li Lu replied. At this moment, Monsk, who had been silent, slowly raised his head and stated firmly, "Humph, no matter how they are modified, the so-called super soldiers are ultimately created by human hands. No matter how much they change, their essence remains unchanged. I am well aware of what super soldiers are like, having seen many projects from the Federation to the Empire. Even if they are modified extensively, they are still human." He paused slightly before continuing decisively. "Just send me a squad of guards. That's enough." "All right, tomorrow. There isn't enough space here for so many units." Li Lu turned to Warfield again and asked, "What about you?" "I can take ground troops," Warfield replied. "What about the Gorgon-class battlecruisers?" Li Lu asked, recalling the loss of 7 Gorgon-class battlecruisers during the Char campaign under his command. Despite the narrow terrain preventing fleet deployment, he could not absolve himself of responsibility. Warfield silently shook his head at Li Lu. On the 4th day at dawn, for ordinary residents of the nest, it was just another ordinary day of running around for survival. However, for the spies from various factions secretly monitoring the Rangers' garrison, today was filled with shock and confusion. They watched as the tightly closed gates of the Rangers' garrison slowly opened, as if a mysterious passage to an unknown world had been unveiled. Immediately afterward, an astonishing scene unfolded. Orderly lines of troops streamed out from within the gates. The soldiers in these lines were clad in various CMC series powered armor, standing tall and marching with firm steps. Upon closer inspection, these soldiers emanated an unmatched aura. But even more surprising was that, in addition to the previously seen Marines and Raiders, there were other troops that the spies had never encountered before appearing in this large contingent. Heavy siege tanks, their steel, beast-like bodies glinting coldly in the sunlight, made the spies exclaim, "Where did they get those tanks?" The sheer scale of this army instilled fear in their hearts. "Wah! What on earth is going on?" One novice spy murmured wide-eyed. "Where did they get so many personnel? Even tanks? We clearly saw only a dozen people when they entered the garrison. Did they use some special means to bring them in? But how could that be possible? There isn't even enough space to hide that many people." The other hidden spies were equally astonished, exchanging glances, unable to explain what was happening before them. What was the purpose of this suddenly appearing army? Various questions loomed like a fog over everyone's hearts, leaving them with a deep sense of unease. Despite their inner turmoil, this did not hinder the spies from successfully relaying the information they had gathered back to their respective factions. In the Goliath clan's council chamber, an elder with a somewhat wise expression furrowed his brow. Clearly, their destination this time is the quarry controlled by the Olad family. Given the strength displayed by this so-called ranger, they're not easy to deal with. In my opinion, it would be best for us not to engage them in battle. I do not know whether it will ultimately lead to a mutually destructive outcome, but I do know that if war truly breaks out, our clan cannot afford such losses. At that moment, another young clan officer suddenly stood up and loudly retorted, "Are we just going to let it go? We have already spread the news about supporting the Jericho clan. If we just back down now, how will other factions view us? What will those clans that have always relied on us think? Can we still expect them to continue to follow us wholeheartedly? This concerns the reputation and prestige of our clan." The members of the Galago clan in the council chamber gradually split into two factions, arguing over whether to fight or not. They had initially agreed to use this so-called ranger group of only a dozen people to make an example and gain both fame and fortune. But now the Rangers' displayed strength has far exceeded their expectations. If a fight is to occur, it will certainly escalate into a clan war that will alarm the ruling nobility. And the casualties can be imagined. At this moment, the clan leader of the Galago stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone, slowly saying, "A war of this scale will bring tremendous losses to the clan, but we cannot ignore our reputation and prestige. We must weigh the pros and cons and not be swayed by emotions." After a long discussion, the Galago clan decided to first send envoys to negotiate with the leader of the Rangers. If the Rangers compensate for the losses of the Alago clan, they would let the matter go. However, even before the fighting began, the ruling nobles of Paradia had already received reports from their subordinates. "Send a riot control team to take a look. If it's just a minor skirmish, we can pretend we didn't see it. But if it's at this scale, a fight will definitely affect our tax revenue. Then let Inspector Selvrin lead the riot control team to take a look." Agreed, agreed, agreed. In the Nest City, undercurrents were stirring, and the other major powers also made their own decisions. Chapter 14. Sevelin and her enforcers in the lower levels of the Nest City. There is generally no governing law enforcement, but this is Pardia. Although the gang powers in the lower levels of the Nest City are complex and varied, seemingly governed by 6 major forces, the real power still lies with the formidable enforcers. It is important to note that they oversee a vast population of billions. Most of these people are crammed into the narrow spaces of this ancient city, living in extreme poverty. They survive on nothing but scraps of food that have been recycled, working tirelessly from dawn to dusk at various heavy and monotonous jobs. For this group of people at the bottom of society, filled with despair, mere preaching and so-called fair rules are utterly useless. In this world of the survival of the fittest, Only the cold and merciless iron fist of the enforcers can silence these souls on the brink of collapse, rendering them unable to resist or complain. In this society, the enforcers operate like a precisely functioning machine, completing their important missions with astonishing efficiency. No matter the form or complexity of the crime, it is difficult to escape their keen eyes and decisive actions. Once a crime occurs, it immediately triggers a swift and severe counterattack. Those who dare to cross the legal red line will never escape unscathed. Here, the power of justice does not allow evil to run rampant. For those who attempt to challenge the authority of the law, only cold handcuffs and ruthless judgment await them. The summons for enforcers is not voluntary, but mandatory. No matter who you are or what profession you hold, as long as you demonstrate stronger willpower and proactive personality traits than the average person. Even if you have made mistakes or are a criminal, you may be included in the list of candidates for enforcers. When ordinary citizens suddenly receive this summons, their fates are irrevocably changed. What awaits them is a series of extremely brutal trainings. Here, everything they possess will be ruthlessly stripped away. Except for the immutable gender characteristics they are born with, all memories, habits, and values from their past must undergo a complete reevaluation. In this purgatory-like training process, those who are summoned must first face a dual assault on their spirit and body. They will be continuously crushed by various hardships, yet after each fall, they must summon their tenacious will to rise again. This painful cycle repeats itself over and over. Only those who manage to survive this brutal process will be qualified to stand out among the many enforcers and earn their place. In the lower level of the Nest City's law enforcement department, Inspector Sevelin sat upright at her large desk, her posture as straight as a pine. Her deep-set eyes intensely focused on the order she held from the Noble Council. She had heard of the events described in the order. After all, as the security force of the lower levels, being uninformed is not an option. Suddenly, she swung her arm decisively, exuding an invisible authority. With this motion, a well-trained subordinate swiftly approached her with a brisk pace. This subordinate was tall and upright, his serious face radiating a unique coldness that is characteristic of soldiers. Sevelin looked expressionlessly at her subordinate. Her lips parted slightly as she coldly commanded, "Gather everyone immediately and prepare to depart." Although her voice was not loud, it resonated like thunder in the room, clearly reaching her subordinate's ears. In less than 15 minutes, aside from the patrol team already out, the thousands of law enforcement personnel remaining in the department had assembled. Rather than referring to these individuals as law enforcement personnel, it would be more accurate to call them an army. They were clad in heavy, full-body ballistic armor, equipped with a variety of weapons, and the rigorous training they underwent could only be described as extreme. The riot control team stood tall and orderly in the assembly area, each person's gaze filled with determination and decisiveness, like a burning flame. Their equipment gleamed brightly, reflecting metallic luster in the sunlight, and each weapon was arranged perfectly, demonstrating high discipline. Sevelin's previously cold expression softened slightly. In the midst of this silence, the captain of the riot control team approached, his demeanor agile and steady. He saluted Sevelin formally and said in a loud voice, "Inspector, please give the order." Sevelin nodded slightly in return, then turned to the team and said, "Area A, escort the rangers to the wasteland. If a riot occurs, eliminate the rioters." Upon receiving the order, the law enforcement team promptly marched towards Area A. However, within the seemingly small ranger outpost, it appeared to outsiders like a bottomless pit, as one team after another of the tyrant people continuously surged out from inside, beginning at dawn and continuing to this very moment. Chapter 15. The Escher family. The Escher family is a unique matriarchal clan, whose power and wealth are built on terrifying chemicals and brutal violence. The maidens, the warrior caste of the Escher clan, representing youth, agility, and bravery. The mothers, those who work in the clan's factories and chemical cults, referred to as mothers because the Escher family's wealth comes from their generous contributions. And the matriarchs, the last main faction of the Escher family, wise and gifted individuals, usually but not always the oldest, often leaders of large family branches. Years ago, The Escher family successfully acquired parthenogenesis technology through a trade with another family, the Van Chao. However, this technology was not without flaws. While it could produce male infants, all of these boys were born with various severe physiological defects. In contrast, female infants were born healthy and thrived. Over time, the two families began to work closely together. The Escher's seasoned chemists collaborated with the Van Chao's outstanding bioengineers to create a new race of giants. Initially, both sides had high hopes for this new species. The Van Chao sought to obtain valuable organs from the giants to extend their lifespans, while the Escher hoped to have healthy and strong offspring to continue their lineage. However, things did not go as planned. As people gradually discovered the giants' fatal flaws of short lifespans and infertility, disappointment ran rampant. Thus, the Escher and Van Chao families unhesitatingly treated these poor giants as cheap slave commodities, continuously selling them to various prosperous nests. In their dark and oppressive lives of servitude, the giants did not abandon hope. Finally, under the leadership of one particularly well-developed and intelligent giant, they bravely stood up and rebelled against their oppressors. On one hand, they launched fierce resistance against the outside world, inflicting heavy blows on the Escher and Van Chao. On the other hand, they worked internally to improve production efficiency and continuously increase output to please the ruling nobles above them. After a long and arduous struggle, the giants ultimately won their precious freedom and gradually rose to become an emerging power not to be underestimated, ranking among the 6 major factions. Nevertheless, the hatred between the Escher and the giants did not dissipate, and their relationship remained irreconcilable. In the Escher family council, the 3 factions were currently in discussion. The family had received news that the giants were preparing to negotiate with a newly emerged power, the Rangers, to seek compensation for the Jericho family, in order to restore the face of the giants as their overlords. The core ruling members of the Escher family were seated around a long table when the matriarch spoke. The newly emerged Rangers have no connections with us, and we haven't heard of them before. According to the information gathered by the maidens, this force seems to have appeared out of nowhere, and their display of power is astonishing. The giants had originally planned to use them as an example to instill fear, but now they are frightened into inaction by the Rangers' sudden display of true strength. To salvage their reputation, the giants have changed their strategy and decided to send envoys to negotiate with the Rangers, trying to find a way to ease the situation. At this moment, a death maiden sitting at the head of the long table, her face pale as paper, yet her eyes glimmering with a cold light, slowly spoke. The current situation is chaotic, and we can take this opportunity to assassinate that envoy. This would surely provoke a fierce conflict between the giants and the Rangers. As long as both sides suffer heavy losses, the giant's strength will undoubtedly be greatly weakened, and at that time, we can strike. After all, slaves will ultimately return to being slaves. Her voice was soft, but the implications were chilling. A mother sitting across from the deaf maiden slowly replied, "The Rangers may not be aware of these complexities, but the giants are not what they used to be. They are not that foolish." At this point, the matriarch spoke coldly and ominously. What if we push the situation to the point where the giants know that everything is orchestrated by us? Yet they have no choice but to go to war with the Rangers? We just need to wipe out the remaining members of the Jericho family, then set an ambush during the envoy's journey to intercept and eliminate them. At that point, those sharp-headed vassals of the giants will naturally complete the rest of the task for us, just as we expect. The mother nodded slightly, indicating her agreement without further words. The deaf maiden also nodded, expressing her consent without additional comments. On a narrow and winding street, the envoy of the giants was slowly making its way, heading towards the Ranger stronghold. The leader of the envoy was the wise elder whom the giants had initially proposed to reconsider. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold wind howled through, as if bringing a chill from the depths of hell. In that instant, a group of figures appeared like phantoms. They were the Escher's fearsome death maidens. These agile girls, dressed in jet-black night attire, resembled ghosts of the night, like bolts of black lightning tearing through the dark sky. They held various firearms in their hands, the cold metal glinting ominously in the moonlight. With a series of faint yet crisp sounds, deadly bullets flew out like meteors. The guards sent by the giants to protect the elder barely had time to react before they were all struck down. The elder seemed to understand everything happening before him in that moment, but he merely sighed softly, a look of helplessness and despair on his face. Then, a merciless bullet pierced his chest. Crimson blood gushed forth, staining the ground beneath him and spreading rapidly, forming a shocking pool of blood. Chapter 16. The show begins as Sevelin led her well-trained and well-equipped team slowly approaching the perimeter of the Ranger outpost. The sight before them made them gasp in shock. The outpost was teeming with people, and wave after wave of fully armed Terran troops were continuously streaming out. These soldiers marched in unison, exuding a chilling aura. According to reports from personnel who had previously arrived for law enforcement reconnaissance, as of now, a massive force of thousands had emerged from this small Ranger outpost. This number far exceeded the initial estimates of the Noble Council, making Sevelin realize the daunting nature of this mission was beyond imagination. Faced with such a large and well-equipped Ranger force, the members of the riot control team wondered who was escorting whom. A big question mark loomed in everyone's mind. Inside the outpost, Lilu saw many fully armed neutral units from his command perspective. When he tentatively aimed his crosshair at the leader, information about her appeared: Law Enforcement Officer Sevelin. Lilu was amazed to find that not only was the command perspective entirely replicated, but even the function of selecting enemy units, which usually required manual adjustment in the game, had been replicated as well. This was the first time he had done this since crossing over. After obtaining the leader's information, Lilu then pointed at those around her who were wearing full-body armor and well-equipped, displaying Riot Control Officer Carter, Riot Control Officer Arthur. Noticing that these law enforcers were not taking any special actions, Lilu aimed at a woman in the shadows, observing the marching column, adorned with a strange headpiece. And the display showed Death Gerlin. He then pointed at other observers in sight, discovering their identities varied, clearly indicating that many faction spies had gathered outside the outpost, which was inevitable given the scale of this operation. After sharing the information he obtained from the selected units with Warfield and Monsk, Warfield also began referring to Lilu as commander. The three prepared to set off toward the quarry. Lilu glanced at Monsk and raised his hand to summon 20 fully armed Marines. Looking at Monsk standing beside him, he said, "I'll share command of this small squad with you for now. As for the rest, we'll discuss it when we reach our destination. This place is too small to transfer command of all 200 at once." With that, Monsk instantly felt a strong mental bond connecting him with the 20 Marines. Just as he realized he could command these Marines, a flash of white light enveloped the entire squad. As the light gradually dissipated, the three found that the 20 Marines had completely changed their appearance. Their once ordinary powered armor and weaponry had transformed into a special model of the Royal Guard of the Terran Empire. Not only that, their eyes had taken on an unwavering determination, as if infused with an indomitable will. Clearly, these Marines had been occupied by the consciousness that originally belonged to the Royal Guard. The Royal Guard had never flinched, even when facing the Zur Queen Kerrigan. At this moment, all 20 knelt partially before Monsk, with the lead one saying, "We will not disappoint your expectations, Your Majesty." Monsk raised an eyebrow and replied, "Captain, return to the ranks." The captain of the Royal Guard then rejoined the squad, standing firmly behind Monsk. Hailing from Ka, he regarded Monsk as the truth. Lilu looked at Monsk and then at the Royal Guard behind him, asking, "So, can the Royal Guard escort us to the quarry? If it's just this kind of crowd outside, you could lose command with just a single hair." Saying this, Monsk glanced at the captain, as not everyone could trigger a level 12 psionic wave. "To the death, we shall protect," the Royal Guard shouted in unison. At that moment, gunfire suddenly erupted on the street outside, and the 20 members of the Royal Guard quickly formed a protective formation to shield the three. Lilu also switched perspectives and saw part of the troops he had extended come under attack from unidentified units. These units suddenly transitioned from neutral to hostile and began attacking the Terran forces, triggering the automatic counterattack mechanism of the Marines. The Marines stood their ground, shooting any hostile unit that dared to attack them. Lilu's perspective pointed out Goliath clan. Coming so quickly? He murmured. Then, Lilu quickly began to micromanage, controlling the troops to repel what appeared to be attackers from the Goliath clan. After all, in the StarCraft universe, Units without orders would simply remain stationary to engage the enemy. Although they never missed, they were too rigid. In the game, upgraded shield and attack defense Marines could withstand an unupgraded siege tank shell without dying, and Li Lu had already upgraded his attack defense to 3-3. So this sudden ambush resulted in no losses, with only a few Marines sustaining injuries. However, the medics quickly healed the wounded, restoring their combat effectiveness as they continued executing the order to advance toward the quarry. Chapter 17. Marine Control, we were attacked. Li Lu had just finished dealing with the last skirmish and switched perspectives to prepare to inform Monsk and Warfield about the situation outside. Before he could finish speaking, more gunfire erupted outside, accompanied by chaotic battle cries. Li Lu immediately switched back to the command interface and discovered that the forward troops, sent to scout ahead, were being fiercely attacked from all directions. Moreover, the red dots representing enemies on the map within his field of vision were rapidly increasing, almost too many to count. Having only commanded a maximum of 200 troops in combat in the game, Li Lu felt overwhelmed by the near full-scale attack from the enemies and the chaotic melee involving thousands of soldiers. Every time he dealt with one attack, multiple warnings of others popped up. Gradually, casualties began to appear among the human forces. Charge! Charge! A natural leader of the Goliath clan roared hoarsely from somewhere on the front lines. His massive body was tightly encased in heavy forged armor, resembling a moving steel fortress. The chainsaw sword he held glimmered with a cold light, and the sharp, high-speed whirring of the saw teeth intermingled with the dense gunfire from the human troops, creating a symphony of death. Fearlessly, he charged into the hail of bullets from the human forces, each step splashing dirt and rubble. Steel nails rained down on his armor, leaving round holes, but could not stop his advance. His eyes widened, burning with fury and killing intent as he shouted, "They're just a bunch of idiots who can only stand still and shoot back. Eliminate them for Goliath." He was the first to crash into the ranks of the human troops. Faced with the incoming chainsaw sword, the Marine did nothing but pull the trigger. The chainsaw sword sliced into the Marine's body, and the Goliath leader depleted his life force, slowly collapsing to the ground, his body already riddled with wounds from the steel nails. Behind him, numerous Goliath warriors responded in kind, following their leader's footsteps to launch a ferocious assault. Each of these warriors was burly, muscular, and wielded a variety of weapons, including massive battle axes, heavy hammers, and modified firearms. They shouted battle cries, their momentum like a surging tide sweeping towards the human troops. Such scenes were not uncommon along the narrow front lines. The battlefield was engulfed in smoke. While in the command interface, Li Lu was operating the human troops with intense concentration. It felt as though he was not commanding from a god's perspective, but rather had returned to playing StarCraft on his computer, his hands flying over the keyboard and mouse, muttering commands to himself. Operate, operate. Move, move, shake, shake. Shake. With his orders, the scattered riflemen quickly spread out, skillfully creating distance from the enemies to evade incoming attacks. At the same time, he methodically directed the Marines to occupy key positions, forming solid defensive lines. Next, he swiftly issued a new command. Inject. Hit them hard. Instantly. The combat stimulants built into the Marine CMC series armor were injected into their bodies, enhancing their attack and movement speeds to near-human limits, akin to being boosted by Olaf. Additionally, Li Lu employed the riflemen's maneuvering techniques, allowing them to dance like agile performers, dodging enemy attacks while timing their reloads to deliver lethal counterstrikes. After expending their ammunition, they used their mobility to create distance, cycling through their attacks. Each time he switched to a different combat area, he quickly adapted to the terrain changes at various encounter points, precisely positioning his troops to gain advantages, and with decisive and correct operations, rapidly eliminated the enemies. MD, if I can speedrun Marine Control in 10 minutes, you think I'm lying? Just watch me wipe you out. Then, he decisively maneuvered a siege tank nearby in a siege mode, firing heavily at the enemy's backline shooters, annihilating their ranged threats, just like before with tank shifts and poison explosions. However, each battlefield node had its own characteristics, and not all sites favored Li Lu's micromanagement. After another battlefield switch, he found one encounter point too cramped, making it difficult for the human troops to fully spread out. The enemy's heavy melee units could easily rush to the front. Although the steel nails could penetrate their defenses, there are simply too many enemies, piling up bodies in front of the riflemen. Damn, this terrain is way too small. Who designed this map? He cursed but quickly calmed down, decisively pulling the Marines back while muttering to himself, "Pull back! All riflemen, pull back!" As he executed his commands, the riflemen began to retreat in an orderly manner. At the same time, Li Lu sent the nearby Ravager units aggressively against the enemy's melee units. The armor worn by the Ravagers, equipped with a nano factory, continuously produced armor-piercing grenades that dealt devastating blows to the enemies, slowing their advance. Their heavy armor also effectively defended against direct fire and melee slashes from the enemy. Despite the barrage of hit notifications popping up across the map, Li Lu remained unfazed. There were simply too many battle sites to manage, and some troops he couldn't reach in time had already suffered casualties. His eyes flashed, and he shouted, "MD, you think I'm single-threaded? Watch me send out modified SCVs to crush you." In an instant, a large number of modified armored SCVs rushed out from the Marine base, quickly supporting various battlefields, gradually stabilizing the chaotic situation. Li Lu finally had a moment to catch his breath. With T, healing, and DPS were solid. Today it's all about standing and shooting. Whoever flinches is a coward. Unbeknownst to him, he had gradually transformed his command perspective into controlling troops, just like he did while playing StarCraft on his computer, beginning to mutter to himself as he did back then, feeling much more relaxed and seemingly forgetting the fact that he had crossed over, fully immersed in the situation. At the same time, the enforcers around the Marine base did not face any attacks. The Goliath clan had not lost their senses to attack the official personnel of the base. On the human side, since these enforcers were considered neutral units, the human troops regarded them as non-existent. The two sides were like parallel lines, each executing their tasks without interfering with one another. "Commander, the Goliath clan has launched a full-scale attack on the Marines, using the strength of their entire clan. Should we stop them?" The deputy of the riot control team cautiously asked. Severin carefully examined the deputy who had asked this question, confirming that he wasn't hit in the head by stray bullets before answering. "All right, then you go and stop them." Upon receiving the order, the deputy immediately saluted, understood, and really intended to charge into the front lines to intervene in the fighting. Severin's face, which had already shown signs of impatience, suddenly turned slightly angry. Her sharp eyes narrowed as she glared intensely at the deputy in front of her. Without hesitation, she raised her foot and kicked forcefully, accurately landing a blow on the deputy's rounded backside. Even with armor, it was still a rounded armor. Caught off guard, the deputy stumbled forward a few steps before barely stabilizing himself. He turned his head in shock and grievance, looking at Severin, mouth agape as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. At this moment, Sir Ravelin stood with one hand on his hip, angrily pointing at a heavily armored Goliath native leader who had been pierced by a steel nail on the battlefield, saying, "Are you really planning to go? Can't you see that the situation in front of us has completely exceeded our control? Hurry up and notify the council. Let them send the PDF over for support immediately. This is not a problem we can solve on our own. If they don't want the tax revenue and factory output from Goliath to significantly decrease in the future, they better act quickly." Goliath's three types of members: tank-born, artificially cultivated, making up the vast majority; natural-born, naturally bred, making up a small portion, mostly leaders, outsiders, external personnel, few in number, with a general status. Chapter 18. The path after the armored SCV joined the battle. It withstood the melee pressure from the muscle-bound warriors of the Goliath clan. As a result, Li Lu felt less operational pressure in commanding the front line, quickly securing their position and allowing the troops to advance steadily towards the debris field. Damn, they're everywhere. Isn't this just a one-time job as mercenaries? The strength we previously displayed should be insignificant to such a large clan. They might see us as a target for revenge. But I've already made such a big move and shown our strength. Why are we still facing this level of retaliation? Li Lu said, puzzled, to Monsk. Mons took a puff of his cigar before slowly responding, then just opened fire everywhere. As for being mercenaries, We're just doing our job for money. Retaliation is possible, but it's unlikely they would retaliate against us. Behind this series of events, there should be more than one force pushing things along, strangling an uncontrollable emerging power and weakening an established clan. Who would benefit from that? Now, we're about to leave here, so there is no need to overthink these matters. I've already been firing everywhere, but there are too many of them, and they're charging at me recklessly. After I stabilized the situation, the battle felt like a one-sided massacre against them. Honestly, I think the sooner we leave here, the better it will be for everyone. Lilo didn't know how to describe his current state. It felt like playing a game where he was winning on multiple fronts. But this time the opponents were real people being used as pawns. If they could leave early, fewer of them would die. At the Rangers' base, a team that was clearly more elite than the previous forces was slowly emerging, clad in dark red power armor with intricate engravings. Surrounding this team were several Marine troops, seemingly disorganized and carelessly holding their rifles. However, these Marines were more chaotic than those who had previously exited. Sevelin, who had been observing from the periphery, thought, perhaps this is the team where the Ranger leader is located. The ones in special power armor have a stronger and more powerful presence than the most elite enforcers I've seen. She signaled the riot control team behind her to follow and walked towards the newly appeared special unit. Just as she took her second step towards the team, the seemingly disorganized Marines instantly aimed their guns at her and her riot control team, raising their weapons so quickly that even Sevelin could hardly see it. She murmured, perhaps only angels can be faster than them. The more elite-looking guards in special power armor, however, did not move at all. Two tall figures in exquisite dark red CMC custom power armor stepped out from the innermost area. With their appearance, the Marines did not lower their weapons. Instead, they moved a bit closer. Sevelin felt that if she made even the slightest move, those seemingly motionless Rangers in dark red armor could instantly turn her and her official personnel into a sieve, and they would likely fire even faster than the Marines who had already raised their weapons to aim at them. Having watched for so long, she had seen many literal sieves created by those Rangers. State your intentions, Monsk said without removing his visor. Lilo had already informed him about these people, so he had a rough idea. External officials from the lower levels of the nest, Sevelin, responsible for maintaining order here. It seems there is no order to speak of. Can we talk? What do you want to talk about? Our time is precious. I'll be direct. My original mission was to escort you Rangers to the debris field, or to monitor your actions and prevent possible conflicts, minimizing the impact of this conflict on the higher-ups. However, based on the strength you displayed, I don't think you need our escort, and we cannot prevent this battle. I have already reported the situation here to my superiors. Now, I need to know how you plan to calm this storm. Even if you reach the debris field, the Goliath clan will still attack you with full force. At this moment, another figure in exquisite dark red CMC custom power armor spoke up. From what I understand, your superiors care only about tax revenue and the production capacity of the Goliath Forge. You report to the higher-ups, but neither of your objectives has been achieved. So you requested reinforcements, right? You originally thought you were the strongest of the three forces and could control the situation, but it backfired. This also explains why you have not taken any action since arriving at my base and requested reinforcements. Do you intend to use force to suppress us and the Goliath? Yes, your battle has completely destroyed the order in this area. At least 10,000 people have died, severely impacting order and tax revenue. The decrease in the Goliath clan's population will also significantly reduce their forge's production capacity. At this point, Monsk interrupted Sevelin's statement of pros and cons and spoke. Once we reach the debris field, we will leave this planet, far away from it. From here to the debris field, nothing will stop our progress. Sevelin indeed observed that the Rangers were advancing towards the debris field, stopping to engage enemies they encountered along the way, eliminating them, and then moving orderly towards the debris field. She asked, leave this planet? How do you plan to leave the debris field? You can only board a ship from the starport. That is not something you need to worry about. Are you going to help us, stop us, or go back to being a spectator? And what position does your requested reinforcements represent? Sevelin was silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, then slowly said, I don't want to be your enemy. If you can indeed leave quickly, as you say, I can choose to be a spectator. It's best that way. Sevelin gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll be a spectator with my subordinates. But the PDF reinforcements coming soon are not under my command. They report directly to the higher-ups. Monsk nodded. It doesn't matter. Then this special team continued their advance towards the debris field. Just as they were gathering their forces to leave the area, Sevelin ordered the Goliath clan members who had been injured but not killed to be dealt with. Take down these rioters. Li Lu was advancing the troops while switching perspectives to observe the surroundings and gather the extending forces, almost like playing Pac-Man. The more he consumed, the larger the ranger force became. Gradually, this team left the streets and stepped onto the wide road leading to the debris field. Along the road where the rangers passed, there were piles of injured and dead Goliath clan attackers. Chapter 19, Hurry. After leaving the narrow streets and arriving at the path leading to the junkyard, Monsk first looked around at the terrain, then raised his head to check the sky. Once he confirmed there were no obstructions in the sky and that the road was wide enough, he said, "At our current speed, it will take at least 3 hours to reach the junkyard just by relying on the power armor. If you have a medical transport aircraft, we could fly directly upward for a distance, and then you could summon the Gorgon in midair for a docking operation, allowing us to jump directly to our destination. The Gorgon-class battlecruiser can jump within the atmosphere. I have a medical transport aircraft, but I need to recover all my troops first. A significant portion of my vanguard is already close to the junkyard. Even if we fly while recovering, it will take some time, and I don't want to be shot down by the incoming PDF while trying to recover troops mid-flight." Li Lu paused for a moment and continued, "Moreover, even if we wanted to summon the battlecruiser in advance to provide fire support for our recovering troops, that would merely be wishful thinking. You must understand that the anti-air firepower on this planet, called Necromunda, is incredibly powerful, far beyond your imagination. Before I crossed into this world, it was established that this planet has a population in the trillions. Just in the Paladin nest we were in earlier, there conservatively are hundreds of billions of people. This planet holds an extremely important strategic position for the entire empire. Because of this, the garrison forces here are virtually indestructible. I have no doubt that the PDF summoned by the dispatched official will number in the tens of thousands. Even if we successfully repel these PDFs, it is highly likely that the Imperial Fist warband station on this planet will not be able to hold back and will come to join the fray. Imperial Fist? Is that what you call the elite force composed of super-modified humans? Yes, just one of the elite forces. There are countless warbands like them. So we can only run, get on a ship at the junkyard, and jump away immediately? Or we'll all be left here? Yes. Then I have a better suggestion. Abandon those vanguards, recover the existing troops, and then we jump away from here to the target planet, where we can redevelop. This way, we won't have to engage with the PDFs or face the so-called warbands. Those vanguards are merely mindless clones, and for you now, there should be as many as you want. They don't need to rest or eat, and you can control them remotely. Just find a wilderness to hide them. Treat it as storage." Upon hearing Monsk's suggestion, Li Lu fell into deep thought. At that moment, Woolfield, who had been guarding Li Lu, spoke up, "Commander, I think Monsk's suggestion is a good choice. Sometimes, giving up is the wiser option." Li Lu had always been someone who listened well to others' advice and could draw wisdom from it. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the time he was immersed in the world of interstellar games. There was a tactic called home swap that left a deep impression on him. As the name suggests, this tactic meant that players resolutely abandoned their carefully managed operational areas and launched a desperate attack on the opponent's core operations with a do-or-die mentality. This strategy requires immense courage and decisiveness, as failure could lead to irretrievable consequences, but success could turn the tide of battle. Additionally, there was another scenario where this tactical concept was often applied, when an opponent amassed a large force and aggressively attacked a mining area. To avoid significant losses from a direct confrontation with the enemy and better protect one's overall strength, the wise move would be to decisively abandon the mining area about to be ravaged by war. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. By temporarily retreating to preserve one's living forces, one can wait for the right moment to launch a counterattack. Then let it be as you wish. In an open area, several medical transport aircraft suddenly appeared and took off. Li Lu, Monsk, and Woolfield quickly boarded the lead aircraft through the gravity tubes of the medical transport aircraft, while Woolfield's subordinates and Monsk's guards boarded several other transport aircraft. The remaining Tyrrhenian forces were recalled to the base, and those vanguards that were close to the junkyard and could not be recovered were instructed by Li Lu to change direction and advance into the deserts of Necromunda. As the medical transport aircraft ascended to a certain height, Li Lu took a deep breath and concentrated on summoning the battlecruiser. In an instant, 3 massive and imposing Gorgon-class battlecruisers appeared before the medical transport aircraft. These 3 battlecruisers loomed like 3 iron giants, silently hovering in the air, emanating a chilling aura. Their enormous and sturdy hulls gleamed with a cold metallic luster. Li Lu unhesitatingly directed the transport aircraft toward one of the warships and, in the blink of an eye, successfully docked with it. Subsequently, everyone quickly moved from the hangar of the transport aircraft to the bridge. Standing on the bridge, Li Lu gazed down at the vast surface of the planet, feelings he couldn't quite articulate swelling within him. Looking out the window, he slowly said, "I feel somewhat dreamlike, as if everything is unreal. Relax, you'll adapt slowly. I can see that you're the one under the most pressure among us." Li Lu stood silently on the bridge for a moment before turning to look at the ground below and slowly began to speak. "All fleets, obey my command and prepare to evacuate Necromunda." After saying this, Li Lu paused and suddenly turned back to Monsk, saying, "It's all over. Navigator, inform the fleet to take us out of orbit. Hurry." He then switched perspectives, adjusted the predetermined planetary coordinates, and manually jumped the fleet. Just before the jump, he noticed Monsk's previously tense and unsmiling face looked somewhat awkward upon hearing his words. Chapter 20. Damocles Bay, are you saying that the so-called Rangers' large forces stopped for a while after reaching a passage to the wasteland and then simply vanished into thin air? And those leaders also took small aircraft to fly into the sky, only for 3 destroyers to appear above and take them away like that? Due to the peculiar human-machine efficiency ratio of Warhammer technology and the installation of some necessary equipment, the destroyers of the human empire in Warhammer are mostly 12 kilometers long, while the Gorgon-class battlecruisers in StarCraft are about 1.2 kilometers long. Thus, the battlecruisers were mistaken for destroyers. After Li Lu and the others departed like a gust of wind, the late-arriving PDF learned about the situation at the time through those Goliath clan members who were not yet dead. They collected and summarized this puzzle-like information, which was reported by the PDF commander to the high-ranking ruling nobility. Subsequently, the ruling nobility engaged in intense debates regarding how the 3 destroyers entered the atmosphere undetected, leading to numerous disturbances. However, all of this had little to do with Li Lu and his companions. After careful consideration, Li Lu and the other 2 decided to set their destination at an agricultural world on the side of the human empire in Damocles Bay, Faramine. This was one of the logistical supply bases for the human empire's punitive expedition against the Titanium Empire long ago. However, after the Tyrannid swarm approached Maculag, the punitive fleet evacuated the star system, and the accompanying Mechanicus members turned Damocles Bay into a scorched isolation zone in an attempt to hinder the expansion of the Titanium Empire. After the Titanium Empire clashed with the punitive fleet in this star system, they became acutely aware of the human empire's strength, thus changing their expansion policy and no longer encroaching on the human side. In short, this place was like a forgotten corner, located at the edge of the empire's territory. There had once been massive legions of the empire sweeping in like a gale, but due to the need to retreat from the fierce Tyrannid swarm, they quickly withdrew from this star system, leaving the Imperial garrison forces here as fragile as paper. As for the Titanium Empire, they attempted to silently infiltrate and control this area like a snake, but their outstretched claws were crushed by the Empire like iron pincers. After suffering significant losses, their influence in this region receded like a tide. A flash of white light appeared, and 3 battlecruisers instantly arrived at the Imperial frontier of Faramine from Necromunda. Unfortunately, the drop point of the 3 warships coincidentally landed right in front of the orbital defense facility of Faramine planet. This orbital defense facility had an eye-shaped structure, with the main body being an internal eye-shaped space station, surrounded by a circle of defensive platforms equipped with various turrets, stretching a total length of 12 kilometers. According to Li's understanding of this world space station, it should be categorized as a small orbital space station defense platform within the human empire. The battlecruiser that Li Lu was on was designated as the flagship and was positioned at the forefront. Just as they appeared, the weapon platforms of the orbital space station quickly adjusted their gun barrels, aiming at the 3 ships in space. "Warning, our ship has been targeted by the enemy firepower platform," said the mechanical officer on the bridge in a deep voice. At the same time, a communication came from within the orbital defense facility, clearly an inquiry from the other side, requesting to accept the communication. Leela knew he could not avoid it. Although they could jump again, this planet had been determined as the best choice after their discussion. However, what exceeded their expectations was that the drop point was too close to the orbital defense facility of Faramine, reducing their operational space significantly. Thus, he decided to talk to the facilities managers. Once the communication was connected, a young figure appeared in the holographic image. "Who are you? How did you evade the detection of the space station's sensors to come here? If you are a special fleet of the Empire on a mission, then send your identification code. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Just as Li Lu was pondering how to respond to this sharp question, Monsk, beside him, spoke up first. "Don't be so nervous. We're just a group of mercenaries with a few small ships. When we took the mission, our informant told us this was one of the logistics bases for the Damocles Bay Punitive War and said we'd find work here. But as you know, in the subspace, it took us at least a few years from hearing the news to setting out and then arriving here. We just came out of the subspace route, right? As for how we jumped out of the subspace so close to the space station, you'll have to ask our navigator, who has already fried his brain with subspace energy. At least we can't leave here until we find a new navigator." Li Lu and Wolfeld remained silent, having realized that Monsk had already thought of a way to deal with the situation. The Punitive War? That has long since ended. The expedition fleet has evacuated this star system. The young man seemed to find this a huge joke, his mouth slightly curling up but quickly suppressed. He continued, "You haven't come to the wrong place. Indeed, there are many messes to handle here after the war ended. However, how can I trust that you're truly mercenaries and not some strange subspace creatures in disguise? We come from Necromunda. If you know this planet, you should have heard of the Olok family. They were our employers as rangers. If you could get in touch with the Olok family, that would be great, as they can vouch for our identity. We still have the documents from when they last paid us for our services. Of course, if you need, I can send someone to deliver the documents, as long as your turrets don't open fire on the messenger ship." The young man in the holographic projection remained silent for a moment before cutting off the communication. He then turned to his subordinate beside him and said, "Disengage the lock. Let their messenger come over. I want to verify their identity." His subordinate replied, "What if it's not a messenger, but something else? We can't handle more unexpected issues. Aren't they just personnel? Gather the guard team and let them go to the dock to receive the messenger from this group of mercenaries. Once their identity is verified, we can have a mercenary group with 3 destroyers to help us deal with those messes." Upon hearing this, the subordinate said nothing more and turned to gather personnel to prepare to meet the messenger that the Rangers were about to send at the space station's dock. After the subordinate left, the young man reopened the holographic communication. "I do need those documents to verify your identity. Send the messenger. But you can only send 1 transport ship. If there are any irregularities, or if the person on your transport ship is not the messenger carrying the documents, I will immediately destroy your destroyers." The young man threatened with a serious expression. Chapter 21 Unexpected. After finishing the communication with the young man, who was clearly the highest decision-maker of the orbital defense platform, Mons turned to Li Lu and said, "We're not here to play pretend mercenaries again. Once we're prepared, I will lead the members of the Royal Guard to occupy this orbital facility." Monsk paused and continued, "And you will need to accompany me to the enemy's orbital platform. Once we get there, the Royal Guard will clear a space for you to summon your troops and take over this place in one fell swoop. As for those formidable-looking turrets on the outskirts, they are no problem for us. If they open fire, you just need to command the fleet to perform a spatial jump to the other side of the planet. That way, those turrets will naturally pose no threat to us. After we occupy this place, along with our fleet, this planet will be ours. Do you understand?" Faced with Monsk's sudden announcement, Li Lu asked in confusion, "Why can't we really be mercenaries?" The decision-maker didn't say anything wrong. Since we have documents to prove our identity, we just need to give them to him. And we can settle down here safely, right? We've left the treacherous depths of the nest, so why can't we live normally? In response to Li Li's question, Monsk slowly replied, haven't you realized that things here are actually a complete mess? If we truly choose to become mercenaries, there's no doubt that we would be bossed around by that young man who hasn't even fully matured. If all goes well, we would be sent to do those thankless hard jobs. Moreover, we don't actually have those so-called documents. This is all just my fabrication. Right now, there is a feasible path before us. Swiftly take over this facility, capture the young man, and then use orbital bombardment to apply pressure, forcing him to submit to our demands. As for the port situation here, just a moment ago, I carefully checked with the radar on the battlecruiser. They only have 2 of those so-called destroyers and 1 orbital defense platform. Until we fully control this orbital defense platform, their destroyers absolutely won't dare to fire recklessly at their own platform. If you're worried, we can wait until we successfully enter the docking area and complete the docking. Then you can command the battlecruiser to activate the Yamato cannon and decisively take out those 2 destroyers, then quickly perform a jump to the other side of the planet. That way, this planet will be ours. Monsk spoke without any burden, as if occupying someone else's planet was as natural as eating or drinking to him. You want to take this planet by force? That is indeed feasible, but the other side is also human, and they bear no hostility towards us. Everything they're doing is just standard procedure. Can we really open fire for no reason? Li Li's words clearly showed some resistance to such behavior. Why not? Have you forgotten what you described to me before? Their regime is decaying, and replacing them is just like how the Empire replaced the Federation. Perhaps many people think my rule is brutal and inhumane. I was indeed blinded by hatred at first, but under the threats from the Zerg and UED, the core of humanity in the copperless sector has not suffered any losses. The abandonment of the fringe sectors has various reasons, but it was indeed my fault back then. I do not deny that. Monsk paused and continued. That said, the garrison here is weak, and they have just suffered military disaster. As the saying goes, bandits pass like a comb while soldiers pass like a comb. I don't think there is any force in this star sector that can stop us. And in the neighboring star domain, as you mentioned, there's an alien race that has just signed a contract with the human empire, the Titanium Empire. You previously said that there were many factors for the human empire's punitive fleet to retreat, and a crucial point was their lack of preparation. They almost lost the war against this alien race, when the foreseeable defeat of the punitive fleet was imminent. The sudden invasion of the Tyranids provided a convenient excuse for the fleet to sign a treaty with the Titanium Empire, allowing the human punitive fleet to withdraw, and the Titanium Empire also suffered significant losses. So, I believe they would be very willing to support us in taking the star sector as a buffer zone between them and the human empire, just like the relationship among the Federation, the Yamojin, and the Karmorian Coalition. This is a suitable base. Li Lu was silent for a moment, clearly deep in thought, and finally spoke, I understand your point. I will cooperate with you, but I think I still haven't accepted playing the role of the bad guy this time. Li Lu paused and continued, if possible, during the attack on the orbital facility, try to kill fewer people and just rob wealth without taking lives. I will pay attention to that, Monsk said, looking at Li Lu, who showed a hint of guilt and thought to himself, young, unnecessary kindness still needs to grow. Chapter 22. The Royal Guard should be this strong. The observer of the orbital platform, Bird Pwai, stared intently at the screen and reported seriously to the young noble commander, Sir. The enemy has dispatched a small transport ship towards us. After preliminary analysis, it seems to be a modified transport ship, heavily modified transport aircraft, and its specific model has never been seen before. The young man furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment of thought responded, the enemy comes from the core area, so it's not surprising to see a new model. Immediately send a guiding ship to lead them into the docking area. After receiving the order, the observer swiftly conveyed the command. Before long, an aging small spaceship flew towards the mysterious transport ship. Upon approach, the crew of the guiding ship accurately directed the transport aircraft to move forward slowly using guiding equipment. Eventually, the transport aircraft successfully entered the docking area, which was large enough to accommodate an entire fully equipped destroyer fleet. However, within this seemingly calm platform atmosphere, A tense vibe lingered. Fully armed Star Realm soldiers were scattered in various corners, wearing somewhat useless helmets and possibly useful shell armor, tightly gripping powerful flashlights, ready to respond to any potential danger at any moment. In some critical positions, several powerful automatic cannons were deployed. Overall, it looked quite intimidating. But compared to a fully armed Star Realm army, it was still too shabby. Of course, the reason for having only this equipment was that when the Empire launched a punitive expedition, the weapons and equipment used as a logistics base here had been confiscated, along with most of the garrison forces. At this moment, inside the transport aircraft, the captain of the Royal Guard received instructions from Monsk, took a deep breath, and then turned to face the members of the guard behind him. He said with a serious expression, "The objective of this mission is very clear: to clear the platform ahead, creating a safe area for the upcoming follow-up troops. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, killing the enemy is strictly prohibited. Our primary principle is to incapacitate them as much as possible. Is that understood?" After finishing, the captain scanned each guard member with piercing eyes, waiting for their response. "Understood." The crowd immediately set the CMC power armor's targeting assistance points for humans to their arms. Inside the docking area, the operators reported to the PDF political commissar stationed there. "The enemy transport ship has completed docking." The commissar replied, "Let our people stand by and bring a messenger over." "Understood," accompanied by a low, mechanical rumble. The massive cargo bay doors slowly opened. A bright beam of light shone in from outside, illuminating the dimly lit interior of the cargo bay. The person sent to receive the messenger walked towards the cargo door, but upon stepping inside, his expression instantly froze. The entire cargo bay was not filled with the so-called messenger, but was instead crammed with tall figures clad in special powered armor, interstellar warriors. Their powered armor shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, covered in intricate and elaborate patterns and devices. They moved with steady, powerful strides, each step seeming to carry immense force. Before the receiver could react, one of the interstellar warriors suddenly swung a fist, landing a solid blow to his abdomen. The impact was tremendous. The receiver felt as if his internal organs had been struck by a heavy hammer, and excruciating pain surged through his body. He doubled over in agony, but could only spit out a mouthful of bile. Immediately after, another interstellar warrior swiftly approached, delivering a knife-hand strike to the receiver's neck, knocking him unconscious. Just before losing consciousness, the receiver managed to lift his head one last time. His eyes filled with terror as he gazed at the ghostly interstellar warriors before everything faded to black. The captain and vice captain demonstrated exceptional control over their strength. This person, having endured 2 attacks enhanced by powered armor, merely fainted. If it were me, I would have probably shattered him with the first punch. The guard captain and vice captain ignored their subordinates' flattery, confirmed the scene, and charged out of the transport aircraft. Earlier, the young man referred to as the commander had already informed them of the facility's garrison deployment, thanks to the transport aircraft's visibility. In an instant, he raised his hand, and a steel nail pierced through the automatic cannon's shield, shooting through the arm of a Star Realm soldier who felt something was off while aiming the automatic cannon. Other automatic cannons didn't even have time to turn and aim before they were rendered useless by the precise strikes of the remaining guard members. And all this happened in a split second. The docking area platform was thrown into chaos. Enemy attack. It's the traitorous interstellar warriors. Requesting support, requesting support, requesting support. Although the incident was sudden, most of the Star Realm soldiers, IG for short, reacted and began firing back with laser guns at the Royal Guard. However, their attacks were mostly interrupted as they were still in the aiming state when steel nails struck their arms, incapacitating them. Occasionally, shots that managed to hit were dodged by those interstellar warriors at an unimaginable speed. 1. There are 3 enemy firepower on the high platform behind you. The guard captain shouted while shooting rapidly and remotely controlling the battle in the docking area. 1 received. The guard member known as 1 instantly turned around and unleashed firepower at the enemies behind the high platform. Without exception, all hits were to their hands, causing the 3 IG soldiers' weapons to drop to the ground as they clutched their severed hands, lying there in agony. Several automatic cannons were pushed onto the docking area platform from other access points by IG soldiers. As the operators prepared to shoot, they heard a series of clanging sounds. Looking down to see their hands detached from their bodies, while the seemingly solid cannon shields had been riddled with holes. My hand! For the IG, the battlefield was in utter chaos, with smoke billowing and cries of battle echoing. Amidst this wreckage, the IG commissar responsible for the docking was angrily operating his plasma gun, the muzzle flickering with dangerous light, clearly charging for a lethal strike. His gaze was fixed on the Royal Guard captain who had rushed out from the transport aircraft, his eyes filled with murderous intent and resolution. At this moment, in the eyes of the commissar, this traitorous interstellar warrior seemed somewhat nonchalant, clearly not taking the Star Realm soldier seriously. He occasionally raised his weapon to fire a few shots, but most of the time he just stood quietly, as if pondering something. However, this calmness did not last long. Finally, with the charge complete, the commissar instantly stood up, aiming at the traitorous interstellar warrior, shouting, "Traitor, die!" Accompanied by this roar, a bolt of azure plasma shot out like lightning, flying straight towards the Royal Guard captain. As the plasma passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, the plasma reached the spot where the Royal Guard captain had just been, instantly enveloping the area. After firing the shot, the commissar quickly shrank back into his cover, using his peripheral vision to confirm the results. He believed that under this strike, the traitorous interstellar warrior would undoubtedly be dead. But what shattered his worldview was that the enemy's speed suddenly surged to a jaw-dropping level. At the critical moment when the plasma was about to hit, he swiftly dodged to the side, successfully evading the deadly attack. Meanwhile, after the captain of the guards avoided an attack from a person who seemed to be the commander of the defending troops, he merely raised his hand and aimed his gun at the cover, slightly lifted his hand, and fired a shot. A crisp sound rang out, and the cover in front of the political commissar was pierced through, with a steel nail accurately hitting his gun-holding arm, causing the arm that tightly gripped the plasma gun to break off with a snap, blood splattering like a precise scalpel. With heavy firepower completely unable to fire, the dock area was left with only those IG big heads using laser guns. So the captain of the guards attempted to block a laser beam shot by these enemies with his shoulder armor, and soon discovered that the shoulder armor was largely unharmed, with only a small area of the surface armor slightly melted. After sharing this information with other guard members, the speed of clearing the dock area significantly increased. Before long, the ground of the dock area was littered with incapacitated defending troops, and the political commissar was tied up by the guards and brought in front of the transport ship. In the political commissar's view, there were two interstellar warriors in dark red power armor sitting inside the transport ship, who seemed to have been quietly sitting inside during the previous battle, waiting for their subordinates to clear the defending troops for them. After the guards reported the clearing situation, they went to guard the passages leading from several dock areas to other regions. After receiving the report from the guards, Lilu and Monsk stood up from their seats and walked steadily towards the wide area that had already been carefully cleared by the Royal Guards. Upon arriving at the area, Lilu first cast his gaze around and noticed that there were bloodstains everywhere that had not yet dried, and a large crowd of people in Star Realm military uniforms had gathered nearby, most of whom had broken arms and looked pained, occasionally wailing. But after simple treatment from the guards, they had not died. Lilu felt a knot in his heart, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he watched, frowning. The accompanying Monsk said, "Let's deploy the troops first." Lilu nodded and began the deployment. On the open ground, the first unit he deployed was not Marines or Raiders, but medics. As soon as these medics appeared, they went to treat the injured Star Realm military prisoners. After confirming that these injured had received effective treatment, Lilu began to continue deploying troops, and this time, he deployed not the medics in white power armor, but neatly arranged dozens of squads of Marines, among which was a slightly thinner ghost compared to them. Everything happening at this moment was witnessed by the captured Star Realm military political commissar, who found it completely incomprehensible. He muttered, "May the Emperor bless," and after saying this, the relatively strong IG political commissar, who had not cried out after losing his hand, fainted. The dock area had fallen, and the enemy was a group of traitorous interstellar warriors from an unknown battle group, but their attacks seemed to only target the arms, primarily aiming to incapacitate us. "We are redeploying the defense line at the exit of the passage," and we need heavy fire support. The enemy is trying to surge out from the passages of the dock area, and without heavy firepower, the passage itself is about to be lost. It can barely hold. The young man, sitting in the command center of the defense platform, quietly listened to the voices coming from the intercom in his hand. However, in the next moment, the originally urgent plea for help was abruptly cut off by a sudden scream, as if it had been forcefully silenced by an invisible hand. This sudden silence startled the young man slightly, and he slowly put down the intercom, his hands gently brushing over his face, revealing a hint of unmistakable helplessness. It should be noted that in order to fully support the operation known as the Punitive Expedition, the garrison forces on the Farla Star had already become extremely weak. A large number of troops and advanced equipment had been drained away, leaving only a pitifully small force to maintain the basic operation of what was once a solid base. Worse still, prior to this, those colonies that had close ties with the Titanium clan and had openly declared independence from imperial rule had started to stir again after the punitive fleet left, continuously causing various troubles and incidents. Initially, this young ruler had high hopes of obtaining a powerful and reliable support force from this so-called mercenary group to alleviate the current tense situation. But to his dismay, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The so-called external aid vanished like smoke, and not only that, it turned into a deadly steel blade. At this moment, a sudden thought surged into his mind, and the young man abruptly stood up, his gaze firmly fixed on a massive tactical display screen, as if he had made an important decision in an instant. The young man, with a grim expression, issued a series of cold and ruthless commands. Immediately order the Farla Ming's Pride and Farla Ming's Heart to open fire on the dock area with full force. I want those traitors who dare to invade to be reduced to ashes along with the dock area. His voice was as cold as ice, sending chills down one's spine. With this command, the two Cobra-class destroyers, Farla Ming's Pride and Farla Ming's Heart, which had been drifting in space, quickly responded. The two captains executed the young man's brutal order without hesitation, decisively commanding their ships to turn, slightly tilting the hull to aim the rows of powerful cannons on the broadside at the dock area. Meanwhile, the heavy weapons on the outer artillery platforms were also fully activated. The massive turrets slowly rotated, their dark muzzles flashing with deadly light, locking onto the destroyers that called themselves mercenaries. With just a command, they would unleash a thunderous attack on the enemy, completely annihilating them. At this time, the remaining garrison forces were also gathering nervously and orderly. They were fully armed and on high alert, rushing at the fastest speed towards the entrances of the various passages leading out of the dock area. In contrast to their actions, their eyes were filled with worry. Just then, the young man's gaze suddenly became exceptionally fierce, as if he could spit fire. He gritted his teeth and added, "Do not hesitate at all. Directly blow up the dock area and its passages to other regions. We must not leave those traitors a single chance to escape." This statement thundered like a clap of thunder in the air, conveying his unwavering determination and deep hatred for the enemy. Meanwhile, Li Lu was using the command view to control the troops he had deployed, gradually encroaching upon the orbital defense facility. Although his main focus was on the front, he occasionally switched units to observe the situation in space. He saw the two Imperial destroyers slowly turning to aim their broadside cannons at the dock area within the orbital defense facility. And as the defensive platform's outer artillery was pointing at the battlecruisers, he decisively controlled the two Gorgon-class battlecruisers to fire their Yamato cannons at the two Imperial destroyers. He watched as the muzzle of the Yamato cannons on both battlecruisers began to charge, and then two massive plasma beams shot out from the Yamato cannons at the bow. At the same time, the enemy artillery began to pour firepower onto the three battlecruisers, deploying shields and jumping. The three battlecruisers loomed like steel behemoths in the void, their shields rippling under the intense bombardment from the Imperial defensive turrets. However, in just a flash of white light, the three giant ships vanished without a trace, like ghosts. Meanwhile, the two Cobra-class destroyers that were in the process of turning keenly detected the abnormal movements of the so-called mercenary destroyers. Seeing the aggressive approach of the enemy and realizing they could not evade, the captains of the two Cobra-class destroyers quickly adjusted their angles without hesitation. intending to withstand the terrifying fire from the enemy with their void shields and prow armor. Boom! Boom! Although the sound could not propagate in the vacuum of space. At that moment, the young commander, sitting in the command center of the defense platform, seemed to hear the deafening roars clearly. His mind involuntarily replayed the scene, where the two Cobra-class destroyers were directly overloaded by the enemy's seemingly casual two attacks, resulting in the destruction of both the void shields and the prow armor, along with the midsection of the ships. How could this be possible? Just two small destroyers, it could completely destroy the slightly larger Cobra-class destroyers with a single attack, even though three enemy ships only fired 2 shots. It was as if they had the two Cobras completely at their mercy. This was simply unbelievable. Also, where did they go? Why did they suddenly disappear without a trace? The young commander wore an expression of disbelief. At that moment, an observer responsible for monitoring the radar hurriedly interjected, "Commander, we have detected the traces of the enemy destroyers. They have somehow reached the other side of the planet." Suddenly, a piercing radio voice came through, requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. At that moment, the sharp radio signal echoed throughout the space, piercing the young man's eardrums like a sharp sword. He trembled all over and instantly recognized the voice belonged to the two captains of the ships, Pride of Foraming and Heart of Foraming, with whom he had spoken not long ago. Yes, after all, only the front half of the ships had been destroyed, and the bridge had only suffered some impact damage. Thinking of this, the young man suppressed the helplessness brought by the loss of the two remaining spacecraft, stood up from his seat, and prepared to respond to the urgent rescue request from the two captains. However, just as he stood upright, the scene before him left him dumbfounded and stunned. He saw that the remaining parts of the already battered destroyers suddenly experienced an extremely violent self-detonation in the vast emptiness of space. The enormous fire instantly illuminated the surrounding darkness, and a shock wave from the explosion surged like a tidal wave, as if to swallow everything. The young man stared wide-eyed in terror, watching helplessly as the two warships that had once given the titles of Pride of Foraming and Heart of Foraming vanished amidst the brilliant flames. He felt his legs weaken, and he suddenly collapsed back into his seat like a rag doll, filled with endless confusion and fear. He simply could not understand what was happening. Why had everything turned out this way? No one answered his questions, because this was the cruel and ruthless world of Warhammer 40K, where terrible things happen at every moment. Chapter 24. The Beginning of Humanity? So in the end, you really took action, didn't you? Li Lu nodded heavily and slowly answered Mont's question. That's right, 2 destroyers. Possibly tens of thousands dead. I believe those soldiers I deliberately let go reported our actions of injuring, but not killing. I thought their commander would send someone to negotiate, but I never expected they would actually dare to give the order to fire directly at the dock filled with their own wounded. Seeing this situation, I had no other choice but to control the battlecruiser to attack them before they destroyed the dock. Although I knew that the Empire's small ships were equipped with a shield device called the Void Shield, and their frontal armor looked quite intimidating, I thought I could at most injure them, attract their attention, and prevent them from firing at the dock. I aimed to buy time for us to secure the facilities inside, forcing the 2 destroyers to compromise with us. But it turned out I greatly underestimated their vulnerability. Mont's gaze shifted to the still somewhat gloomy Li Lu and said softly, "Kid, you need to understand that the Yamato cannons equipped on the Gorgon-class battlecruisers are the pinnacle of the Tyrant Empire's shipboard main gun technology. Just try to imagine the immense energy generated by a nuclear explosion concentrated at a single point, then suddenly released in the form of a beam. Even a powerful fleet of Protoss carriers wouldn't dare to face such an attack easily. And those space coffins, much smaller than carriers and with virtually no integration. How could they possibly withstand the bombardment of the Yamato cannon?" Mons continued as if recalling something. War is often this complex and brutal. There is never an absolute right or wrong, because when we delve deeper, we find that every party in a conflict firmly believes that their own position and actions are correct and is willing to fight to the death for them. However, if you've already made a decision and decided to put it into practice, but deep down you always feel that what you are doing is wrong, then that thought is simply too naive and childish. After all, the path of life is filled with countless moments of choice, and once you make a choice, You should move forward with determination and execute it without reservation, rather than regretting it later and adding to your troubles and pain. Mont's tone suddenly changed to a stern one. You must understand that from now on, the number of people you kill, even those indirectly killed by you, will only increase. The world you describe to me is rotten to the core and has already reached a point of no return. It is even worse than the old Federation. If every time you make such a decision, you are filled with guilt and unease, then clearly, you are not fit to play the role of the bad guy, and even being a bystander may not suit you. I really find it hard to adapt. I invade others' territories, kill, and occupy. Should I feel proud of this? Li Lu muttered, his voice filled with confusion and helplessness. Seeing his expression, an unnamed anger surged within Motsk. Then you must adapt. Don't naively think you can still live carefree in a stable world like before your crossing. And don't treat everything you are experiencing now as a fictional story. The world you are in is full of hidden crises, and a moment's carelessness can lead to irreversible consequences. Don't you understand this better than I do? You need to be responsible to me, to Warfield, but most importantly, to yourself. All right, if that's the case, then I'll hand over the control of these troops to you. The ground forces will go to Warfield. And as for the control of these 3 Gorgon warships, I'll leave it to you. Honestly, I don't like the feeling of being the bad guy. It makes me sad, as if denying the moral principles I held for the first 20 years of my life. No matter how you evaluate me, whether you call me a saint or use other harsher terms, it doesn't matter to me anymore. At this moment, I just want to find a quiet place to calm down. After all, I suddenly crossed into this completely unfamiliar world, facing a group of strangers every day, and I have to kill them with my own hands. Even though I've been trying to persuade myself to accept all of this calmly, try to learn to be like the protagonists in the novels I read before my crossing. One moment a normal person, the next moment crossing over and able to set aside all morals and act decisively, harming others for my own benefit. But clearly I have failed. I cannot become those protagonists, and deep down, I still have some unresolved feelings. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared, and Li Lu instantly vanished from sight. Monsk stood quietly, feeling the information and power transmitted from the 3 battlecruisers. Soon, he clearly realized that Li Lu had indeed handed over the control of the 3 Gorgons to him without hesitation. However, at this moment, Monsk felt no joy, as he understood that Li Lu's actions were merely an attempt to escape the harsh reality before him. Thinking of this, Monsk couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh and then turned to walk towards the dock. Sigh. Monsk sighed softly, the sound carrying endless worry and helplessness. At that moment, a familiar and serious voice came from within his powered armor. This is Warfield. Why have I suddenly gained control of the ground forces inside the facility? The commander did not inform me that I would be in command of this assault. Hearing this, Monsk slightly furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed. Taking a deep breath, he slowly began to explain to Warfield. The development of the situation was somewhat unexpected. Originally, that kid was supposed to be in command, but some things happened that led to the authority being transferred to you. But don't worry, this is only temporary. Then, Monsk calmly recounted a series of events that had occurred, including the enemy's troop deployment, our strategic adjustments, and various emergencies. After Monsk finished speaking, Warfield said, "Isn't that a bit harsh? You and I both know that without such measures, it would be impossible to survive in this chaotic world. Previously, when fighting the Goliath clan, they initiated the attack, so his sense of guilt wasn't as strong. But now that he has become the attacker, the so-called bad guy in his words, it may be difficult for him to accept for a while." A brief silence enveloped the two. After a while, Warfield seemed to compromise. "I'll go command the troops first." Monsk turned his back and slowly said, "I don't want him to only understand reality and begin to grow after going through suffering. Warfield, we need to help him. He is too kind to survive in this world." Chapter 25, Is It Over? After General Warfield took command of the orbital internal troops, he quickly formulated an offensive plan against the orbital platform based on the information provided by Monsk and his new subordinates. However, when he realized that there was a ghost team under his command, he adjusted his combat strategy slightly. "Bravo team, this is General Warfield. I am assigning you a critical mission." The calm and serious voice of General Warfield came through the communicator. as if it could penetrate layers of obstacles and reach the innermost hearts of each Bravo team member. You need to cross the enemy's front line through the collapsed corridor on the far left of the docking area, which was caused by an explosion. Our intelligence indicates that this route leads into the orbital facility. You may be able to find the highest commander of this human empire facility inside. His image file has been sent to your respective information terminals, so please review it carefully and memorize it. Remember, the key to this operation is to capture this commander alive and then quickly relay the information back. A full-scale offensive will be launched on the front lines to draw all enemy attention to your actions. Begin operations immediately. Bravo team acknowledged the order. With a firm and powerful response, this elite team, consisting of a Ghost as the leader and 5 battle-hardened Marines, quickly assembled. The Ghost leader's gaze was sharp as he calmly surveyed the ruined scene before him. The destroyed corridor lay ahead, blocking the path forward. However, this did not stump the experienced Bravo team members. The 5 Marines charged forward without hesitation, quickly beginning to clear the corridor with the assistance of their powered armor. They worked together, their movements skilled and efficient, and before long, they successfully opened a small passage for passage. At this moment, the Ghost leader decisively spoke. The nature of this mission is to infiltrate behind enemy lines. Having too many people will only expose our whereabouts. Therefore, I will go in alone. You stay here to guard this entrance and ensure my retreat is unobstructed. After saying this, the team leader disappeared into thin air. Received. The 5 Marines began to take their positions. They all knew that the team leader had activated the personal invisibility device on his hostile environment suit and had slipped in unnoticed. At this time, in the front passage commanded by Warfield, General, those enemies plan to blow up the passage. They have sent 7 suicide squads to execute demolition tasks, but we have stopped them. They lack heavy firepower, and I think we can easily break through their defenses. What should we do now, General? Since the enemy has been trying to blow up the passage, we should cut off their thoughts. Lieutenant, lead your men forward, take this passage, and re-establish defensive lines at the exit while waiting for further orders. Yes, General. Team 1, Team 3, Team 5, follow me. Team 2, Team 4, provide covering fire. This was a passage not too long in length, but it was incredibly wide. At a glance, the empty corridor had no cover whatsoever, completely exposed to view. In such a situation, if both sides had equal resources, any attempt by either side to successfully attack the other end of the passage would almost inevitably come at a painful cost, suffering significant personnel casualties. However, surprisingly, the advance was unexpectedly smooth. The reason was that the IG's laser guns, jokingly referred to as flashlights, were unable to penetrate the armor of the Marines effectively. Thus, these Marines were able to push forward relatively easily. Perhaps at this moment, someone might wonder, if that's the case, why didn't the IGs concentrate their fire and shoot at one spot on the Marines' armor? This idea was indeed feasible. Unfortunately, those elite soldiers who originally possessed the tactical skills to execute such orders had long been reassigned, and most of them had likely perished in the Titanium Clan's world, while a small portion that survived had gone with the punitive fleet to the front lines to confront the Tyranid Zerg. Occasionally, a few laser shots would hit the same spot on the Marines' armor, causing substantial damage, but they were quickly treated and returned to combat by the accompanying medics using weak laser surgical instruments to inject nano-repair robots. In the corridor, a Marine corporal swiftly deployed his heavy and sturdy blast shield while bravely advancing against the fierce firepower of the IGs, pushing forward with a strong force. However, contrary to his resolute actions, he appeared quite casual in the chat channel. Lieutenant, look at these enemies. They seem so easy to take down. If it weren't for their so-called laser guns, I wouldn't believe this is a battle for a space defense facility. I think I wandered into some isolated primitive tribe. These guys are far worse in terms of protection than the officers on the border planets. They don't even have a decent set of powered armor. What's even more ridiculous is that the lasers from their toy-like guns can't even penetrate my armor. I can't remember the last time I fought such an easy battle. The lieutenant standing next to the corporal, commanding the advance while providing suppressive fire, furrowed his brow and sternly reprimanded. "Shut up, Corporal. This is not the time for idle chatter. Focus on the mission. Have you forgotten the lesson from the last patrol on Charles' planet? You were bragging to your teammates about how you could kick a worker bee 200 meters away. And that's why those stingers ambushed you and pierced your chest with bone spikes? Don't underestimate the enemy. Advance. Just then, General Warfield's calm and powerful voice suddenly came through the communication channel. Lieutenant, instruct your subordinates to remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not kill the enemy. They may still be of use to us. Upon hearing the general's sudden instruction, the two who had been arguing fell silent, quickly responding in unison, yes. General. They then rapidly adjusted their state and returned to the intense and fierce battle. Lasers rained down like a shower on the shields held by the traitorous Space Marines attacking the facility, but this did not slow their advance in the slightest. At this moment, the last remaining automatic cannon that had been hidden was pushed to the front line. Fire! Fire! Suppress them! The expected booming sound from the IG commander did not materialize, as the automatic cannon had just been positioned and had not yet fired when it was suppressed by the firepower of the traitorous Space Marines. The cannon operator was injured and unable to operate. Seeing this, a nearby soldier quickly prepared to take over the operator's position, but before he could take a few steps, he too was injured and fell to the ground. Witnessing this, those around dared not entertain any thoughts about the automatic cannon anymore. It was as if that automatic cannon was a death sentence. Captain, let us surrender. The enemy is Space Marines. The political commissar previously took a company and a second company to the docking area for defense, and most of our heavy firepower was taken away by them. Even so, they couldn't stop the enemy's advance. We definitely cannot hold out either. Let us surrender. It's not worth dying for those nobles. The sergeant who said this had previously enjoyed discussing matters related to the Titan race with other soldiers, but had not engaged in any actual misconduct, coupled with his good relationships with others and his ability to hide well, and the fact that the political commissar stationed with the regiment was not an extremist. No one paid him any attention. The regiment commander widened his eyes, which seemed to burn with fierce anger, glaring intently at the sergeant who dared to propose surrender. He gripped the handle of his gun tightly, his finger joints turning slightly white from the excessive force. However, surprisingly, despite his fury, the commander ultimately did not pull the trigger to execute the sergeant on the spot. This subtle action indicated that, deep down, the commander was not entirely unmoved by the proposal to surrender. Perhaps in the face of overwhelming enemy numbers and an unfavorable situation, he began to consider whether he should abandon resistance to preserve the lives of the soldiers, but he did not know whether these traitorous space warriors would accept their surrender. Just then, a crackling sound emanated from the radio, followed by the voice of the young man. Compared to before, his voice now clearly lacked the decisiveness and determination of the past, replaced instead by an unmistakable tremor and fear, almost as if he were trembling. This is the 1st Regiment of the Farith Star Domain Army. Please lay down your weapons immediately and surrender to our great Terran Empire forces. I repeat, 1st Regiment of the Farith Star Domain Army. Lay down your weapons and surrender to the Terran Empire forces. The young man's words echoed in the air, further intensifying the already tense atmosphere. Lay down your weapons, surrender. After a long silence, the commander finally slowly opened his mouth. The soldiers of the Star Domain Army, who were still able to speak, although they did not cheer, all displayed expressions of relief and gratitude on their faces. One by one, they gently laid down their tightly gripped weapons, then raised their hands high, quietly standing in place awaiting further instructions. At that moment, the captain among the Marines also received a clear and firm order from General Warfield. Captain, the enemy's garrison has chosen to surrender. I command you to lead your men to accept their surrender and provide medical assistance to the wounded. But remember, if anyone dares to resist, you may take any necessary measures to ensure your own safety. Understood, General, the captain replied without hesitation, signaling to the troops behind him to follow closely. He quickly took action, methodically directing the surrendering soldiers to gather in a relatively spacious area. He then arranged for the accompanying medics to immediately begin treating the injured. Fortunately, throughout the surrender process, the captain removed his mask, revealing a human face without any mutations. Coupled with the fact that the Marines' firepower, though seemingly fierce, had not caused any fatal injuries, this made the soldiers, who were well aware of the situation on the Imperial side, behave exceptionally cooperatively. They showed no signs of resistance or agitation, as if they had completely abandoned the thought of resistance, quietly obeying the commands and arrangements of the Marines. Chapter 26. Ghost, this is Team Bravo, General. I have crossed the corridor. The defenses here are relatively weak. The Ghost agent in the shadows observed the few, casually standing Star-Glory soldiers guarding the end of the corridor, reporting directly to General Warfield while slipping past their negligible defenses. Continue moving, Agent. The front is already advancing, and the enemy's attention has shifted. Received. The Ghost agent had no intention of dealing with these soldiers. In his view, these people were poorly equipped, inadequately trained, and their morale was low. They posed no threat to his infiltration. As he moved stealthily, he listened to the soldiers' idle chatter, hoping to find some useful clues. Damn it, thinking about those guys last time makes me furious. They swaggered in here under the banner of the so-called punitive expedition, treating our place as a logistics base. Look at the good they've done, living off our supplies and equipment that we work hard to accumulate. When it was time to leave, they directly pulled most of our regiment as personnel and find equipment elsewhere. They spoke grandly about taking them to participate in some expedition to serve the great emperor. Oof, it sounds good, but what is the result? They signed a treaty with the Xenos and left. And my good brother, who was pulled away, still hasn't come back. I don't even know if he died in some desolate corner of an alien world. Before he left, he swore to me that after completing this mission, he could retire and go home to marry and live a stable life. The soldier on guard who was chatting with him quickly interjected, "Stop talking like that. Don't you want to live? If the political commissar hears you, you'll definitely be shot. What is wrong with saying it? The political commissar has also gone missing in the docking area. What is there to be afraid of now? Even that noble stationed with us, Farah Henry, who was decent to us, went to the front lines of the punitive expedition and never returned. The people below let his son, Farah Kenny, take over. That kid is all right and decent to us. But he has no ability to get reinforcements from those greedy nobles below, let alone equipment and supplies. We'll be waiting for the Empire to replenish us until who knows when. And I heard the docking area fell right away, taking those automatic cannons with it. Now our entire regiment only has one left, and we don't have enough manpower. The 1st and 2nd companies were taken to the docking area by the political commissar and got wiped out. Now only our 3rd company is left. Luckily, that Kenny kid was decisive and ordered most of the corridors to be blown up. Otherwise, the enemy would have broken through long ago. But I heard there's still one main road that hasn't been blown up, and I don't know what the situation is at the front line. It's better to be cautious. The two continued chatting about various topics, while the Ghost agent had already passed through the entrance they were guarding. Despite being unfamiliar with the roads here, the Ghost agent, with his keen intuition and excellent perception, could clearly sense that he was getting closer to the core area of the mysterious facility. As he delved deeper, the surrounding facilities and corridors gradually became tidier. He advanced cautiously, his eyes occasionally scanning the area. Just then, several logistics personnel hurriedly walked by, and the Ghost agent quietly observed their faces, noting the weariness and tension etched on them. After continuing for a distance, the Ghost agent arrived at a heavily guarded doorway. Just as he was about to sneak past, a low, heavy conversation drifted out from within the door. What luck! Those 3 inexplicably appearing warships were scared off. You know, we barely have enough ammunition. That initial fierce barrage consumed 80 of our ammo. If those warships had stayed a little longer, they would have realized we were just paper tigers. And then we would have been left to wait for our doom. Who says otherwise? But to be honest, that firepower was indeed fierce. Even a capital ship would have to retreat. It's a pity it was just that once. Now we have no ammunition left. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. The next part was more unnutritious conversation, and after pausing for a moment, the Ghost agent slowly moved away. He did not hear the chaotic sounds that erupted inside the door after he left. Sound the alarm. Enemy ships approaching. Enemy ships approaching. Fire. Fire. The enemy has deployed shields. Unable to penetrate. Unable to penetrate. Ammo is running low. Enemy ships approaching the orbital platform. Emperor, help us. We can't hold on. We're out of ammo, and the enemy ship shields are still operational. What about the heart of Farah and the pride of Farah? Are you stupid? They were destroyed at the start. Emperor, help us. They are still closing in. Continuing to cautiously approach the central area, the ghost agent thought to himself, sensing strongly that he was not far from the enemy commander's location. Just then, a faint sound came from behind the tightly closed door ahead, followed by a series of heavy sighs. Sigh, those damn guys. I've emphasized countless times that the orbital defense facility suffered severe personnel shortages after the punitive expedition's pull, and the Station Star Glory troops are woefully under-equipped. I've been urging them to quickly recruit soldiers and timely replenish supplies to the orbital defense facility. But they respond every time with grand claims that the fleet has already come. We've successfully signed a peace treaty with those Xenos, and this star sector is in a great peace. There is no need to go to such great lengths, wasting the people's efforts and money. As for personnel shortages and material supplies, just wait for the Empire to send them. We nobles just need to pay our tithes on time, and everything will be fine. This is just ridiculous. The orbital platform is about to fall, and the docking area hasn't been blown up without heavy firepower. We can't stop the enemy's landing troops. The only 2 destroyers didn't even last a single encounter before being destroyed. And now the enemy ships are back, and we're out of ammo. I want to see how this group of bastards plans to wrap this up. The young noble named Farah Kinney was at that moment in a room, surrounded by silence. The many guards who should have been protecting him had all been dispatched to support that critical corridor. At this moment, he sat there alone, feeling a twinge of unease. Just then, the ghost agent silently approached the doorway. The tightly shut door was gently pushed open, making a faint creaking sound. The ghost agent stepped into the room with slow, steady steps. As he drew closer, his figure gradually came into view. He wore a silver-white hostile environment suit, with a cold helmet on his face and a pair of headsets glowing with a dark green light. This light fixed its gaze on Farah Kinney before him, emanating a chilling aura. As the ghost agent walked forward, he checked his terminal, carefully comparing the photo displayed on the screen with the young man in front of him. After confirming, he determined that the person before him was indeed the enemy commander Farah Kinney, whom they were tasked with capturing. When the ghost agent finally stood before Farah Kinney, the latter was already wide-eyed in shock. He stared in terror at the mysterious figure gradually approaching him, his body trembling involuntarily. Suddenly, a low, eerie voice emanated from the ghost agent. The ghost agent was ordered to broadcast the internal communication channel, and the voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying endless pressure and coldness. It was the voice of Monsk, saying surrender or death. These simple words echoed in the air like a death warrant, causing Farah Kinney's heartbeat to instantly accelerate to the extreme. Chapter 27 Interlude. Li Li's first experience with Power Armor Officer. Can you guide me on how to use the power armor? Li asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the newly produced tall and handsome CMC 400 command type. Of course, Commander. Learning to use the power armor can significantly increase your survivability. This set of power armor is custom-made for you. You could try putting it on first, the officer replied. Lila called over a Marine who was already suited up and began to try on the power armor according to his example. It took Lilu 30 minutes to fully don the dark red command-type power armor. He noticed that the shoulders of the armor were quite broad, lined with many sensors. After asking the officer, he learned that they could store spare ammunition to ensure the Marine's firepower sustainability. What about that reactor-like thing on the back of the armor? He inquired. That is the core of the power armor, providing power output for the entire suit and creating a mini-climatic environment inside to ensure user comfort and adaptability to various combat scenarios. The CMC series power armor can defend against small arms fire, preventing penetration, and is equipped with certain life-sustaining resources. The armor is also filled with materials that protect against nuclear and biochemical threats, ensuring that the user can continue fighting in nuclear environments. Additionally, the power armor can shield excess noise and heat signals, making the user more stealthy under certain reconnaissance devices. It was as if the officer was answering all the questions Li Lu had already asked and might ask in the future, as he continued to introduce the basic functions of the power armor without pause. Awesome, but it makes sense. A good brother can really fight anywhere. Whether it's on the lava-covered char, the unknown deep sea, or even on a falling orbital platform, a good brother can still fight valiantly. Lilo moved his limbs a bit and felt that some parts of the armor were a bit tight. So he asked, I feel like some areas of the power armor are a bit snug. Am I putting it on incorrectly? Your method of dressing is correct. The tight areas are part of the emergency system deployed in the power armor, the officer explained while observing Li Lu, who was still lying on the ground in his power armor. If you get injured, the power armor will automatically seal the injured area, forming a tourniquet. This way, even if the body suffers a traumatic injury, it can quickly stop the bleeding to protect the user and allow them to continue fighting. Commander, you can try to stand up. The legs of the power armor are equipped with a computer-assisted balance system that will help you maintain your standing position. Upon hearing this, Li Lu, who had been lying down after putting on the power armor, began to attempt to stand up. He struggled to balance himself, swaying back and forth, feeling like a comical clown in the eyes of anyone watching. Finally, with the help of the balance system, he managed to stand up, realizing that the power armor had elevated his height by a full 30 centimeters. Good thing there are no outsiders around, Li Lu murmured. Now you can check the signal meter inside the helmet. If the small indicator light is green, it means your power armor is fully donned. If it's green, you can start trying to walk. Li Lu glanced at the signal meter. Green. Oh yeah, power armor. Here I come. With all his strength, Li Lu took his first step after putting on the power armor. This was a small step for humanity, but a giant leap for Li Lu. Li Lu had thought that wearing such a heavy power armor would make walking feel like trudging through mud, requiring all his effort to move. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and concentrated all his strength on that first step. However, the result far exceeded his expectations. The foot, connected by sensors and a pile of cables, lifted easily, almost as high as the waist of the power armor. Shit, I'm an idiot. Li Lu lost his balance from that sky-high step, leaning back. The servo system of the power armor emitted a wailing alarm, and he barely had time to twist his body before he thudded onto the ground in front of the base. Looking at the signal meter, Li Lu saw the small indicator light change from green to yellow. Before he could ask, the officer spoke up. The small indicator light changing from green to yellow means you have fallen. Please stand up again and try once more. This time you don't need to exert yourself so much. All right, Li Lu gritted his teeth. For the cool power armor, I'll get my all. With that thought, he slowly rolled over, pressing his stomach against the ground. Then, using one hand to push against the ground, he gradually lifted himself up. After some effort, he finally managed to get back on his feet. Very good, the officer said. Now, please continue to take your steps and try to walk forward. This time, Li Lu dared not raise his feet with the same force as before. He tried dragging the leg armor to take steps. The power armor began to respond to Li Lu's movements, awkwardly following his actions as he moved forward. He dragged his feet and walked more than 10 steps, then, under the officer's guidance, turned around and tried to walk backward, taking another 10 steps. After turning around several times, Li Lu felt he had grasped some key points of moving in the power armor. After walking for a little while longer, Li Lu finally dared to lift his feet slightly, allowing the power armor to move more like a normal person. He glanced at the signal meter again and saw the indicator light flashing green. He felt relieved that the earlier fall hadn't damaged the power armor. Once familiar with walking, Li Lu began to try running. Wow, I'm running so fast. Damn, of course, the power armor wouldn't be able to outrun the gunners if it couldn't run fast. But how do I stop? You just need to stop moving your feet. I feel like if I stop, I'll lean forward and then fly out. You won't, Commander. The system will adjust the posture of the power armor based on your exertion. At first, you were using a lot of force, so the power armor lifted your legs high in response to that strength. Now, as long as you stop moving normally, the power armor will stop as well. The gravity generators in the legs will firmly secure you in place, so there's no need to worry too much. After hearing this, Li Lu began to try to slow down his steps, no longer moving the legs of the power armor. Just as the officer had said, the moment Li Lu stopped exerting force, the power armor also stopped in place without any issue of not being able to halt or flying forward. Cool. After a pause, Li Lu looked at the Marines holding their stylish C-14 rifles, and his eyes sparkled. He eagerly asked, Officer, can you guide me through shooting training? At your service, Commander. Chapter 28, Responsibility. Li Lu lay dazed at the very top of the base, like a cat that had lost its spirit, staring up at the seemingly endless sky above the base, which was shrouded in an aura of emptiness. At that moment, A heavy and slow footstep approached from afar. However, Li Lu seemed to have not heard it, still gazing at the sky. A tall and burly man walked steadily toward Li Lu, completely encased in a heavy suit of powered armor, the cold and hard exterior glimmering ominously in the sunlight. "Hey kid, look at you now, it's simply terrible." The man's deep, resonant voice shattered the surrounding silence, like a thunderclap ringing in Li Lu's ears. Upon hearing the voice, Li Lu merely offered a bitter smile. "Yeah, it's really terrible. I've spent my whole life being a law-abiding good person, and now I'm denying my past life, becoming a bad person to kill good people, harming others for my own benefit." The man frowned and said discontentedly, "How many times have I told you not to be so naive and stubborn? Why can't you listen to what I say?" After complaining, he strode over to Li Lu's side and smoothly lay down next to him. "Kid, there are no absolutes of right and wrong in this matter. You have to understand that the world is brutal. If you want to survive, you need to harden your heart and be ruthless. Think about it. If Musk hadn't successfully deceived that young and unfortunate guy from the start, it would have been you suffering the disaster. So, you need to clearly recognize that from the beginning, you two were in an adversarial relationship, and there was no possibility of reconciliation." Hearing this, Li Lu asked, "What do you mean when you say I'm not wrong? Are you implying that I inexplicably intruded into someone else's territory and deliberately deceived them with my normal inquiries? Or are you saying that we want to seize others' legacies and then kill them all?" A hint of confusion and guilt flickered in his eyes. Facing the young man's retort, Takes helplessly shook his head and sighed. "Why do you always get stuck in these mental traps? You just can't absorb what I'm saying. Don't you realize that you're now trapped in your own dead-end thinking?" As he spoke, Takes also looked up at the sky, but all he saw was an eternal void. He truly couldn't understand what Li Lu was staring at. "How many people have you killed?" Suddenly, Li asked. "Too many to count, kid. Do you even remember why you killed them? Does killing need a reason? Money, women, booze. Isn't it all for a good life? Did you end up enjoying yourself?" A long silence ensued. "I also fantasized about being like the protagonists in the books I've read before, doing things just for my own happiness, discarding morals. As long as it was for my own good, who cares about others' lives or deaths? Just do whatever I want. But clearly, I'm not suited for that, and I can't force myself to become that kind of person. Being a bad person feels really bad. If it weren't for the fact that I can't hit you, I would definitely give you a beating, you annoying kid. Where did you learn this sophistry? No matter what you've done, having you is important to me, and not having you is important to them. Do you really think they would feel guilty for killing you? Don't be naive." Takes continued as if he had found a key point. "In other words, do you understand what responsibility is? And at this very moment, you are escaping from that responsibility. It's just like Jimmy back in the day, when he witnessed the tragic state of his beloved turning into something unrecognizable. He began to drown himself in alcohol, and his willpower also sank. If I hadn't stepped in to help that guy, who knows how long he would have continued to escape. And you are another Jimmy now, leaving everyone behind and hiding here. How long do you intend to keep escaping?" Take's tone gradually intensified, as if every word carried heavy weight. "Escaping, yeah, it really is escaping. But I don't want to hurt those innocent people. Actively becoming a bad person feels like denying the meaning of my life." Li Lu's voice revealed a hint of guilt. No matter which world you are in, there are only two choices to survive. Either actively harm others or passively endure harm from others. Back at the docks with Musk, if you hadn't decisively opened fire, you would have probably died there, in the nest. If you hadn't made a timely leap to escape, your fate would surely have been complete annihilation. So face reality. Stop avoiding your share of responsibility. Takes continued with a heavier tone. "Listen, kid, I'm not a psychologist. You're a man, and men should do what men are supposed to do. Stop being so wishy-washy." Li Lu fell silent for a moment, thinking a lot during that time. He understood that continuing to escape was not a solution, but being a bad person felt truly awful. Even someone like Takes came to advise him for quite a while. And abandoning those on the Farah Ming orbit was also a kind of selfishness, wasn't it? These people, except for Musk, were all brought into this terrible world by him. Finally, Li Lu lifted his head and slowly said to Takes, "All right, let us do what men are supposed to do together. But I want to actively go on a killing spree anymore. As for why Takes appeared here, that is another story." Chapter 29, Your Majesty. Li Lu returned to the docking area from the base, accompanied by Tyche's Finley. Since Li Lu fell ill and hid in the base's space, 3 whole days had quietly passed in the outside world. During these short yet long 3 days, Monsk and Woolfield led their troops to swiftly capture the orbital defense facilities. Now, 3 Gorgon-class battlecruisers quietly docked in the area like steel behemoths, seemingly showcasing their formidable power to the world. Not only that, but the previously collapsed and damaged passageways leading from the docking area to other regions had also been thoroughly cleared and meticulously repaired. Looking at the unfamiliar architectural style and design layout in front of him, Tyche's couldn't help but widen his eyes and mutter, "Oh, is this the Warhammer world you mentioned? But in my opinion, this facility we are in seems a bit outdated. I wonder if there are any places to have some fun in this ghostly place." At that moment, a deep and authoritative voice came from nearby. "I'm afraid it's quite difficult for you to find any so-called fun here, Mr. Finley." The speaker was Monsk, who had been waiting in the docking area for quite some time. Since Li Lu entered the base, Monsk had remained in the docking area, now dressed in a sharp and luxurious outfit, standing tall like a pine tree, with eyes sharp as an eagle, exuding an air of authority without anger. Beside him stood General Woolfield, who was equally upright and serious. Following behind them was a somewhat inexperienced yet determined young man, Farah Kenny, who had previously appeared on the communication screen. Monsk was not surprised by Tyche's appearance. Prior to this, Li Lu had shared many stories about Tyche's with him, while also vehemently criticizing Monsk's so-called imprisonment actions. Moreover, Li Lu had also made a few remarks about Jim Raynor, as this former friend had not come to rescue the trapped Tyche's since acquiring the Huberian ship. However, it was lamentable that Tyche's had repeatedly chosen to support Jim Raynor. At this moment, Woolfield eagerly approached Li Lu and said, "Commander, you are finally back." Li Lu nodded at everyone and replied, "Yes, I've thought things through a bit. First, tell me what the situation is now. I was a bit out of it before, but I'm feeling a bit clearer now." Hearing this, Woolfield reported the current situation to Li Lu in detail. Currently, this orbital facility has been successfully occupied by our side. As for the planet beneath our feet, now that you are back, it will soon be ours as well. After listening to Woolfield's account, Li Lu nodded thoughtfully and then turned his gaze to the young man standing behind Monsk. The young man was tall, handsome, and his eyes revealed determination and decisiveness. Li Lu couldn't help but curiously ask, "I saw him in the communication before, but who is he?" Upon hearing the question, the young man quickly stepped forward, respectfully kneeling halfway before Li Lu, and introduced himself loudly. "Your Majesty, my name is Farah Kenny, originally from a hereditary noble family on the planet Faraming. However, I have completely awakened, detached from the decaying empire, and devoted myself to the righteous side, serving you and the cause of the Tyrant Empire." "Tyrant Empire, Your Majesty?" Li Lu was filled with questions, incredulous, and pointed to himself, asking again, "Me? Emperor?" At that moment, Monsk waved his hand, signaling Farah Kenny to leave. Farah Kenny slightly bowed to Li Lu before slowly exiting the docking area. After he left, Monsk turned to look at the still shocked Li Lu, smiled lightly, and said, "That's right, Your Majesty. Now that you are back, it means you are ready to take on your responsibilities, and this is the heavy burden you must bear. As for me, I'm just one of your aides, strategizing for your rule. The rest, you will have to resolve yourself." Monsk's tone was casual and relaxed, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Hearing this, Li Lu slightly regained his composure, furrowing his brows in confusion. "Aren't you the emperor? And I'm just an ordinary person. I've never been an emperor, and I don't know how to be one. Plus, I'm not good at scheming against others." Monsk smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated Li Lu's reaction. He stepped closer to Li Lu and said, "You haven't been, but I have. I will guide you, teach you bit by bit. As for why I don't want to be emperor, it's because, to me now, it's not important, or rather, far less important than you. And you, to all of us, are very important. So, this position belongs to you alone. We all have our expectations of you. We exist because of you, and we put our hopes on you. If you really don't like the title Your Majesty, then we can call you President, Commander, or any title you feel is appropriate. But regardless, please remember, you are very important to us, take on your responsibilities, and I will teach you how to be a qualified emperor, accompanying you along the way. Captain, assemble all the guards. I have something to announce. Yes, your majesty. All members of the royal guard gathered in the docking area platform. Monsk stood on a makeshift high platform with Li Lu, addressing the guards below. I am no longer your majesty. I led you to overthrow the Federation, fulfilled my promise. And you all died for me, fulfilling your duties. We owe each other nothing. Saying this, Monsk suddenly turned and performed a half-kneel to Li Lu, and now, he is your majesty, all of ours. The fact that you all can stand here and listen to me speak is all due to his majesty. Whether your family and friends who once died in Ka can come back to life now depends on him, on our true majesty. Upon hearing this, all members of the royal guard were taken aback, and they followed Monsk to perform a solemn half-kneel to Li Lu, collectively shouting, Your Majesty! At that moment, Taikis, who had remained silent, finally broke the silence. He first let out a meaningful sigh, then said, Well, this is truly a touching and spectacular drama. I didn't expect to come to a world completely unknown and witness such a scene. A new empire has been established, pushing such a young man onto the emperor's throne. Monsk, oh Monsk, you used to tightly hold onto your power, unwilling to let go. Yet now, you voluntarily yield, allowing this kid to ascend the throne. Should I also bow and shout your majesty? As Taiki spoke, he slowly turned around, directing his gaze straight at Li Lu. Then, a hint of a teasing smile appeared on his face as he continued, Oh dear, your majesty, please forgive this uncouth person who doesn't know manners. Saying this, Taiki surprisingly performed a standard half-kneel before Li Lu, clearly expressing his stance and attitude. Chapter 30. The Iron Triangle in the command hall of the Orbital Defense Facility. Everyone gathered together, their eyes fixed on the large screen in the center, which displayed detailed intelligence about the planet beneath their feet, the Fairmond planet. Li Lu, dressed in magnificent attire, sat at the front of the command hall, observing the crowd below. Some members of the Royal Guard stood at the entrance, serving as guards. Well then, let us discuss the situation on this planet, said Monsk, who sat below Li Lu. His voice was deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate the entire space. The already surrendered former noble, Farah Kenny, stood up to salute Li Lu, then walked to the front of the screen to begin his explanation. Your Majesty, as you can see, the Fairmond planet is classified as a backward agricultural world in the former Empire's Ministry of Internal Affairs. It does not possess the massive nest structures found on other hive planets, nor does it have the giant artificial facilities typical of artificial agricultural worlds. The entire planet primarily relies on primitive farming methods, with only certain areas introduced years ago by the Fairmond planet's governor, K.I.'s Narikovic, utilizing some mechanical agricultural equipment from the Mechanicus. The population of the Fairmond planet is approximately 10 million. Next, the screen switched to a map of the planet's surface as Kenny continued from the population distribution. Aside from the territory of the planet's governor and a few large noble territories where the population is relatively concentrated, the territories of the smaller lords have quite dispersed populations. As for the planet's defense forces, there are only a small number of PDF, Planetary Defense Force, troops summoned by the governor, and some private armed forces of nobles. These forces, in terms of equipment and training levels, are nowhere near comparable to the Fairmond regiment once controlled by the Farah family. The current territory of the Farah family is located on the left side of the governor's territory on the Fairmond plain. But to support the orbital facilities and the Fairmond regiment, my family has gradually fallen into decline. My father once gambled the future of the family on the punitive expedition, but it is evident that he lost. At this point, Farah Kenny circled the location of the governor's territory on the map and zoomed in for everyone to see. The area was located in the vast Fairmond plain, surrounded by several smaller, noble territories of similar scale. Outside these factions, there was a noble territory called Farah, which appeared to be comparable in size to the governor's controlled territory, with numerous small noble territories scattered around these lands. Kenny then highlighted the main population concentration points and military distribution of the planet's governor. Li Lu nodded slightly and looked at General Wofield, asking General, how many troops do you think we need to take this planet? 3 battlecruisers and half of the ground forces in the facility will be enough. We just need the battlecruisers to penetrate the atmosphere, using laser cannons to suppress any possible anti-air fire, launch the drop pods, and raid the governor and the capitals of the nobles under him. Capturing them will allow us to control this planet. The orbital defense facilities have already been occupied by us, and the only 2 destroyers have been destroyed. The remaining defense forces are insignificant. Perhaps the planet's governor has some private elite troops, but in front of us, they are nothing but chickens and dogs, replied Wofield. Li Lu then turned his gaze back to Farah Kinney standing beside him, his eyes revealing a hint of doubt and scrutiny. So, can you control your family? Farah Kinney slightly bowed, a humble yet confident smile on his face as he replied, I am unworthy, but with the trust and support of my clansmen. I am now the head of the Farah family. If your majesty has any needs, my entire family will unhesitatingly charge into battle for you, willing to go through fire and water, even if it means being shattered to pieces. Although we have gradually fallen, the Farah family still possesses considerable influence on this planet and can quickly assemble a force too. However, before Kenny's words could finish, Li Lu interrupted him without hesitation. Enough. You just need to keep your clansmen in check, let them stay put, and wait for the Imperial forces to come and take over. There is no need for you to interfere with other matters. I do not want to incur unnecessary casualties. Li Lu's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. After finishing this statement, Li Lu turned his head again to face General Wofield. His gaze was firm and sharp, as if he could see through everything. General, start preparing for the descent operation now. I have confidence in you and believe you will not disappoint me. Hearing Li Lu's order, General Wofield immediately straightened his posture, saluted Li Lu with a standard military salute, and responded loudly, Yes, Your Majesty. Rest assured, I will do my utmost and live up to the mission. He then turned and walked away with vigorous strides, beginning to gather the troops needed for the descent operation, preparing for the impending battle. Once Li Lu had finished giving the necessary instructions, only he and Monsk remained in the command hall. Li Lu sighed and slowly said, Look at what I'm wearing. I don't even understand the significance of this attire. I'm not your son. Don't dress me up to look so much like him. I don't like this feeling of being above everyone else, looking down from a high place. In contrast, I prefer it when Wofield calls me commander, or when you impatiently call me kid. Such titles make me feel close rather than create a sense of distance between us. The kind of unfamiliar atmosphere is truly unbearable. You must learn to adapt to all of this, for it is an unavoidable reality, Monsk said earnestly. Just now, your performance seemed a bit forced. That nobleman was clearly expressing loyalty to you. You should have patiently listened to what he had to say, then gladly accepted his proposal for troops, allowing his family to send a force to charge into battle for you. But you rashly interrupted him and unhesitatingly rejected him. This may cause him to harbor doubts, leading him to think of things that shouldn't be thought. But Li Lu furrowed his brows, countering, I've already said that I'm not good at scheming, and even if he really intends to assist, what kind of troops could he possibly send? They can't even gather the personnel and equipment needed for the crucial orbital defense forces. If they forcibly assemble people to rush to the battlefield, isn't that just sending them to their deaths? How many innocent lives would be lost because of that? You still have much to learn, Monsk said, gazing seriously into the distance, slowly sighing. In the dock area, Marines and medics were slowly boarding the battlecruisers, orderly forming combat groups, gathering in the ship's drop pods, waiting for orders. Wofield and Monsk stood side by side on the bridge of one of the battlecruisers. This massive ship resembled a steel fortress, with command in Monsk's hands and the ground forces under Wofield's control. This operation required the cooperation of both men. They gazed at the troops assembling in the dock area, remaining silent together. After a moment, Wofield broke the silence first. What do you think? He slightly furrowed his brows, revealing a hint of worry in his tone. Monsk crossed his arms and stared into the distance, thoughtfully replying, He is indeed too young, like a blank slate, yet to truly witness the darkness and cruelty of the world. To become a qualified leader, he has a long way to go, requiring constant honing and training. Wofield took a deep breath and then asked, If that is the case, why did you so hastily push him to the throne? Isn't that a bit too rushed? Monsk turned his head, looked at Wofield with a determined gaze, and said, Have you ever thought about where he would go and what he would become if there were no people like us? At the beginning, in the nest, if I hadn't been there, he would have had trouble even eating. Do you know what he said to me back then? He asked if I wanted to send units out to steal food directly. Although there was a lot of uncertainty in his tone, I believe that if he were starving, he would definitely consider that option. I have always kept this in mind. Wofield shook his head, indicating that he had not thought deeply about this issue. Monsk slowly said, "This world has long been shattered, dark and full of hidden deadly crises. We may face life and death tests at every moment, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. If I do not take this opportunity to carefully teach him how to become a competent leader, if we encounter an accident and leave, he will probably only have two outcomes. The first, although less likely, is that he might become the most powerful swarm ruler in the world, treating all of this as a game and controlling the mindless army he is trained to destroy everything recklessly. The second is that he might quietly die in some little-known corner of the universe due to his inner compassion, forgotten by the world along with our past and future. He wants to be complacent in the status quo, and based on the information we have gathered in this crisis-ridden world, doing so is undoubtedly waiting for death. So we must push him forward, be vigilant in peace. Right now, he is only complacent and not vigilant, unable to bear killing even a few people, even if those people intend to kill him. If he wants to survive in this world, then he must." Before he could finish, a sudden urgent communication alert interrupted their conversation. On the screen, Li Li's familiar face appeared, with the scene behind him clearly showing that he was in the docking area. "I'll handle this descent operation myself," Li Li said firmly. "To be honest, I don't know if I can resurrect these conscious subordinates if they sacrifice themselves. So I want to avoid that risk. And with my strength, I can still fight quite well. You just need to defend the orbital facilities and wait for my news." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Lu unhesitatingly began summoning in the vacant ship slots in the docking area, and in the blink of an eye, 3 brand new Gorgon-class battlecruisers appeared out of thin air. Next, he summoned a large number of ground landing troops on the deck of the docking area, creating a spectacular scene. After completing these tasks, Li Lu quickly switched perspectives and began to operate methodically. The newly arrived troops boarded the battlecruisers with agility and discipline. However, the nearby Marines, witnessing this scene, stood in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to continue their actions. Just as they were stunned, Li Lu had already efficiently deployed all combat troops, and he himself had boarded one of the Gorgon's bridge. With a roar of engines, the 3 battlecruisers led by Li Lu swiftly left the docking area, heading straight for the Faramine planet. Standing on the bridge of another battlecruiser, Monsk fixed his gaze on the fleet that was gradually receding, filled with helplessness and emotion. He slowly shook his head, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting to reveal a bitter, yet helpless smile. This kid, after all, is still the same as before. It seems that the teaching efforts of the past few days have been in vain. However, in this way, I really can't bring myself to dislike him." Monsk murmured softly. Wofield, hearing this, replied, "At least now we can be sure that the first hypothesis you just presented is no longer possible, right?" Monsk slightly nodded in agreement, but then sighed. "Even so, I really do not want to watch him die in some unknown remote corner. Let's go." After saying this, Monsk and Wofield began to methodically arrange their subordinates to guard the orbital defense facilities. Once everything was set up, Monsk specifically instructed Tyches Finley, who remained inside the facility with a team of Marines to guard the captives. Tyches had now removed his armor and changed into civilian clothes, joining Li Li's team, and asked Bravo Squad to secretly keep an eye on the surrendered noble to ensure there were no mistakes. After quickly handling matters at the orbital facility, Monsk and Wofield unhesitatingly boarded a prepared transport aircraft and sped towards the direction Li Li's fleet had departed. Along the way, he contacted Li Lu and boarded the ship where Li Lu was located. Upon arriving at the bridge, Monsk looked at Li Lu standing at the front of the bridge, quickly walked up to him, gave him a powerful hug, and said, "Hey kid, I said I would accompany you." Almost simultaneously, Wofield added, "And I am here too, Commander. The troops I control myself will lack sufficient flexibility and autonomy, completely relying on me for manual operation. Therefore, this situation is a bit strenuous for executing complex tasks. and I plan to make some adjustments to the plan originally devised by Warfield, which aims to capture the noble. First, I plan to control the battlecruisers to quickly reach the airspace above the area where the planet's governor is located and drop a large number of airdrop pods to deploy my troops, occupying the key points marked by Kenny, then using visual identification to confirm the identity of the planet's governor and capture him at once. Next, I will use the captured governor to issue orders, requiring him to command his subordinate nobles to remain on standby, waiting for our transport aircraft to pick them up, and gather these people at the location of the governor. Of course, if any of them dare to defy the order and refuse to cooperate, I will mercilessly send the battlecruiser over their territory to use overwhelming force to intimidate them into submission. In this way, not only can we quickly complete the transfer of power, but we can also minimize the negative impact and turmoil caused by our arrival on this planet. A good planetary strategy. Monsk nodded slightly, affirming the plan proposed by Li Lu, but then shifted the conversation. So next, how do you intend to complete this handover? And what are your plans for the people living on this planet? His gaze was fixed on Li Lu, seemingly wanting to capture more information from his response. Under Monsk's questioning, Li Lu initially appeared somewhat flustered. To be honest, I really don't know exactly how to proceed with the handover smoothly. And regarding this planet, I haven't even fully understood what my true needs are. After saying this, Li Lu fell into a brief moment of contemplation. After a while, he seemed to have finally made up his mind and raised his head slowly, saying, maybe it could be renamed New Keha. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally calm atmosphere was instantly shattered. Monsk and Warfield exclaimed in unison, New Keha. They widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Clearly, no one had expected Li Lu to throw such a bombshell. At this moment, Li Lu seemed to be unaware of the impact of his decision and continued to explain to himself. Although resurrecting those legendary figures who are famous and well-known may require a substantial amount of resources, if it's just about allowing ordinary people to be reborn, the resources needed will be relatively much less. Originally, Monsk only wanted to subtly guide Li Lu in the art of political maneuvering, imparting his accumulated knowledge of controlling people over the years. However, what Monsk never expected was that Li Lu would suddenly flip the table in front of him without hesitation and deliver a swift, fierce punch directly to his chest. Nevertheless, Monsk, who had traversed the star seas for decades, was not an ordinary person. He quickly adjusted his state of mind and, after regaining his composure, asked leisurely, "Can you guarantee the safety of these people? Moreover, even if you successfully occupy this planet, you cannot avoid a crucial question. What do you plan to do with the original inhabitants of this planet?" In response to Monsk's inquiry, Li Lu stated, "The number of ships I currently possess is not less than what you had under your rule in the Terran Empire. Therefore, it will be relatively easy for me to hold this planet. As for the old nobles and ordinary people who originally lived here, since the times have progressed to this point, they will have to quickly adapt to the new environment and strive to enter space society. Regarding governance, I believe the entire council that originally belonged to Kar will help me with that. I am not the old Federation. With you here, I trust that your father and their kind will accept the reality of coming to the new world, which fulfills their original desire to break away from the old Federation." When Monsk heard Li Lu mention the Kar Council, his previously stabilized mind became disordered again. "Including my family?" he asked. "Yes," Li Lu confirmed. "Can you really ensure their safety?" Monsk pressed. "You don't think I've been slacking off these days, do you?" Li Lu lightly waved his arm, and in an instant, the formation originally composed of 3 Gorgon-class battlecruisers transformed into dozens of battlecruisers in space. Upon checking the radar, it showed a total of 60 ships, including the original 3. Meanwhile, inside the orbital defense facility, the personnel stationed there, Taikis, was casually smoking a cigar with his legs crossed while staring at the radar screen. When he suddenly saw the dozens of additional battlecruisers, he was completely stunned. The cigar in his mouth seemed to lose its support and slowly slipped from the corner of his mouth. However, Taikis could no longer care about that. He just stared blankly at the radar, mumbling to himself, "My God." Monsk looked at the battlecruisers as if he had made a decision. "Even though I don't understand why you always manage to give people a big scare without warning, I agree to your plan. As for execution, Let's first take this planet and then discuss it in detail. Suddenly having so many people is unsustainable here, and the infrastructure can't keep up. I don't understand political maneuvering, but since you said you would accompany me, I will leave all these messy troubles to you. When you held me earlier, I almost cried, he added. Li Lu slowly brought the massive fleet into the atmosphere of the planet Falamine. The sky over the Falamine plain was almost completely obscured by the enormous fleet. Inside the governor's mansion, the governor's family rushed out of the building to look up at the massive fleet blocking the sun. At that moment, a PDF commander hurriedly approached the governor, having lost one of his shoes in the process. Sir, we've detected a large number of unknown ship signals. Should we organize anti-air fire? The governor, Kaze Narikovic, first glanced at his subordinate and then looked up at the massive fleet in the sky. Suddenly, he kicked the subordinate. Are you crazy? Open fire? Get this man relieved of his duties and prepare a banquet, the best banquet. Hurry, hurry, prepare to welcome. He looked up at the sky and muttered, Welcome, welcome who? That brat Fala, Kenny didn't even notify me. There was a report earlier that suggested the orbital defense facility seemed to have some fire, but it was just for a moment, and I thought I was mistaken, so no one paid attention. Now, who exactly are we welcoming? Just as he was still confused, countless iron rains began to fall from the sky, heading straight for the governor's mansion, with many also targeting the PDF garrison within his territory. Some anti-air positions opened fire on their own before receiving his orders. Boom, boom, boom. Some anti-air fire struck the shield of one of the ships, creating weak ripples. The next second, the laser cannon groups beneath the ship turned and aimed at the attacking anti-air positions. Beep, beep, beep. A barrage of laser fire shot out, and those anti-air positions that had fired back fell silent. The governor rushed back inside the mansion, grabbed a communication device, and quickly told his subordinates, Do not resist. Do not resist. Anyone who organizes anti-air fire again will be executed. And do not intercept those drop pods, no matter what's inside. Even if aliens come out, you all must hold your fire. After giving these instructions, the governor asked his subordinate, Is the banquet prepared? It must be of the best specifications. After receiving confirmation that preparations were underway, the governor stepped outside the governor's mansion, waiting quietly. Everything was too sudden, and he didn't know whether he was waiting for life or death. On the command interface, Li Lu observed the anti-air units below. Many did not open fire, as they were neutral white units. A few that did fire triggered a retaliatory response from the battlecruisers, which eliminated the firing units one by one. Li Lu then targeted some key points marked by Falakeni to drop the supply pods. After the supply pods landed, numerous human combat units surged out. Faced with these suddenly appearing unknown forces, the PDF remained restrained and did not open fire. Some even crossed their arms on their shoulders and saluted the Marines, clearly mistaking the Marines for space warriors. Once the troops from the supply pods had gathered and secured the key points, Li Lu and Monsk took a transport aircraft to the governor's mansion, while Warfield stayed behind with the fleet. At this moment, the combat troops that had been airdropped had surrounded the governor's mansion, while the governor's personal guard had all laid down their arms and knelt in place. Passers-by sensed danger and scattered in all directions. A plump middle-aged man was waiting nervously at the entrance of the governor's mansion. Li Lu switched perspectives and aimed the targeting reticle, seeing the identification of the planet's governor, Kaze Narikovic, and then directed the transport aircraft towards him. Kaze Narikovic noticed that after the supply pods landed, there were a large number of angels. But they were different from the angels he had the fortune of seeing once before. Their armor and weaponry were different, and when he attempted to greet them, they did not react at all. He continued to wait at the entrance until he saw a transport aircraft slowly flying towards the governor's mansion. When the transport aircraft landed, Kaze Narikovic quickly approached the landing site and knelt down, ready to welcome the person inside who would decide his fate. The hatch opened, and instead of the expected commander clad in heavy power armor, there was only a middle-aged man in fine clothes and a young man standing behind him, who appeared inexperienced. L'Istud Bain Monsk. The first to speak was Governor Kez Narikovic of the Faramine planet. Hello, I'll be direct. We are here to assert our sovereignty over this planet. I appreciate how you control your subordinates, so I've decided to give you a choice. Li Lu helped Monsk finish the sentence. This choice is surrender or death. I surrender. I surrender. Just don't kill me. Don't harm me or my family, and I'll give you whatever you want. I'll cooperate with whatever you ask. Just let us go, please. Li Lu first glanced at the governor, who had completely lost his dignity, then looked at Monsk. He knew that when Monsk said this, the sense of oppression was particularly strong, but he thought that if he said it, it wouldn't be as strong, right? Chapter 32. Sovereign if you can cooperate positively. Not only will your personal safety be effectively guaranteed, but your family will also be safe and sound. Here, my intentions have been expressed very clearly. The purpose of our visit is to formally declare absolute sovereignty over this planet. Therefore, the existing order must undergo a thorough transformation. Of course, as a reward for your compliant attitude, I will generously bestow upon you a fortune sufficient for you to enjoy a life of luxury and wealth. With your knowledge and wisdom, it should not be difficult to see that choosing to resist us to the end is undoubtedly an extremely foolish and self-destructive act. As far as I know, Your Excellency, you are the governor of this planet. If that is the case, please immediately contact the nobles in your jurisdiction and order them to remain in place, without taking any unnecessary actions. Rest assured, we will naturally send special personnel to welcome them here. I wonder if you can fully understand and remember these requests. Faced with this sharp and irrefutable statement, the somewhat overweight governor hurriedly nodded and bowed, his face filled with flattering smiles, and he quickly replied, I will definitely cooperate. I will definitely cooperate. I know the noble identities of both lords. How dare I have any thoughts of defiance? To show my respect and welcome for both of you, I have carefully prepared a grand and luxurious banquet. How about both of you take your seats first? However, the two standing before him remained unmoved, and Monsk coldly responded, We will take our seats after all your nobles have arrived. Hearing this, the governor dared not delay any longer, repeatedly assuring, all right, and hurriedly turned to rush into the room. Despite his plump figure, he ran surprisingly fast, contrasting sharply with his appearance. Before long, he returned like a gust of wind. It's all arranged. Those nobles will wait here for the messengers sent by you two lords. How should I address you two, my lords? Monsk stepped aside and bowed slightly to Li Lu, introducing, This is His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tyrant Empire, who will soon reign over this star sector. And I am Octours Monsk, the regent of the Tyrant Empire. Upon hearing this, the fat governor dropped to his knees again, banging his head on the ground before Li Lu, shouting, Long live your majesty. I pay my respects to your majesty. Showing no sign of the dignity expected from a planetary governor, reaching the heights of flattery. At this moment, Li Lu felt as if his toes were about to wear through the soles of his shoes. He thought he was going to die of embarrassment. Monsk, noticing the subtle change in Li Lu's expression, gently sighed and raised the corners of his mouth helplessly. Then, he waved his hand to signal the governor to withdraw. However, the governor dared not actually leave too far. He cautiously backed away a few steps, then stood respectfully not far away, quietly waiting for any instructions or orders that Li Lu and Monsk might issue next. Taking a deep breath to calm his chaotic emotions, Li Lu turned with Monsk and walked back into the cabin. Once inside, Monsk glanced at the still somewhat unsettled Li Lu and asked with concern, What's wrong? Are you starting to feel uncomfortable again? Li Lu nodded and replied, Yes, but it's all right. Thinking about how he is the planetary governor and lives better than everyone else, I don't feel guilty. My discomfort mainly comes from experiencing this kind of scene. Having someone who is high above abandon their principles to flatter you makes me feel more embarrassed. Monsk patted Li Lu on the shoulder and encouraged, Kid, you should know that on our future journey, there will be many more scenes like today, some even 1,000 times more exaggerated. Moreover, in my opinion, that governor is also a seasoned and clever person. He is surely accustomed to this kind of humility and compromise. So you really don't need to feel guilty or embarrassed about it. It's much better now. Li Lu took a deep breath as if exhaling all his worries. Seeing his expression improve, Monsk asked, Has the troop sent to pick up those nobles arrived? I sent out a long time ago. Let me check. Li Lu switched perspectives, inspecting one transport plane after another, and found they had all picked up the nobles. Exiting the perspective, he said, They've all arrived and are heading to the governor's mansion. There was no resistance during the process. It seems there are no fools on this planet who would resist in the face of a fleet. Monsk seemed to remember something and said, "At first, there seemed to be some, but now there aren't any." In the spacious yard of the governor's mansion, transport planes buzzed like tireless worker bees, continuously delivering nobles from various places. The nobles descended in an orderly fashion, each displaying different expressions. Some were arrogant, their faces full of pride and self-importance, while others looked worried and uneasy. Their postures and expressions formed a vivid and striking picture. As these nobles disembarked from the transport ships, they were greeted with a notice: "Please prepare to attend the grand banquet hosted personally by the governor tonight." However, when everyone looked up at the sky, their hearts sank. A dense fleet loomed above, blocking out the sun like a steel cloud. Anyone with a keen eye could tell that the true protagonists of this banquet were likely not the hosting governor. As night gradually fell and the lights came on, the banquet officially began. Guests took their seats, and the banquet hall immediately became lively. At this moment, people were surprised to find that the once imposing fat governor was now kneeling like a docile lapdog beside the two strangers, carefully pouring tea for them. This scene left many nobles exchanging glances, secretly speculating about the backgrounds of these two mysterious figures. Once all the nobles were seated, one of the middle-aged strangers gently waved his hand at the governor. Upon receiving the signal, the governor quickly walked to the podium at the center of the hall, cleared his throat, and loudly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. Everyone look over here, look at me. Now, I have an important announcement to make." Chapter 33, New Kaha. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. Everyone turn to look at me. Look at me. Now, I have an important announcement to make. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the previously stern planetary governor, Kai's Narikovic, eager to know what had made him so tense. "I, Kai's Narikovic, hereby announce my resignation as the governor of the Faramine planet. I will join the great cause of the Tyran Empire." As soon as these words were spoken, chaos erupted in the audience, with people whispering to each other as if they had heard a joke. A few high-ranking nobles stood up to question Narikovic, asking, "What are you doing? What do you mean by this? Is today the day for bad luck if we don't joke around? Governor, are you playing with us?" The governor did not respond to their questions, but quickly walked to the table of two strangers. "Regent, what do you think should come next?" Mons glanced at the governor, who moved at light speed, and ignored him, standing up himself and walking straight to the podium. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain quiet. I can imagine that at this moment, you are filled with confusion and unease, completely unaware of why these large and mysterious fleets have appeared on this small, remote, underdeveloped agricultural planet. Allow me to clarify your doubts. I believe you have seen the fleet belonging to the Tyran Empire, but you may have never even heard the name Tyran Empire. In fact, the Tyran Empire is a newly emerging, powerful, and benevolent human empire. Our mission is to create a prosperous and fulfilling living environment for humanity, replacing the decaying old empire of the past. Prior to this, the Faramine planet you inhabit was part of that decaying old human empire. However, starting today, everything will change. The sovereignty of this planet has now transferred to our Tyran Empire. The Empire will carry out some modernization transformations on this planet to turn it into a fully functional modern planet, rather than allowing it to remain in its current backward and closed state. At this moment, a young noble suddenly stood up, pointing at Monsk and shouting, "Who do you think you are? You are heretics, right? Have you taken Governor Kai's Narikovic hostage just to gather us nobles and catch us all at once? As for what you call the Tyran Empire, I have never even heard of it, and I will not consort with heretics. I will forever pledge my loyalty to the Emperor, Kai's Narikovic. Have you forgotten those planets that betrayed the Empire and were bloodily punished by the Punishment Fleet? Do you want our Faramine to follow in their footsteps?" Monsk's speech was interrupted, but he did not show any anger. He simply said slowly, "It appears some people still do not understand their situation. Nobles should have the etiquette of nobles. What kind of etiquette is there in directly interrupting the speaker? I still have much to say. This gentleman, could you please sit down and let me finish?" The young man wanted to say something more, but was pulled down by a fellow noble at the same table, who urged him not to speak again. It seemed that the vast majority of people still understood their situation. This planet would welcome a large influx of imperial immigrants to aid in its construction and governance. while you so-called nobles would be stripped of your titles and become commoners. At this moment, there was a stir below. Please be quiet and continue to listen to me. The commoners of the Tyrant Empire, not the commoners of the old human empire, will also leave you with enough wealth to squander for a lifetime. Of course, if you wish to leave this planet, we will not stop you. We can even assist you in your departure. If any of you are truly capable, it is not impossible to enter the ruling class, but I do not call it nobility. Rather, I call it legislators or something else, and it cannot be hereditary. I have basically finished speaking. Do you have anything to say? At that moment, an elderly man in his 70s, with a weathered face, stood up trembling. His face was filled with worry and unease, and he looked directly at Monsk, asking in a slightly trembling voice, "Esteemed sir, if you occupy this planet and ultimately cannot defend it, I beg you, please show us mercy and let us have a way out. I have heard that the punishment fleet slaughtered those planets that turned against them, and the scene was simply unbearable. Although this planet we inhabit is merely a logistics base, such terrifying events are still often heard of. Moreover, the noble titles we hold were earned by our ancestors who shed blood and sacrificed countless lives. How can they be easily stripped away?" Upon hearing the elderly man's earnest words, Monsk replied expressionlessly, "Regarding the security of this planet, you need not worry. However, as for your so-called noble titles, the blood of your ancestors is not the blood you have shed, but the Empire is not heartless. It will leave you ample assets to strive for success. Ultimately, whether you can rise again or fall in a decline depends entirely on yourselves. The system of hereditary nobility will no longer be allowed to exist in the Empire. The ruling class consists only of His Majesty and the officials he appoints." The same elderly man stood up again, trembling, with a hint of hesitation and unease on his face, and said in a slightly shaking voice, "Esteemed sir, may we have some time to think this over?" Monsk raised his head slightly, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd below, and then replied in a deep and undeniable tone, "You must give your answer before dawn tomorrow. If you wish to leave this planet to seek another path, go to register with the former governor. If you plot to gather private armed forces to resist, there is a good show waiting for you outside. By the way, this planet will be renamed New Kaha. I hope you won't forget it." Having said that, Monsk slowly left the podium, walking steadily to sit beside Li Lu, continuing to enjoy the exquisite dishes in front of him, made from unknown ingredients, almost signaling the end of the meeting. Meanwhile, the nobles looked like frostbitten eggplants, their faces pale and expressions grave. After exchanging glances, they silently formed a line and slowly walked toward the door. As they stepped out, the sight before them made everyone gasp in shock. Outside the door was a dense array of countless soldiers from the Tyrant Empire, fully armed and surrounding the area tightly. The troops had only left a narrow passage for the nobles to pass through, as if suggesting that they had no way to retreat. Even more chilling was the sight of a Gorgon-class battlecruiser hovering in the sky. Suddenly, its main cannon emitted a blinding light, followed by a powerful Yamato cannon firing with incredible force, striking the distant, uninhabited sea surface. In an instant, the entire sea was stirred into towering waves, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The intense light from the explosion was clearly visible even in the governor's mansion located in the central Faramine Plains. Seeing this scene, all the nobles understood very well that this was undoubtedly the Tyrant Empire blatantly displaying its formidable military power to crush any unrealistic thoughts of resistance in their hearts. Faced with such an overwhelming disparity in strength, these nobles, who usually lived in luxury and comfort, seemed to have no choice but to comply. "Sir, do you see?" Narikovic cautiously leaned closer to Monsk, his eyes filled with anticipation and inquiry. However, Monsk waved his hand lightly, signaling him to leave. "You may go now." Narikovic did not dare to say more and quickly bowed before slowly exiting the dining room. After Narikovic left, Monsk turned to Li Lu, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "You see, things are progressing much more smoothly than we imagined, aren't they?" Lili frowned slightly, seemingly still unaccustomed to what had just happened. "To be honest, I'm not very comfortable in situations like this. Just now, when that young nobleman abruptly interrupted you, I thought you would kill him on the spot. Mons chuckled lightly at his words and replied, non-committally, who knows. But since the matter has been resolved so smoothly, we have more important things to consider next. For example, how to find a suitable place to settle those from Old Ka. Do you have any thoughts on this? Lilu pondered for a moment and then looked up at Monsk, saying, perhaps you could discuss it with your father first. After all, he may have more experience and ideas in this area. Mons paused for a moment and then slowly nodded. All right. Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared beside the previously empty table. It was an elderly man with a beard that had turned gray. If one looked closely, they would find that this old man bore a striking resemblance to Monsk, as if they had been carved from the same mold. I'm glad to see you, father, Actress said. However, he did not notice that tears had already soaked the dining table as he spoke. After the old man appeared, he paused slightly, as if to steady his trembling body. After taking a deep breath, he slowly stood upright. Then he squinted his eyes, his gaze firmly locking onto the middle-aged Mons before him. His eyes were like a high-precision scanner, meticulously examining every detail, seemingly trying to confirm something important from every wrinkle, every gray hair, and every change in expression. Seconds ticked by, and the air around seemed to solidify. Finally, as if he had completed a long and arduous assessment, the old man abruptly raised his hand. In an instant, that hand swiftly slapped Monsk's cheek. The crisp sound of the slap shattered the previously dead silence in the room. However, unexpectedly, just after the slap landed, before Li Lu could comprehend the situation, the old man suddenly opened his arms and tightly embraced Monsk, pulling him firmly into his chest. At the same time, he murmured, I'm so glad to see you, my child. Though his voice was not loud, it was filled with endless longing and deep affection. Mons did not ask why he had been slapped. Instead, he wiped away a tear and said, Father, let's discuss serious matters first. Not so fast, Angus Monsk replied, turning to Li Lu and bowing. Your Majesty, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Angus Monsk, father of Actress Monsk and a member of the Ka Council. The Ka people will remember your kindness. Li Lu felt his toes start to dig into the floor again. So he said, sir, uncle, should I step outside while you two talk? No. Let's first discuss how to settle the people of Old Ka. His Majesty has already shown me the map, and of course, he has also mentioned quite a bit about you. Angus shot a glare at Actress. In the western region of the Faraming Plain, the indigenous population is relatively sparse, with a low population density. Although the terrain is somewhat steep, it is interspersed with many basins, allowing for the proper relocation of the local indigenous people to the southern part of the plain for settlement. We can offer suitable compensation to those willing to accept relocation and settlement. For those who are unwilling to leave, as long as they do not pose a threat to the safety of our people, they can remain in place. But appropriate training will be conducted so they can integrate into our society. As for the initial scale of immigration, we can control it within the population range of a city. Regarding the construction materials needed, at this point, Li Lu interjected, I'm quite capable now. I'm quite wealthy. I have stored a lot of crystal, ore, and can provide you with a large amount of SCVs and building materials. And I can even help you build directly. As for food, this planet is an agricultural world. Although it is a remote and backward agricultural world, its food production is actually quite high. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been chosen as one of the logistics bases. Mons timely asked, I heard you mention before that planets under the human empire have to pay a tax called tithe. After taking this planet, do you think we still need to continue paying taxes? Angus also inquired, what are the consequences of not paying this tithe? Well, the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs will organize a punitive fleet depending on the situation. Either they will drain the entire planet, literally draining it for taxes, or they will destroy the planet. Another federation? Can we afford the consequences of breaking away from their rule? Li Lu appeared quite calm, saying, if it's just one planet choosing to break away from the Empire's control, then the scale of the punitive fleet sent to implement the punishment shouldn't be too large. To be honest, whether they would send a punitive fleet for a remote and backward agricultural planet is still uncertain. However, even if they come, I am confident that I can make it seem as if they never came. And what if we do pay? Angus frowned and asked, as he too was filled with doubts and concerns about this new world. Li Lu patiently explained, if we pay the taxes, then it would be completely different. For example, if a governor can pay taxes on time and in full, as long as he does not rebel and does not engage in any strange activities, the empire will definitely not easily interfere with his rule over the planet. Paying taxes allows the governor to become a true de facto king. However, this power is only limited to the planet he governs. Are the taxes heavy? The tithe is heavy for agricultural worlds, and it only accepts physical goods as tax payment. Upon hearing this, Angus nodded slightly, but his eyes still revealed a hint of caution. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "It seems we still need to be prepared for both scenarios. After all, making enemies right away is not a small matter. My suggestion is to remain dormant for now. If the taxes are acceptable, we can pay them first and temporarily stay within their system on the surface." After a moment of silence, Angus continued this way. "Even if any unforeseen circumstances arise, we won't be caught off guard. As for the materials, we can take it a bit slower, step by step. Being cautious is always wise." Both Li Lu and Axurus knew what Angus's silence represented. The destruction of Old Ka was due to Angus being too high profile in opposing the Federation, which led to assassination attempts and ultimately brought about the apocalypse for Old Ka. After speaking, Angus fell into deeper contemplation, carefully calculating every step of the upcoming plan and articulating it for discussion. As time passed, more and more details gradually surfaced and were finalized one by one. The room was filled with the enthusiastic discussions between Angus and Axurus, as well as the sparks of their intellectual collision. Finally, after a long discussion, everything was arranged properly. Angus let out a long sigh of relief and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "In that case, let's immediately proceed with the plan." On the Faraming planet, no, it now had a brand new name, New Kihar. On the western plains of Kihar in New Kihar, a group of immigrants from Old Kihar was gathering. They had just completed a training course organized by the Kihar Council, which provided basic knowledge about this new world. At this moment, these hopeful and eager individuals were about to officially embark on a new chapter of their lives. If we could overlook the vast land of the western Kihar plains from above, an astonishing scene would unfold before our eyes. It seemed as if countless tiny ants were scurrying back and forth on the ground, busy and bustling. However, upon closer inspection, one would be surprised to discover that these were not real ants, but SCV engineering robots provided to the Kihar residents by Li Lu. Although Li Lu had enthusiastically offered to help the Kihar residents build their cities, the people of Kihar politely declined his kind offer. For these individuals, who had never bowed to the threats of the old Federation, they yearned to reshape their homeland, Kihar, with their own hard-working hands in this brand new world. Step by step, today, this emerging city is beginning to take shape, and cozy homes have been successfully constructed through hard work. Next, various functional buildings and clearly defined neighborhoods are under intense construction. Walking along the wide and clean streets, the people of Kihar are filled with a deep appreciation for life and a hopeful vision for a better future. Here, one could see not only the immigrants from Old Kihar, but also groups of curious and excited indigenous people. Most of these indigenous residents have participated in modern societal knowledge training organized by the Kihar Council and have successfully obtained permission to move freely within the city. Some indigenous individuals, displaying exceptional talents, have even joined in the city's construction. It is evident that the old and new residents are gradually merging, weaving together a vibrant new chapter for this city. The friendly smiles exchanged during interactions and the sight of people working together in city construction all speak to the growing cohesion and limitless possibilities of this place. The first city experiment was a resounding success, followed by the second city, the third city, spreading gradually to the west, the center, and all directions of New Kihar, making New Kihar truly deserving of its name, a home where the Kihar people can find their spiritual refuge. Along the way, any nostalgic rebels from the past were gently erased, causing no ripples and not affecting the normal lives of others. In that endless darkness and silence, a dimly lit space appeared like a vast black curtain, quietly unfurling on the stage of the universe. In this seemingly eternal stillness, a tax ship from the Empire, named the Hand of Governance, suddenly leaped out from the mysterious subspace like a bolt of lightning piercing the night. At this moment, the target of the Hand of Governance was clear. It was the planet New Kihar, although in their records, this planet was still referred to as Framing Planet. Chapter 35, The Great Good Citizen, as the massive tax ship slowly approached the star system around New Kihar. Our protagonist, Li Lu, was frantically operating the orbital defense facilities that originally belonged to the Empire, controlling SCVs to construct a special version of the Sky Shield for human assaults in orbit around the planet. At this moment, the standby adjutant reminded him, warning, "An unknown target is approaching our position." Li Lu tapped on the warning message from the adjutant in the upper left corner of the command interface, and instantly, his view jumped to the location of the unknown target. Within his field of vision appeared a ship, and when he targeted it, it displayed Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs tax ship, Hand of Governance. "Here, to collect taxes?" Li Lu murmured, then selected the target, rotated to observe for a moment, confirming that only one ship was coming, but it was quite large, several times the size of the previously destroyed destroyer. After confirming there was nothing suspicious, Li Lu opened communications with Monsk and hid the Gorgon-class battlecruisers. "Biz, this is Terran Superman. We have detected the tax ship from the Ministry of Internal Affairs approaching. Preparing to execute Plan B. You copy?" I copy. This is Nuclear Peace Envoy, executing Plan B." In the center of Steelin City, on New Kihar, inside the Monsk Sky Tower, Arcturus ended the communication with Li Lu. "Interesting kid. I wonder where he learned that," he said, turning to his father, Angus Monsk. "Father, the tax ship from the human empire has arrived. Your identity is now the governor of this planet. That kid will be responsible for guiding the transport aircraft to the prepared material warehouses to meet the tax ship. At that time, we will need to coordinate with the Ministry of Internal Affairs personnel who have already communicated with us amicably." "I understand. And don't call that kid your majesty. Prepare to depart." "He won't like me calling him your majesty. He's like a child who never grows up. Just like you used to be. In my opinion, you are now just a child who has grown too big." Inside the grand tax ship of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. The political commissar responsible for this transport handover furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze fixed on the planetary data in his hand regarding the upcoming tax collection. His voice carried a hint of confusion and dissatisfaction as he slowly spoke. "This planet we are supposed to collect taxes from is said to be a relatively backward agricultural world, right? But looking at this document that marks the tax level in planetary data, it is actually listed as a first-class intermediate flaming. And look at what it says about the surrounding facilities. Only one small orbital defense platform? Do you really think there's just one, and it's small?" As the political commissar spoke, the accompanying crowd turned their eyes to the window, looking out at the planet named Flaming. However, the scene before them left them speechless. They saw that in orbit around the planet, contrary to what the data stated, there are not just a single small orbital defense platform, but several massive orbital defense platforms floating there. These platforms were grand and majestic, guarding the planet below like steel behemoths. "But this is too far from the records, isn't it?" someone couldn't help but exclaim. The Ministry of Internal Affairs official took a deep breath, his expression darkening, and responded, "It seems that the documents those guys provided us have not been updated in a long time. Such inaccurate information is simply misleading our work. After this mission, we must immediately apply to our superiors to send someone to reassess the development level of this world. In my opinion, it is very likely that we will need to raise the tax level for this world." Another official responsible for the tax collection nodded, agreeing with the previous official's opinion. He sighed helplessly and replied, "Yeah, who would have thought the actual situation would differ so greatly from what was described in the documents? I hope the mission goes smoothly. Let's first contact their governor and inform them of our intentions." The communication was connected. A Ministry of Internal Affairs official, whose head was filled with numerous signs of modification, said, "I am Valen Hui, the person in charge of the collection of the tithe tax for this mission. Records indicate that the tax level for Flaming Planet is classified as first-class intermediate, but upon observation, many matters contradict the recorded documents. We would like to first coordinate with the Ministry of Internal Affairs personnel stationed here to confirm relevant matters. Of course, the tithe tax will still be collected according to the recorded first-class intermediate level, but we will send Ministry of Internal Affairs officials here for reassessment later. I am Angus Monsk, the current governor of New Kihar. Not the Kez family? Flaming Planet? The Ministry of Internal Affairs official paused, then asked the question he was really concerned about. Are you still loyal to the Empire? The Kez family has been abandoned by the times. Flaming Planet has been renamed New Kihar. However, this does not change our planet's loyalty to the Empire. Praise the Emperor, we remain loyal to the Empire. The products required for this TIE tax have been prepared, and you can now send personnel to coordinate with the Ministry of Internal Affairs personnel station here. Please proceed to the planetary coordinates we provided for landing. The station personnel and tax payments are waiting at the coordinates. Inside the tax ship, Nader, you and Commissar Kesa will go together. You will familiarize yourself with the relevant situation with the local Ministry of Internal Affairs personnel, while Commissar Kesa will lead the team to collect the tithe tax. Yes, from the massive tax ship, several Valkyries carrying armed personnel and leaders, along with dozens of empty transport ships, flew out towards the coordinates provided by the planet's governor. An agricultural planet has to pay such a high tax. Isn't this tax too high? Monsk frowned at the quantity of goods listed on the tax documents. The tax level for agricultural worlds is like this, and since it's remote, the governor has no connections or relationships to lower the tax level. But I have to say, this governor understands the importance of introducing equipment and that science and technology are the primary productive forces to expand production and reduce pressure on the populace. He doesn't exploit the people and isn't overly greedy for enjoyment. Honestly, that person is quite good, just a bit. Lila seemed to recall something and stopped talking. That Kez? He has already become a member of the Kihar Council. He is very astute in his speech and actions. My father thinks highly of him. They're here. I have to hang up. You copy? I copy. In a vast sky, a fleet of massive and spectacular transport planes appeared on the horizon. Although it was far less shocking to the locals than the previous fleet, it was still not a common sight. They slowly flew towards the prepared area below. These transport planes shimmered with a metallic cold light under the sunlight, exuding an indescribable majesty and solemnity. Finally, the first transport plane landed steadily on the ground. The hatch slowly opened, and the first thing that came into view was a group of escort personnel clad in advanced equipment and fully armed. The equipment of the Flaming 1st Division that had previously defended the orbital defense facility looked pitifully shabby compared to them. They were well-trained, their movements quick and efficient, swiftly exiting the cabin and forming a tight defensive line around. Next, more figures gradually emerged from the leading ships. These individuals were clearly different from the escort personnel who had exited first. They were dressed in more exquisite and sophisticated attire, showcasing their special status. It can be seen that they're the leaders of this operation, bearing an important mission to come here to command and coordinate all matters. The handover is in progress. Chapter 36 Wyak. While Lilu was conducting a tax handover with Monsk, his father, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs, he recalled a short film he had previously watched about tithes. What was the name of that planet again? Damadon II. Let me check. Lilu muttered to himself as he searched through the star map he had obtained earlier, but soon he gave up on manual searching. Ed, retrieve the coordinates of Damadon II. Searching. Damadon II, map symbol WN0301, converting to universal galactic coordinates, data provided. At this point in time, who knows what the situation on that planet is like? Should I go take a look? Lilu murmured, appearing contemplative. A muscular man, not wearing power armor, slowly approached him. It was Taikis, who had been stationed there for several days. As for the prisoners he was guarding, they had long been trained and sent back to the surface to reunite with their families and start new lives. Many had joined the newly formed Ka Defense Force, which was commanded by General Wafield, who reported directly to Lilu. However, Lilu believed that if the enemy was one he could not stop, then this force would likely only add unnecessary casualties, so he did not intend to send them on missions. Your Majesty? What are you thinking about? Taikis, having witnessed Lilu build the sky shield from scratch in orbit, initially could not understand Li's actions, often expressing his astonishment with exclamations like, "My God." Over time, he had grown accustomed to Li's abilities, and after spending some time with him on the orbital platform, he gradually dropped the initial mockery in his address, treating Lilu as a true emperor. I'm wondering whether to check out a planet. It's very far from us, and although it would only take a moment to jump there, I have no idea what the current situation is. In my previous memories, that planet was facing a catastrophic invasion by orcs. If possible, I would like to help them, though there are many such planets in this world. I only remember that one. I just don't know if they would accept my help. A human empire planet? Yes. Then why don't they call for help from their superiors? Isn't their empire quite large? Only collecting taxes without providing aid. What is the point of paying taxes? Indeed, it's related to taxes. To be precise, when they were facing a catastrophe, the last bit of ammunition they had was taken away as tax by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Ironically, the platform where they stored supplies was already filled with goods, and the person in charge of receiving supplies had repeatedly destroyed the collected blood tax. The Empire didn't rescue them. Instead, it became the most obvious and unresistible knife among many aimed at them. Tyches paused for a moment and slowly said, "That's really ridiculous. Even the Federation knows that when facing foreign invasion, they should send troops to support, even if just for show. That's true. I'm thinking whether to go have a look. If possible, I want to help them. Then go. A man should do what a man should do." Tyches suddenly ripped the cigar from his mouth and crushed it hard on the table. "Remember to clean it up." Okay, Your Majesty. Do you want to come?" Lily's question was more of an inquiry than a command, and he seemed a bit reserved. "Of course. A man should do what a man should do." "Damadon II, do you have a knife?" The commander at the desk asked her new subordinate. The soldier simply adjusted the short dagger at his waist in response. "Good. Then follow me." With these words, the PDF commander stood up without hesitation. She was tall, her steps firm and powerful, as if each step could leave a deep imprint. She then suddenly reached for the hilt of a sword stuck nearby, pulling it out with a forceful motion, the blade gleaming coldly as it was drawn. With a soft sound, the sword was accurately sheathed back into its scabbard. Following this, the commander walked towards the soldier who called himself Lanclow. The two moved quickly toward the command post door. As they crossed the threshold, the sight before them was staggering. The once beautiful world was now unrecognizable, its former beauty completely gone. The air was thick with dust and heavy gloom, making it almost impossible to breathe. Outside the command post, soldiers were busily attaching bayonets to their weapons. Due to prolonged fighting, they had very little ammunition left, and what little they had was taken as tithes. Yet they showed no signs of retreat in the face of a powerful enemy. At that moment, the soldiers noticed the commander, who was holding her sword and striding confidently towards them. They all stopped their movements and saluted her with a standard military gesture. The commander nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued forward. Finally, she arrived at a ladder leading up from trench. After a brief pause and a deep breath, she began to climb slowly. When she reached the top and looked out, she saw a horde of armored vehicles haphazardly constructed by orcs using their so-called brute force, along with a large number of orc infantry units. Although these armored vehicles looked crude, their lethality was not to be underestimated. Even with ample ammunition, the soldiers could barely hold off the orc attacks. However, now that their ammunition was exhausted, they had to rely on their swords to hack through the solid orc armor. The commander watched as the enemy surged towards her position, her eyes wide open, yet without a trace of fear. No one knew what she was thinking. Perhaps she wished they had ammunition to repel the enemy's advance. Or perhaps she felt helpless to protect the people behind her. She slowly drew her sword, preparing for the final shout against the wave of orcs before her. "I'm going to die," she thought. "We're all going to die," was what all the soldiers in the trenches were thinking. But at least we tried, fighting until the last moment. "No one owes anything to all those who resist the orc tide on this planet," was what everyone fighting thought. Just then, without warning, a dozen beams of light flashed across the sky, and more than 10 Gorgon-class battlecruisers appeared in the atmosphere of Damadon II. On the ground, the orcs saw these massive ships suddenly appear in the sky and thought to themselves, so there could be such big explosions in the planet's atmosphere. The warlords of Damadon II seemed to act more rationally, sending out their flying units. The aide on Lee's bridge reported, "Detecting a large number of unidentified flying units approaching us. Detecting a large number of enemy units' movement trajectories." Tyches looked at the scan models of the flying objects on the radar, surprised, and said, "My God, how are these things flying? If they can fly, then they can fly." "Why act?" Lila shouted. "Perspective shift, releasing carrier-based aircraft." Hundreds of Viking fighters roared out from the hangar of the battlecruiser, flying towards the skies over Demiton II. The Death Heat Wave missiles locked onto the flying kids haphazardly assembled, yet somewhat reasonable dogfight MiGs from a distance. While these flying kids were still fantasizing about how to dogfight their way to victory against these seemingly cool flying machines, and then return to modify their planes with their thoughts, launch. In an instant, the sky over Demiton II belonged to the Tyrant Empire, and no alien aircraft could ascend into the air. Along with the flying kids' destruction, the orc's immense confidence was also shattered. He felt that he might not be able to whack anymore. He had long understood the principle of high hitting low and defeating the foolish. These days, he had been using the flying kids to bully those shrimp who lacked anti-air capabilities. Now, it was his turn to be the fool. Chapter 37. All good from the command perspective. Li Lu focused intently on every movement on the battlefield, his gaze sharp as a hawk, eyes concentrated and determined. It was as if he could still feel his body in the command perspective. He wanted to give orders. So the little figure in his consciousness slightly lifted his chin and commanded, ATX Laser Artillery Group, fire at will. With this command, a violent war seemed to ignite on the external planet. Within the planet's atmosphere, a formation of dozens of Gorgon-class battlecruisers resembled moving steel fortresses. As Li Li's order to fire at will reached them, the ATX Laser Artillery Groups on board were instantly activated, powerful energy gathering at the muzzle, shining with a heart-stopping brilliance. These laser cannons poured down like a torrential rain, heading straight for the ground from high above. Each beam contained the power to obliterate everything in its path, kicking up clouds of dust and fierce flames wherever it struck. The already battered and chaotic surface of the planet, previously ravaged by the green-skinned orcs, became even more unbearable. The officers on the enemy's bridge detected multiple bases and reported an alarm. Li Lu, from the command perspective, checked the greenskin bases on the planet and found their number far exceeded 3. It was as if something had flipped a switch in him. He felt he should be frowning now, so the little figure in his consciousness furrowed his brow and roared. There are so many mines on this planet? Who allowed you to mine here? No 4 mines allowed. After saying this, he unhesitatingly issued a new command. Soon, the incredibly powerful Yamato cannon on board began to charge, the massive muzzle flashing with dazzling light like a star about to explode. Look at me, sending the Yamato to send you all to heaven, he growled through gritted teeth. In an instant, the Yamato cannon shot out, striking the scattered greenskin bases across the planet with overwhelming force, accompanied by deafening explosions. The greenskin bases plunged into chaos and destruction. Flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and the ground trembled violently as if doomsday had arrived. Many orcs didn't even have time to react before being consumed by this terrifying energy. They screamed in terror, but could not escape their fate of death, being sent to the embrace of the Grim Reaper in a manner that was anything but wag. Those orc troops that had already charged towards the planetary defense forces before the orcs' bigwalk stood dumbfounded, including their leader, who now realized he had become the biggest fool to be outsmarted. Wah-ah-wah-wah-wah. The orc leader let out the loudest roar since starting his WA campaign on this planet. The squig cannons in the orc army began firing at the battlecruiser formation in the sky in response to their leader's fury. Bang, bang, bang. The battlecruisers flying low in the atmosphere seemed to be lightly stung by mosquitoes, with their shields rippling slightly. Immediately, the laser artillery groups swept these squig cannons into the trash bin as if clearing dust. Seeing this, the orc leader jumped up in panic and ultimately issued the final command to attack, to die in a walk battle rather than let that flying big bomb carry out a one-sided massacre. Because that was not Wayag at all. Wayag! The orc troops that could still hear their leader's battle cry responded with their own Wayag, surging like a tide towards the PDF positions on planet Demiton II. TSK. The Yamato cannon caused friendly fire. This wave is hard to handle. The little figure in his consciousness furrowed his brow again, then relaxed. Got it. The Viking fighter jet group that had already cleared the airspace flew towards the PDF positions like a wild wind. Meanwhile, the airdrop troops on the battlecruisers, already prepared, also dove towards the center of the orc wave with a fierce swoosh. Standing next to this commander, Langclaw shouted, "Sir, what is this?" "The Emperor's blessing. We're saved." The commander, however, remained much calmer. "I did not receive any notification of reinforcements coming. The Hope St. Joris, which was collecting tides in orbit, has already returned. Stay calm, soldiers, prepare for battle." "Yes, sir." As the fleet in the sky moved, more and more soldiers climbed up the trenches, looking up, and gradually some began to cheer, reaching a climax when a Yamato cannon fired, with almost all soldiers on the battlefield cheering. "Kill those greenskins! The Emperor blesses us!" The commander at the front of the crowd gradually joined in the cheers. She was also a person of flesh and blood. "Sir, the orcs' chaos seems to have stopped. Their main force is charging at us. Prepare for battle. Fixe bayonets. Return to your combat positions, soldiers." Suddenly, Langclaw, standing beside the commander, stopped his hands and feet, looked up again, and exclaimed, "Sir, look, quickly look. The Emperor blesses us." The commander abruptly halted her actions, quickly turned her head, and fixed her gaze on the distant horizon. At that moment, a shocking scene unfolded before her eyes. Countless black dots fell from the sky like raindrops, crashing down into the heart of the orc wave with a piercing whistle. The scene resembled a steel storm descending from the heavens, instantly stirring up clouds of dust and screams. The unknown fighters that had successfully cleared the area of orc flying units at the beginning of the battle detached from the fleet of steel giants, racing towards their position like lightning, moving so fast it seemed they would break through any obstacles. However, before the commander could issue any new orders, something astonishing happened. The originally high-speed aircraft suddenly executed a dramatic tailspin maneuver, and then, without warning, they began to disassemble in mid-air. But upon closer inspection, it was not a true disassembly, but rather an exquisite transformation process. The commander widened her eyes, incredulously watching all of this. In the blink of an eye, what had been soaring in the sky had transformed into massive, fully armed, and powerfully equipped land-based robots. They landed steadily on the ground with a dull thud, sending dust flying around. Almost simultaneously, these land-based robots displayed formidable combat power. The dual Gatling cannons mounted on them roared to life, spewing flames like ignited fire dragons, with dense bullets pouring down like a torrential rain, mercilessly showering the orcs at the forefront. Meanwhile, the missile launchers on their shoulders also roared in unison, launching powerful missiles trailing long flames into the air, accurately striking the orc camp, causing a series of earth-shattering explosions that engulfed vast swathes of orcs in fire and smoke. The people on the battlefield seemed to hear whispers from another world, and the content was quite strange. Who was calling the fleet? Are they fighter jets or mechs? All good. In the center of the airdrop pod, which was being bombarded by the orc troops, Tyches, fully armed and clad in heavy power armor, resembled a fierce beast. He flew up and delivered a powerful kick to the tightly closed hatch of the airdrop pod. With a loud crash and a piercing sound of twisted metal, the hatch was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground in the distance. At that moment, Tyches gripped the powerful weapon known as the Persuader, which sparkled with a cold light, as if eager to unleash its deadly power on the enemy. Without hesitation, Tyches pulled the trigger, and rounds of large-caliber bullets erupted from the muzzle, dazzling like meteors streaking across the sky. Each bullet accurately struck the green-skinned orcs that came into his view, and this so-called sweet talk was, in fact, a declaration of death, just as Tyches was killing enemies. The Marines controlled by Lilu quickly followed suit. They closely surrounded Tyches, providing solid fire support for this demon from heaven with their precise shooting. These Marines, who followed orders without question, wielded C-14 needle rifles, continuously unleashing a dense rain of bullets, weaving a tight net of fire. Meanwhile, some raiders used K-12 Punisher grenade launchers, occasionally firing powerful grenades that triggered a series of earth-shattering explosions among the enemy ranks. As time passed, other airdrop pods around them began to slowly open. The hatches gradually lifted, revealing the fully armed Imperial troops inside. The Tyranids poured out in succession, quickly joining the fierce battle. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with the sounds of killing and the smoke of gunfire. The powerful firepower net created by the C-14 needle rifles and K-12 Punisher grenade launchers made even the orcs, known for their savagery and madness, shudder in fear. Faced with such terrifying attacks, the orcs, who usually shouted "Wag" as they charged into battle, hesitated, no longer daring to rush forward. No one wanted to lose their life so pointlessly. The barbecue began. A large number of fire bats pushed past the Marines and raiders blocking their line of fire. Under Lee's control, the fire bats marched in formation to the front lines. They were clad in CMC 660 heavy combat suits, advanced gear that not only provided them with strong protection, but also made them look imposing and powerful. At this moment, the orcs' automatic weapons began to fire wildly, with a dense barrage of bullets pouring down like rain. However, when these bullets struck the fire bats' combat suits, they merely sparked weakly, failing to cause any substantial damage. On the contrary, the fire bats continued to advance steadily, as if the storm of bullets was nothing more than a mild breeze. Once the fire bats brought the orcs within range, they shook their arms, and the twin-barreled flamethrowers unleashed a stream of plasma flames, purifying the orcs before them equally. It smelled like the scent of victory. A tremendous explosion erupted, as a towering orc tank in the orc ranks was destroyed by a raider's armor-piercing grenade, triggering a chain reaction that forcibly cleared a space in the orc wave. A Gawker mech ignored the chaos in the middle of the main force and headed straight for the PDF's position. Boom! A Viking fighter in assault mode was instantly destroyed. Wag, dare to kill my soldiers. Suddenly, shadows streaked across the sky, as a series of airdrop pods rapidly descended toward the mech below. Faced with this sudden attack, the mech reacted quickly, immediately firing their weapons to intercept. However, the firepower seemed to have little effect, attracting even more airdrop pods. Boom! With a loud bang, one of the airdrop pods crashed onto the top of a mech. In an instant, sparks flew, and a huge deep pit appeared on the mech's top. The mech, receiving such a heavy blow, instantly lost its balance, swaying as it tried to stabilize but appeared to be struggling. Meanwhile, more airdrop pods fell like rain, ruthlessly smashing down on the already injured mech. Boom! 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 The dull thuds of impacts continued, each one worsening the mech's damage. The once incredibly sturdy mech shell began to buckle under the strain, gradually deforming and denting. Ultimately, after countless violent impacts, this once mighty Gawker mech was flattened. The PDF soldiers on the position widened their eyes, as if under a spell, completely frozen in place. Mouths agape, staring at the wreckage of the Gawker mech that had previously exuded an aura of invincibility, as if witnessing something extraordinarily unbelievable and shocking. Their weapons, once tightly gripped, slipped from their hands, and a few even nearly dropped their weapons due to overwhelming astonishment. The entire position fell into a deathly silence, interrupted only by the occasional gentle breeze brushing against everyone's faces. Chapter 38, beginning my good brothers are endless, while your orcs are suffering casualties every moment. Look at my box say. Saying this, Lilu smashed down more airdrop pods and selected his troops to charge forward. At this moment, he also noticed a particularly special individual among the orcs, as this individual was tall and was bouncing around in the battle, constantly shouting Wayag. So, he targeted him, Orc Warboss Gromberlien, a strange name, but the orc is large. Watch me send a ghost to send you to the sky. Lilu airdropped and selected a ghost to directly snipe the warboss. This simple operation appeared as a different scene to the PDF soldiers standing in the trenches watching the battle. In their eyes, a brand new airdrop pod fell from the sky like a meteor, heavily crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The hatch then slowly opened, and a soldier equipped with noticeably more streamlined gear than the other stepped out, his visor emitting a dark green glow, giving a foreboding first impression. At this time, the battlefield was in chaos due to Lee's box A, filled with the shouts of various orcs and the sound of gunfire echoing in the sky, as the orcs and Tyranid forces were fiercely clashing. However, this unique soldier remained unfazed, his gaze sharp as a hawk, quickly scanning the surroundings, then accurately locking onto the distant, massive, and formidable orc warboss. The soldier firmly grasped his weapon, C-10 Type 25mm caliber tank rifle. With both hands, took a deep breath and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. In an instant, fire erupted from the chamber, and a high-speed, spinning bullet shot out like lightning, flying straight toward the Warbus's head. The bullet seemed to have a life of its own, tracing a perfect arc through the air, hitting the Warboss squarely on the forehead. A loud bang was heard as that huge head burst open like a watermelon smashed by a heavy hammer, instantly exploding. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and the Warbus's body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As more and more airdrop pods landed, the Tyranid forces on the battlefield gradually outnumbered the green-skinned orcs, and soon the orcs were completely wiped out. There were no more red dots on the map. It felt good to clean up and slip away. "Commander, what should we do now?" Lankalo frowned, worry etched on his face as he asked the commander. His anxious gaze was fixed ahead, as if seeking a glimmer of hope and guidance from the commander. After a moment of silence, the commander simply uttered one word: "Wait." Her voice was steady and firm, but also seemed to hide a hint of confusion. Just then, everyone at the position saw new movements from the ships in the sky, as transport planes poured out of the battleship like a swarm of bees. These transport planes quickly landed on the ground, picking up the unknown forces one by one. Meanwhile, some large engineering robots stepped out of the transport planes, methodically beginning to organize various equipment and remnants belonging to their faction scattered on the ground and transporting them onto the planes. The entire scene was tense and orderly, yet exuded a suffocating sense of mystery. Seconds passed, and finally, all the transport planes were loaded and took off, heading towards the battleship. Then, a low rumble was heard, and suddenly, a flash of white light appeared as the massive, unknown battleship that had obscured the sky vanished, just like it had inexplicably appeared in the first place, quietly leaving in the same unbelievable manner. All that remained were the scattered remains of orcs lying haphazardly on the ground, and the strong smell of blood permeating the air, silently narrating the brutality and severity of the fierce battle that had just taken place. And the PDF left there with question marks? Lankalo looked at the commander, who also looked back at him. In the space above New Ka, it was already evening, the afterglow of the setting sun casting an orange-red hue across the vast universe. The Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs tax ship, the Governance Hand, which had been stationed in the orbit of New Ka, had quietly left at some point, leaving behind an empty orbital area. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed. The fleet had returned, instantly breaking the brief silence. Lilu controlled the fleet to dock steadily in the orbital facility of New Ka. Just as he entered the orbital facility, before Lilu could catch his breath, an urgent communication from Monsk rushed in. "Kid, where the hell have you been?" Hearing this voice, Li Li's heart tightened, and a bit of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He stammered in response, I went out, had some things to deal with." However, his words sounded so powerless. Before Li Lu could finish speaking, Monsk interrupted him. "No need to say more. That guy Taikis has already told me everything." Li Li's heart sank immediately. He knew that this impulsive decision to leave without responsibility, spurred on by Taikis and various factors, would surely infuriate Monsk. But at this point, he could only brace himself and continue to listen. "Remember, don't act recklessly like this again in the future. Take care of yourself, don't run around, and don't joke with your life. You know better than I do how dangerous this world is." Monsk's tone was stern, yet filled with a sense of teaching. But then Monsk softened his tone and continued, "At least, next time you leave, let me know in advance so I can be mentally prepared. Everyone is worried about you. If I hadn't known, Warfield would have taken the Ka Defense Force to look for you." Faced with Monsk's admonition, Lilu nodded seriously, and understood. "You should rest for a while." Just as Lilu lay down to sleep, Monsk swiftly boarded a transport plane, accompanied by the roar of the engines. The transport plane soared like a giant bird towards his battlecruiser. When Monsk stepped onto the deck of the battlecruiser, the officers and soldiers on board saluted him and shouted, "Your Majesty." However, Monsk waved his hand with a serious expression and said, "No need for formalities. Also, don't call me Your Majesty anymore. I am no longer the Emperor of the Tyrant Empire. Li Monsk is the true Emperor you need to pledge allegiance to now." Hearing this, Everyone looked at each other, but still responded in unison, yes. Then, Mons turned and walked toward the bridge, giving orders to Captain Safis, who had been waiting there for a long time. Captain Safis immediately gathered the troops and prepared to depart. We will have a long journey ahead. Captain Safis nodded without hesitation, responding, understood. He then began to organize the fleet in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, Monsk turned to his aide beside the bridge and instructed, Aide, retrieve the precise coordinates of planet Dampness 2. The navigator recorded and input the data. The aide immediately executed the order, and after a while reported, the data has been provided. Monsk nodded slightly in satisfaction. At this time, the navigator was also in position and loudly reported, Commander, the route has been input. We can perform the jump operation at any time. At this moment, Captain Monsk had also prepared the fleet, which was ready. Taking a deep breath, Monsk fixed his determined gaze ahead and slowly spoke, then let's begin. 3, 2, 1, jump. As his voice fell, a flash of white light appeared, and the small formation consisting of 3 Gorgon-class battlecruisers instantly vanished into the orbit of New Ka. Mons stood quietly in front of the porthole, staring at the distant planet that seemed both far away and close at hand, its surface riddled with scars as if it had been sliced by 1,000 blades. He murmured, Is this Dampness 2, the planet that has faced invasion under the Empire's rule? Also the place where that kid secretly came to help them solve their troubles? What use could such a planet possibly have? After pondering for a moment, Monsk turned to the captain and issued an order. Captain, lead the fleet into the planet's atmosphere and prepare the landing troops. Understood. Commander, they have appeared again. But this time there are only 3 warships, much fewer than during the day. Even if there are only 3, they are not something we can handle. Since they have returned, let's prepare to welcome them. As he spoke, the commander walked outside. At this moment, dozens of transport ships identical to those seen earlier suddenly flew out from the 3 warships. They swooped down like a pack of fierce falcons, heading straight for the PDF's positions without warning. Faced with this sudden situation, the soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force were thrown into chaos. Although they were eager to stop these uninvited guests, they found themselves without enough ammunition to fire their anti-aircraft guns. Thus, the soldiers could only watch helplessly as the transport ships, like phantoms, landed recklessly on their positions. Accompanied by a dull rumbling sound, the transport ship doors slowly opened, and a large number of troops from the unknown forces they had encountered earlier poured out. These fully armed personnel moved swiftly and were well trained, quickly occupying key defensive points in the position as soon as they disembarked. However, to the astonishment of the PDF soldiers, this new batch of enemies seemed to be even more coordinated and skilled than the ones they had seen during the day. Their teamwork was impeccable, and their tactical execution was smooth and effortless, as if every move had been meticulously planned and rigorously trained. A burly, fully armed Marine suddenly opened his visor and marched with powerful strides to the center of the camp, stopping directly in front of the crowd. He stood tall and proudly, loudly demanding, "Oh, is the governor here? Who is in charge?" His voice was as loud as a bell, echoing throughout the area. At this moment, a clear and firm female voice suddenly rang out. "I am Limia, the planetary governor of Dampness 2 and commander of the Planetary Defense Forces." As her words fell, everyone's eyes turned toward her. She emerged from the crowd of observing Planetary Defense Force soldiers, standing tall with a steady and powerful gait, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. However, before anyone could react, Limia's tone suddenly took a sharp turn as she coldly questioned, "Please state your intentions immediately." At that moment, Monsk, who had just stepped out of the transport ship, happened to hear her words. He was momentarily taken aback. Then a sneer of contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, full of mockery and disdain. Instantly, the smile on his face faded like the tide, replaced by an extremely serious expression. He squinted his eyes, coldly staring at Limia, and said, "Our intentions?" Monsk coldly replied, his tone filled with disdain and arrogance. "Show some respect, young lady. If it weren't for my lord's sudden benevolence today, personally leading the fleet to help you resolve the invasion of the beasts, you would have long been a soul under the blades of those barbaric fellows, with no chance to stand here and speak to me." As Monsk's words fell, The surrounding Tyrant forces seemed to have received some kind of command, moving in perfect unison into a combat-ready state. They closed their visors, and the weapons in their hands aimed at Limia and her soldiers. For a moment, the atmosphere on site became extremely tense, as if the slightest movement could trigger an intense battle. Seeing this scene, the soldiers beside Limia began to feel a bit flustered. Although the weapons in their hand were just laser guns that had long run out of ammunition, instinctively, they still raised these flashlights, trying to resist. Limia quickly turned to her soldiers and sternly commanded, "Lower your weapons." Her voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. The soldiers hesitated for no moment and followed the order, slowly lowering their flashlights. Then Limia took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all the air around her into her chest. She tightly closed her eyes, struggling to adjust her surging emotions, attempting to regain her calm and composure. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes, and her gaze fell on Monsk again. Then, Limia slightly bent her waist and respectfully saluted Monsk, sincerely saying, "Respected Lord, please forgive our earlier impolite actions. It was simply because this incident happened so suddenly that we were completely at a loss on how to respond, leading to some loss of composure. Here, we sincerely thank you and your companions for extending a helping hand at our time of crisis. However, I have a question that lingers in my mind, which is, why is this happening?" Hearing Limia's inquiry, Monsk replied expressionlessly, "There is no special reason. His Majesty merely thought it necessary to do so and acted without hesitation." Limia couldn't help but feel surprised and pressed further, "His Majesty?" Monsk nodded, explaining, "Yes, according to your terms, you could call him the planetary governor. But the difference is that the regime on that planet is an imperial one, so everyone refers to him as Your Majesty." Limia frowned and continued to ask, "But really, is there no reason at all?" Monsk firmly replied, "Indeed, there is none." Limia couldn't help but raise her voice, "With all due respect, my lord, no one helps others without reason in this world." Monsk's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile as he responded, "However, the facts often defy people's expectations." Limia then asked, "So, since you've already helped us, why are you coming back to us now?" Monsk crossed his arms and casually replied, "The reason is simple. I'm not like my lord. He may offer assistance without seeking any return, but as his subordinate, I do need to bring something back to silence those below. Don't you think?" After saying this, he looked at Limia with keen interest. Limia's expression changed, and she sighed helplessly, then spread her hands and said, "As you can see, we currently have nothing to offer you. Isn't there still life?" "I don't understand, my lord. Were you once a fully functional industrial planet?" "Yes. Our planet produced and paid ammunition to the Empire as a tithe." Monsk looked around at this dilapidated world and then asked, knowing the answer, "Can production be restored?" Upon hearing this question, Limia seemed to be touched by some pain and slowly responded, "As long as we are given time, we can restore production. Do you think you can gather enough for the next tithe?" Silence. "I don't need to say what happens to planets that can't pay their tithe, right? Just say it directly, my lord." "It's simple," Monsk thought. "To serve the Emperor, we will help you restore production, rebuild the planet, and the tithe will help you cope with the past. If you disagree, then I will leave now, and you can pretend we're never here. But the next time we come to your planet, it will probably be the Ministry of Internal Affairs punitive fleet." Silence. Seeing this, Monsk turned and walked toward the transport ship, taking 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With every step, Lamia's heart sank deeper. Just as Monsk was about to board the transport ship, she finally made a decision and called out, "Wait, my lord." Monsk paused slightly, turned around, and looked calmly at Limia, asking, "What?" Limia took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and continued, "Is it really that simple? Just serving Your Majesty and having Your Majesty also serve as the governor of our planet. Then will Your Majesty help us rebuild Demitin too? Are there no other conditions or requirements?" Monsk's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile as he replied, "Yes, it's that simple. However, there's one thing to note. From now on, the tithe you pay each year, in addition to us helping you make up the ammunition tax owed to the original human empire, will also include another kind of tax to the Star Realm Army Corps. Of course, submitted to our tyrant empire. As long as you can agree to this condition, I can immediately dispatch a warship to remain on your planet to assist you in dealing with those small troubles that are difficult to manage on your own, and the supplies and resources you need can be delivered to you tomorrow. Mons paused and continued, you just need to provide personnel, the transportation weaponry, and training for the troops will be handled by the Empire. Upon hearing this, Lamia fell into deep thought. On one hand, the conditions proposed by the other party seemed not too harsh, but on the other hand, forming a legion and submitting it as a tithe to a strange and powerful force was undoubtedly a significant transformation for them. However, if they rejected this proposal, how would they go about rebuilding the already devastated planet? Lamia felt as if she were at a difficult crossroads, where every choice could lead to entirely different consequences. Chapter 40 Threat. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gap in the porthole, waking Li Lu from his slumber. He stretched lazily, slowly sat up from the bed, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and got up to wash up in the bathroom. After finishing his grooming and drying his face with a towel, he stepped out of the bathroom and into the living room. At that moment, Monsky was quietly sitting on the sofa, staring out the window, seemingly deep in thought about something important. Lila glanced at Monsky and noticed he was quietly observing the new Kihar planet outside. Lilu paused for a moment, organized his thoughts, and then spoke. The specialized version of the Sky Shield is fully completed. In the future, even if I'm not here, these orbital defense facilities will ensure that New Kihar remains safe from various physical threats. Monsky's originally calm expression suddenly became serious. He turned his head and fixed his gaze on Lilu, as if trying to discern something from his eyes. After a moment, Monsky, as if he had heard an unbelievable term, emphasized heavily, physical threat. Lila nodded and affirmed, yes, it's a physical threat, such as a large-scale fleet attack. He walked to the window, gazing at the vast expanse of starry sky in the distance, and continued, the Sky Shield orbital defense system can replace the original Imperial defense facility, better protecting New Kihar and the people living here from threats of physical nature. But the threats in this world are not limited to frontal attacks. Monsky frowned slightly, falling into a brief contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head, fixed his gaze on Lilu, and asked slowly, so you mean there exists a threat that has no physical form? After receiving Li Li's affirmative response, Monsky continued, is it those subspace evil gods you mentioned earlier? But how exactly can they pose a threat to us? That's right, it's those subspace evil gods. As for the specific ways they can threaten us, the most common is the corruption from subspace. This so-called subspace corruption refers to the continuous erosion of the soul by chaotic forces from subspace. This erosion is extremely powerful. It gradually alters the original behavior patterns and loyalties of living beings. This change is not limited to the individual level. It could potentially affect the entire society and even the order of the universe. Once corrupted, living beings can undergo drastic changes in temperament, exhibiting extreme violence and losing their rationality. Worse still, they may unhesitatingly betray former companions and the beliefs they held dear. The current state of the human empire is largely due to the influence of these evil gods. Upon hearing this, Monsky asked, so how can we avoid being corrupted? Facing Monsky's inquiry, Lilu paused slightly, seriously contemplating how to accurately and vividly describe the highly abstract concept of subspace corruption. At this moment, Monsky did not rush him, but quietly waited for Lilu to organize his thoughts. Time seemed to freeze, and, after a long while, Lilu finally broke the silence and slowly explained. In simple terms, as long as a life form possesses a soul, it is almost impossible to escape the tragic fate of being corrupted by subspace. You see, in this vast and starry universe, there exist countless races. However, the most unique among them is us humans, or rather, the humans of this world. To be honest, I am not sure if the Kapla humans and the humans here are still the same species. There are many reasons that lead me to think this way, but I won't go into detail now. In any case, to subspace, their souls are like torches, shining brightly and easily becoming targets for erosion and control. Imagine a person holding a torch in the dark. That is how those evil gods perceive humans in subspace. In the face of such a threat, if we truly wish to avoid corruption, based on my current understanding of subspace, I can think of only two potentially feasible methods. He paused slightly to observe Monsky's reaction. Seeing that Monsky was listening intently without interrupting him, Lilu continued. First, the first method is to keep everyone as far away as possible from anything related to subspace. Remember, everything related to subspace must be strictly prohibited. Only by completely cutting off contact with subspace can we minimize the risk of corruption. The original human empire was too deeply entangled with subspace. Even transportation had to go through subspace routes, but we can leap and will not be involved with subspace. Secondly, and this is crucial, we must never excessively indulge the desires deep within people's hearts. Desires are like a raging torrent. If left unchecked, they will ultimately lead to the collapse of the spiritual defenses, thus giving subspace corruption an opportunity. Therefore, we need to advocate a life attitude of moderate restraint and contentment, allowing everyone to learn to control their desires and know when to stop. After hearing this, Monsky nodded slightly in agreement and responded, "Okay, I understand everything you said. I will arrange it." After saying that, Monsky conveyed this information to the new Kihar Council led by his father, Angus. A while later, Monsky returned to find Lilu. "You just mentioned many races? Do you know how they avoid or reduce the impact of subspace corruption? I'd like to reference their methods." Lilu shook his head. "You want to be able to learn it. Trust me. Let me give you a few examples." "Go ahead." First, the space undead, deceived by the gods, abandoned their physical bodies as a race and uploaded their consciousness into mechanical bodies. This unexpectedly makes it difficult for the powers of subspace to erode their spiritual world. Second, the dark spirit race. Among the subspace evil gods, they absorb souls. They absorb other souls to replenish their own lost souls, maintaining their existence. Third, the orcs. They have their own subspace evil god, Gomorg. As long as they are first corrupted by Gomorg, it becomes very difficult for other evil gods to corrupt them. Fourth, the Tyranids. They have a collective supreme consciousness from their hive mind, equivalent to having all puppets. Hearing Lilu say this, Monsky seemed to think of something and said, "Kerrigan, perhaps you could understand it that way." Monsky quickly adjusted his state and said to Lilu, "Continue." Fifth, the Titans. This race has a naturally weak psychic ability, meaning they have a hard time connecting with psychic energy. Their psychic level is extremely low, making their soul flames difficult to see in subspace, and thus they cannot learn. Lilu paused, looking at Monsky's contemplative face, and said, "Don't worry too much. As long as you don't come into contact with anything related to subspace and don't research it, treating them as non-existent, and don't indulge in life too much. Subspace corruption basically won't have much impact on us. The threat to New Kihar is far less than a physical attack and can be ignored." After hearing this, Monsky planned to return to the surface of New Kihar. Before leaving, he said to Lilu, "I have things to attend to, so I'll be going now. You can come to the surface of the planet when you have time. I have some matters to discuss with you down there." After saying that, he slowly walked out of the living room. Chapter 41, Greater Good. Lilu slowly walked down from the transport ship. As soon as his feet touched the ground, it felt as if he had stepped into a brand new world. With a heart full of curiosity and anticipation, he began to stroll through the bustling streets of the city center of Steelin in New Keha. Everything here was so strange and novel to Lilu. The towering buildings, the small spacecraft darting through the air, and the diverse array of people overwhelmed him. He widened his eyes like a curious child, looking around in all directions, trying to take in all the sights. After all, Lilu was originally just an ordinary person living in the 21st century. Although he had been in this world for a while, most of the time he was either on a spaceship or in orbit and had not actually lived in the space society. He had to run to adapt to being one of the indigenous people in this advanced space society. As Lilu made his way towards the Monk's Sky Tower, still lingering on the street, passers-by greeted him with slight bows and respectfully called out, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Lilu couldn't help but feel surprised and confused, wondering to himself, why can these people recognize me at a glance? With this puzzlement, he put away his curious mindset about the unfamiliar surroundings and walked briskly towards the Monk's Sky Tower. As he continued forward, more and more people bowed to him, prompting him to quicken his pace until he finally arrived at the foot of the magnificent Monk's Sky Tower. When he looked up at the towering giant, he suddenly realized that beside the tower was a huge square with an equally large holographic projection, which displayed his own image. At that moment, the projection showed him raising his arm and speaking. "The Empire is our lifeblood, yet faces unprecedented challenges. I will lead you to build the glory of our empire and will never bow to any alien forces. As your emperor, I have led the Terrans to expand human territories and economies. We will continue to grow, striking back at those who only criticize and refuse to walk alongside us." More people came over to bow to Li Lu, chanting, "Your Majesty." Li Lu sat angrily in a reception room of the Sky Tower, while monks opposite him looked helpless. "Is this what you wanted to talk to me about? And when did I say those words? If I remember correctly, you just changed some words from what you originally said." Li Lu seemed to think of something and continued, "That's right. If you had said that up there, I probably wouldn't have come down." Monks replied helplessly, "After all, you are the supreme ruler of the empire. If your subjects don't recognize you, how can that be acceptable?" After a pause, Monks continued, "Moreover, this is not what I intended to discuss with you. You mentioned earlier that there is a regime established by an alien race very close to us, right?" Seeing Monks start to talk about serious matters, Li Lu adjusted himself and responded earnestly, "Yes, the Titanium Empire, a regime established by the Titanium people. Tell me more about this alien race, their system, ideology, and military situation, just what you know." "There's a lot to say." Li Lu thought for a moment and began, "First of all, in terms of system, the Titanium Empire cannot actually be considered an empire because it is not a monarchical regime. It's just called that out of habit. The main system of the Titanium people is a caste system, with the highest rulers being a group called the Ether, whose governing philosophy is the greater good." "Greater good?" Monks asked, puzzled. "Yes, greater good. Doesn't it sound abstract? It's about everyone living well together, building great peace, and creating a beautiful world." "Naive?" "Yes, naive. Because they are a young race with little understanding of the universe. Although the high-ranking Ethers declare the greater good, they conceal a lot of information from the Titanium people. By the way, no one knows what these Ethers are. Anyway, whenever they appear, the Titanium people stop infighting, and the Ethers naturally become the ruling class. The Titanium people love them. It's super strange." Monks sat up straight. "Interesting. Their caste system is very strict. The Ether clan divides the Titanium people into 5 major castes, each corresponding to specific jobs, with everyone in their place and fulfilling their responsibilities. The Wind clan, mainly responsible for flight and aerial combat. They're the pilots and air force of the Titanium Empire. The Water clan, primarily responsible for civilian and diplomatic work. They're the think tank and negotiation representatives of the Titanium Empire. The Fire clan, a warrior clan responsible for military operations. They're the main force of the Titanium Empire's army. The Earth clan, mainly responsible for technical and engineering work. They're the technical workers and engineers of the Titanium Empire. The Ether clan, responsible for management and administration. They're the ruling class of the Titanium Empire. For example, suppose you're a member of the Fire clan living in the Titanium Empire. Under their system, you would receive a 1-bedroom apartment, universal health care, a military job, and you'd be trained until you become a professional soldier. But that's it. You're not allowed to engage in other jobs, pursue education or further studies, or participate in research, diplomacy, etc. In short, you're not allowed to create value beyond your status. If you dare to overstep your boundaries, you'll be sent for re-education or brainwashing. If you still refuse to accept reality, you will be re-educated again and again until you no longer overstep. But they won't execute you because for them, that would be too against the greater good." "Very interesting. I guess there must be quite a few rebels in their empire." "There are indeed rebels, a separatist regime known as the Vision Enclave, led by a Fire Clan commander called Vision. After discovering many things, he chose to lead some regions to break away from the Ether rule of the Titanium Empire and establish a regime without a caste system. That star region has been designated as a forbidden zone by the Titanium authorities, but many Titanium people who cannot tolerate it have escaped there." After hearing this, Monks thought for a moment and then slowly said, "This is enough to understand politically. Now, tell me about their military." In terms of the fleet, the Titanium Empire's space fleet is quite impressive, and its starships have superior combat capabilities compared to other ships of similar weight. However, the Human Empire's fleet is clearly not on the same level. The Titanium Air Force is excellent, with their fighter jets performing on par with or even slightly better than those of the Human Empire, and their air force is quite large. As for the ground forces, due to their unique physical structure, even the Fire Clan members who primarily engage in military affairs show relatively weak capabilities in close combat. However, the Titanium Army is not composed solely of its own people. In fact, they have a large number of vassal races, including the Croutons, Hornets, and even some defected humans. In short, they have all sorts of creatures. These vassal races effectively compensate for the Titanium people's shortcomings in close combat. They are usually referred to as the Titanium Pseudo-Army and are often deployed in the front lines as buffer shields to protect the Titanium Fire Clan warriors and their controlled long-range firepower. The most critical part of the Titanium Empire's forces is the various types of combat suits they are equipped with. You can think of it as an alien version of powered armor, and, well, how should I put it? You can understand it as a smaller version of Thor, just with better mobility and customizable weaponry. Now, let's get down to business. The diplomat from the Shui clan has approached us. Monston paused for a moment, then changed the subject, or rather, they are here to discuss cooperation with the former governor. Chapter 42 Definition, Why didn't I know about this? Leela looked at Monsky with a puzzled expression, his brow slightly furrowed. Monsky explained, because you were sleeping at the time, and I didn't want to wake you. These aliens came to us and claimed to be envoys from the Titanium Empire. Since I knew very little about them, I sent my subordinate's ship to detain these Titanium people, thinking we could discuss it together once you woke up. Their diplomats have already gone through security and are on our ship, heading to New Kihar. After hearing this, Lilu said to Monsky, "Wait for me a moment." Before he finished speaking, Lili's figure flickered and instantly disappeared from the spot, arriving at the base space. As soon as he entered the base space, Lilu immediately shouted to his deputy, "Deputy, why didn't I receive a warning about unidentified units approaching beforehand? What is going on?" The deputy replied, "Report, Commander. Those unidentified units did not enter the warning range of the defense facilities." Upon hearing this, Lili's expression turned serious, and he immediately ordered, "Replan the warning range. From now on, regardless of when, any unidentified units that appear within the detection range must report to me immediately." "Understood, Commander. The warning measures have been reset as per your request." A flash of light passed, and Lilu reappeared in front of Monsky. Lili asked, "The deputy just reported that the unidentified ships did not enter the warning range of the defense facilities. How did you discover them then?" Monsky smiled slightly and replied leisurely, "Well, during the patrol of the New Kihar defense fleet in the Star region, the radar detected their ship's signals." Hearing this, Lilu was somewhat surprised. "Patrol? Do you usually go out to patrol actively?" Monsky shrugged and smiled. "Kid, you don't really think we are like those pampered flowers sitting in a greenhouse, do you? If you can bear your responsibilities, how could we avoid ours?" Lilu was slightly taken aback and then asked, "So, your patrol range is actually wider than my warning range? Who knows? Let's talk about how we should treat these uninvited diplomats from the Titanium Empire." Monsky chuckled, not answering Li's question directly, clearly not wanting him to worry too much about these matters. "Well, anyway, whatever you do, just be careful. If there's a problem, jump back right away. Life is the most important. If it really doesn't work, jump to Terra or Earth. The coordinates are the same," Lilu emphasized, not intending to overlook this matter just because of Monsky's laughter. "I know that. So, from your perspective, what attitude do you think we should have towards these uninvited diplomats from the Titanium Empire?" Lilu furrowed his brow slightly, thought for a moment, and then said seriously, "Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts." His tone was firm and heavy, as if this statement carried endless meaning. Monsky, hearing this, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. He didn't expect Lilu, who was usually tolerant and treated others with kindness, to say such a decisive thing. He then responded, "I didn't expect you to be a UED ideologist, advocating the supremacy of humanity." After a slight pause, he continued to ask, "But speaking of which, why do you have such thoughts? Did those guys do something heinous?" Lilu took a deep breath and slowly explained, "I am not a supporter of UED. Although I have to admit UED is quite impressive, The reason I think this way is that these so-called titanium people, on the surface, preach the highest virtue, but secretly they engage in frenzied invasions and colonial actions against other civilizations in the universe. Moreover, their internal class differentiation is extremely severe, and the ruling class is extremely hypocritical. They always shout about building a beautiful world where all races can prosper and develop together, but in reality, they cruelly oppress and shamelessly deceive other races. Even their own titanium people cannot escape the fate of being deceived and used. Lilu paused for a moment, seemingly recalling relevant information quickly in his mind, and then continued. I guess the visiting diplomat from the Water Clan must have claimed that her visit is solely for the purpose of peaceful negotiations with us, hoping to conduct normal diplomatic activities and commercial trade on our planet. At this point, Monsky nodded in agreement with Li's speculation. She did say that. He then fell into contemplation. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Lilu, asking, in that case, what should we do with them? Should we decisively refuse their request and expel these aliens? Or should we simply make it so they never came here? Monsky had already made up his mind, but he wanted to see how Lilu would respond to the visit of the aliens, so he provided two incorrect options. Lilu thought for a moment and then slowly said, I don't know. No, you do know. Actually, you have already thought about what to do in your heart, but you are hesitant to express it due to some concerns, right? Don't be afraid. Speak out boldly. Monsky looked at Lilu with burning eyes, his tone firm and full of encouragement. Lilu took a deep breath, hesitated slightly, and finally spoke. Initially, my idea was to use their power and support to seize this vast star region. However, now we have successfully established a foothold here. Moreover, we currently do not feel the heavy pressure imposed by the human empire, so it seems unnecessary to continue seeking their assistance. Furthermore, in the eyes of those alien races, we humans are merely regarded as second-class citizens, with no status at all. As for the so-called diplomatic activities and trade relations they advocate, in my view, most of it is just an attempt to gradually infiltrate and erode our controlled areas. Not to mention that the human empire is currently preoccupied with its own issues and has no ability to divert attention to the situation here. So, in my personal opinion, these so-called diplomatic envoys are more like scouts for their next expansion action. Li's analysis, although somewhat naive, was still correct. After hearing it, Monsky nodded slightly in approval and then immediately asked, well, very well said. In that case, what do you plan to do with this special diplomatic mission? How specifically do you intend to respond? Then I'll say it, but you can't laugh at me. Lilu thought for a moment and said, aren't they here to talk cooperation with the former governor? In that case, let's have the former governor step in and talk to them properly. If we're going to talk, we should talk extensively. No matter what the topic is, even if it's trivial matters. As long as we can keep the conversation going, that's fine. Even when they find it tedious and don't want to continue, we must keep them engaged and talking. In short, for the various requests they make, we should drag it out to the end, and absolutely do not make any form of promises to them. As for trade, if they ask related questions, we just tell them, sorry, we really can't afford it. We don't have the economic strength to deal with these things. We also have nothing to export. If they feel bored and want to leave, well, the members of the Shui clan diplomatic team cannot leave, but the accompanying personnel can go freely. After hearing this, Monsky was initially taken aback. A look of obvious surprise appeared on his face. He clearly did not expect Lilu to say such a thing. After a while, Monsky finally regained his composure, slowly nodded, and said, all right, let's do it your way. Upon hearing that Monsky actually adopted the method he thought of, Lilu couldn't help but widen his eyes and asked in disbelief, huh? Really using it? You've grown. Although the method is still quite immature, it has some feasibility, so consider it practice for you. Besides, I can't come up with all the ideas. You are the emperor after all. Chapter 43. Side Story, Future Events, Part 1. In the distant eastern border of the human empire, there exists a virgin planet of the spirit race. Within its space, the vast fleet of the human empire is engaged in a thrilling battle with the fleet of the titanium empire. The warships from both sides dart like meteors, with flashes of cannon fire illuminating the sky, as they exchange fire without yielding to one another. Meanwhile, on the surface of this mysterious planet, The warriors of the Fire Clan from the Titanium Empire are locked in a life-and-death struggle with the Star Realm army of the Human Empire. The shouts of battle and the sounds of metal clashing echo through the heavens as blood stains the earth. The war between the two races has turned this once extraordinarily beautiful planet into a desolate wasteland. In the midst of this chaotic battlefield, suddenly, the originally bright sky seems to be covered by an invisible giant hand, rapidly darkening. A spirit race remnant, who believed he had everything under control, gazes in astonishment at the suddenly dim ground. Frowning, he ponders, "Strange, I haven't activated the portal yet, and the reinforcements promised by Sam Khan haven't arrived. Why has the sky suddenly turned dark?" With a heart full of confusion, he slowly raises his head, directing his gaze towards the deep sky. Unexpectedly, a figure from the Titanium Empire, always attempting to capture him to ease the conflict between humans and titanium, makes the same movement. At this moment, their gazes meet at the horizon, as if both are seeking answers from the encroaching darkness. In that instant, both of them are astonished to discover countless warships appearing in the sky within the planet's atmosphere. They swarm like locusts, overwhelming to behold. Compared to the massive warships of the Human Empire and the Titanium Empire engaged in fierce combat in space, these ships appear relatively small and delicate. However, what is astonishing is that no one knows how they successfully crossed the battle lines of both warring factions and silently appeared within the planet's atmosphere. It is known that, according to the information held by the Spirit Race Remnant and the figure from the Titanium Empire, under normal circumstances, human ships cannot freely fly within the atmosphere. This sudden turn of events has caught everyone off guard, filling their hearts with confusion and fear. In an instant, the previously stationary fleet in the sky begins to take action. A deafening roar erupts as countless drop pods fall rapidly from the fleet, like a torrential rain, crashing down towards the position of the figure from the Titanium Empire and the Spirit Race Remnant. Accompanied by loud explosions, the drop pods burst open, and a mysterious force clad in unknown models of powered armor, fully armed, streams out. These individuals are equipped with exceptional gear, exuding an aura of coldness and authority. They grip various advanced weapons tightly, with large guns glimmering coldly and seemingly advanced powered armor, as if warning everyone, "Do not provoke us lightly, or the consequences will be unimaginable." Among this mysterious force, a man in dark red powered armor stands out prominently. Ignoring the tense standoff between the figure from the Titanium Empire and the Spirit Race Remnant, he walks forward with steady and powerful steps. He finally stops on a patch of grass that has gradually lost its vitality, then slowly bends down, extending a hand to gently touch the withered grass, seemingly sensing something. "Officer, immediately conduct a comprehensive analysis of the damage to this planet and accurately assess whether restoration is possible." Although the stranger, wearing a mask, issues orders to the mechanical entity resembling a human beside him, the spirit race can sense the gravity of his expression beneath the mask. "Received, Commander. Initiating component analysis program. Comparing current data with information in the database. Judgment in progress." The mechanical being, referred to as the officer, responds in an orderly manner to the stranger's instructions. At this moment, the figure from the Titanium Empire and the Spirit Race Remnant are fixated on the mysterious, unknown force that has appeared without warning. Their minds seemingly stripped of all thoughts, completely engulfed in confusion. However, amidst this silent atmosphere, the calm and composed voice of the officer stands out clearly, allowing everyone present to hear the report. After assessment, the final conclusion is that this planet indeed has the feasibility for restoration, with an expected restoration level of up to 100%. The specific list of resources required is as follows. It can be repaired. Once, when Kuha was turned into a desolate planet of nuclear radiation by the Revelation, the Tyrant Empire was able to rebuild it into a capital star, demonstrating that planetary restoration technology is not to be underestimated. Wofield, have you communicated to the Human Empire fleet that this location has been handed over to us for takeover? Lilu inquired through the communication channel. The screen connected, revealing General Wofield clad in a dazzling silver-powered armor, with the bridge of a battlecruiser in the background. He responded steadily. "Commander, Our communication has successfully reached the human Empire fleet. Upon receiving our message, they are currently withdrawing from the combat zone in an orderly manner. Moreover, the ships from the Titanium Empire are also beginning to slowly retreat, gradually distancing themselves from the center of the battlefield. Wofield paused before continuing, regarding those Titanium Empire ships. Should we take action to keep them here? After a brief silence, Lilu replied, no need. Let them leave on their own. Having said that, Lilu turned to the Spirit Race Remnant. I give you two choices. First, there are enough deaths here. No more lives should be lost. I will assist you in restoring this battered planet. In exchange, you must bow to me as your sovereign. This way, I can ensure that no one will disturb your peaceful lives from now on. However, if necessary, I can summon you, and you must come with me. His words suddenly paused, and then his tone shifted abruptly. Second, death. I know you want to open the portal, waiting for the reinforcements from Samcon, right? Sorry, as many as come will die. I mean it. After I kill them all, I will completely destroy this planet. As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly turned his head, his gaze piercing towards the figure from the Titanium Empire, coldly stating, why aren't you leaving quickly? Do you really want to wait until my weapon is aimed at you? With that, he swung his arm forcefully and the weapons in the hands of the surrounding guards, glowing coldly, instantly aimed at the figure from the Titanium Empire. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the figure from the Titanium Empire was filled with confusion and disbelief, a barrage of questions flooding her mind. However, under the pressure of the other party's imposing aura, she ultimately chose to silently turn and leave. At that moment, deep within the intricate network of paths, a spirit race woman wearing a mirror-like, smooth mask stood quietly. She had been waiting here for a long time, but had not been able to see the kin she longed to meet. As time passed, she couldn't help but whisper, could it be that the mirror of fate is no longer clear, becoming indistinct? Chapter 44, Mother Earth in a vast and boundless universe. A small and exquisite spaceship was silently traversing interstellar dust, approaching the distant planet of Faraming. On board the ship, the diplomat Chi of the Water Clan sat upright in the command cabin, her gentle yet stern face revealing a sense of determination and confidence. Surrounding her was a group of well-trained attendants, each performing their duties diligently. This specially designed small spacecraft was not only incredibly fast, but also had a high degree of stealth capability, making it one of the most effective tools for the diplomats of the Water Clan when carrying out missions. Whenever there was a need to shuttle between planets and engage in diplomatic negotiations, such a ship became their reliable partner. The mission that she was tasked with was of utmost importance: to persuade the governor of the agricultural planet that had been used as a late-stage base by the human empire during the last punitive expedition to embrace the path of supreme goodness. If this goal could not be achieved, at the very least, they needed to establish diplomatic and trade relations. Only then would the Titanium Empire have the opportunity to secretly influence the lower classes of this planet through trade, leading them to accept and support the ideals of the path of supreme goodness. Once this plan was realized, it would provide significant operational space for a series of subsequent actions, having profound implications for the development and growth of the Titanium Empire. Just as she was contemplating which set of human noble attire to wear to present the most perfect image of a Titanium Empire diplomat before the upcoming meeting with the human governor, the originally quiet and peaceful cabin suddenly erupted with a piercing alarm. The sharp sound sliced through the air like a sword, instantly shattering the tranquility. We're surrounded. The humans have discovered us, shouted Yan, a warrior of the Fire Clan responsible for Chi's safety, with a grave expression as he hurried to Chi's side. Chi's heart tightened. This specially designed ship for diplomats was difficult for humans to detect, and even if discovered, it shouldn't have been surrounded without warning. At that moment in space, their ship was indeed encircled by several mysterious human warships, whose appearance and structure were completely different from the human ships they had encountered before, resembling impenetrable walls. Although both sides quickly exchanged identification information through communication devices, it did not provide Chi and her team with more options. On the contrary, the other side coldly issued a ruthless ultimatum. We will immediately detain your ship and transfer all diplomatic personnel to our warships. Any resistance will result in the immediate destruction of your ship. Faced with such a tough threat, Qi and Yen had no choice but to accept reality. After undergoing an extremely strict security check, they were ultimately transferred aboard the human warships. As long as they were not destroyed as aliens from the start, there was still a chance for negotiation, and the mission could still be accomplished, Qi thought to herself during the house arrest. However, what she did not know was that this was merely the beginning of a nightmare. From the moment they boarded the human warships, Qi and her delegation members were like birds deprived of freedom, placed under polite yet ruthless house arrest. During this period of detention, Qi and her companions were first taken away from the warship and then moved to a luxurious building on the planet's surface. The building was stunningly beautiful and resplendent, but the soldiers guarding the exits made Qi feel suffocated. It was clear that the so-called transfer was merely a change of place to continue their house arrest. This is a governor who maintains a wait-and-see attitude towards the path of supreme goodness, Qi thought to herself. Looking at the luxurious decor of the building, she realized that their house arrest here was an acknowledgement of her identity as a Titanium Empire diplomat. Otherwise, they could have simply been treated as aliens and killed instead of going through all this trouble. She had asked the humans responsible for guarding them when they would have the opportunity to meet the governor of the planet. However, the responses were cold and perfunctory. The governor is busy handling important matters and currently has no time to attend to you. Please wait patiently. Finally, in the evening, a portly middle-aged man, surrounded by numerous guards, slowly entered the building. Unlike the cold treatment they received from the soldiers guarding them, this governor immediately showed great warmth upon entering, lacking the inherent arrogance and disdain for their alien identity that other planetary governors typically exhibited. Hello. If there have been any shortcomings in our hospitality during this time, I hope you will forgive us. I am the governor of this planet, Kai's Narikovic, he said with a smile, then slowly sat down directly opposite Qi, with several members of the governor's guard standing behind him. Taking the opportunity, Qi carefully observed the middle-aged man before her. He was dressed in a magnificent noble robe, commonly used by the nobility of the human empire to signify their esteemed status. His every move exuded elegance and grace, and it was evident that he had received an excellent education. Although slightly portly, each of his actions and postures naturally conveyed a demeanor that was neither humble nor arrogant, evoking respect. Hello, Governor. I am Qi, a diplomat sent by the Titanium clan for this diplomatic endeavor. It is truly an honor to have the opportunity to meet you in person. Qi slightly bowed, her face also adorned with a polite smile in response. However, at that moment, the previously friendly, smiling human governor suddenly shifted his tone. So you are the diplomats from the Titanium Empire. You have only recently suffered a severe lesson from the punitive expedition. Why are you so eager to stir again? Faced with the governor's somewhat sarcastic question, Qi paused slightly, then quickly adjusted her emotions and state. Taking a deep breath, she replied calmly, Esteemed Governor, although your fleet did not directly open fire on us upon initial discovery like you would have on aliens, doesn't that indicate that deep down, you actually wish to have a peaceful dialogue with the Titanium clan? So please believe me, I genuinely come here with sincerity and goodwill. Qi elegantly stood up, her movements light and fluid, as if each step had been meticulously choreographed. Then, she slightly bent her knees and performed a standard and appropriate noble gesture towards the governor. Her posture was dignified and graceful, fully displaying her noble temperament. Had it not been for the unfortunate early detection on their way here, she would have certainly been dressed in splendid traditional human noble attire. In that case, paired with her perfect etiquette, she would surely leave a deeper and more beautiful impression on those present. After all, as a professional diplomat of the Water Clan, Qi was well-versed in the etiquette and dress requirements for various social occasions. She understood that suitable attire and appropriate etiquette could greatly enhance personal image and charm. We have come here following the guidance of the path of supreme goodness, not seeking conquest, but wishing to trade and seek mutual understanding. The governor pondered for a moment, then smiled and spoke. Trade? Yes, I'm sorry. As an agricultural world within the empire, Faraming has just recently completed its tithe to the empire. I believe I do not have sufficient resources to trade with you. A breakthrough, Qi thought. Let's first hear what products we can sell to you before making a decision. As far as I know, The Falming planet is just a backward agricultural world in the human empire, with its taxes only classified as a first-level intermediate. Other agricultural worlds are at least at the superior level for tax collection, which shows that your Ministry of Internal Affairs also thinks this planet has not yet reached the threshold of a true agricultural world. She paused and continued. Our titanium race possesses advanced technological capabilities. With these cutting-edge technologies, we can certainly help you achieve a qualitative leap in agricultural productivity. Just imagine, with our full support, the agricultural output of this planet will be greatly enhanced. If the agricultural yield of the planets under your jurisdiction can successfully catch up to or even surpass those agricultural worlds at baseline level in the human empire, how broad will your financial prospects be? The most critical point is that even if the output increases, you will only need to pay taxes according to the original amount that a backward agricultural world should pay to the human empire. In this way, over time, the wealth you can accumulate will surely grow like a snowball. By then, how could your quality of life not undergo a tremendous change? You will certainly enjoy unprecedented superiority and abundance. After listening to these words, Narikovic couldn't help but fall into a brief contemplation. After a while, he slowly raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the other party, and calmly replied, It does sound quite tempting, but what I want to know is, what price do we need to pay to achieve such a beautiful vision? There is no free lunch in the world. I understand that principle. Seeing the performance of this human governor, Chi silently thought, indeed, human nobles are such a greedy bunch who won't act without profit. As soon as they hear of an opportunity to become richer, they can't wait to figure out the other party's bottom line, like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Chi's lips curled into a gentle smile, a smile as enchanting as flowers blooming in spring, captivating all who beheld it. Meanwhile, she elegantly raised her hand to gently tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. This subtle gesture added to her charming allure. She knew that to make her words more persuasive, mere speech was far from enough. Hence, she cleverly employed nonverbal elements like smiles and body language to enhance the impact of her words. She looked firmly and confidently at the eager human noble in front of her and continued, Governor, if we can reach a cooperation, then there will be no cost. You only need to open the trade channel between the titanium race and the Falming planet and appropriately exempt a portion of taxes. In return, I can provide you with agricultural machinery from the titanium race worth twice the amount of the taxes exempted. With these high-performance titanium agricultural machines, I believe you will be able to rapidly enhance the agricultural productivity of the planet, thereby continuously accumulating immense wealth. Sound good, but what can I export to you? In time, wouldn't the Falming planet just become your dumping ground? Chi thought, what a hassle, but this is the extent of his vision. The titanium transport vessels can return loaded with local agricultural products from your planet on the way back. Of course, the prices are fair, and you can also choose to sell to other planets in need of agricultural products. In short, the decision is yours. Sound good? But please give me some more time to think it over. Now, let us talk about diplomacy. As a governor of a backward agricultural planet, I should not have much value for the Titanium Empire to send diplomats to sign such a favorable trade agreement for me, right? The main point has arrived. She adjusted her posture and spoke, Honorable Governor. The reason I am here to meet with you is precisely because the planet you govern is one of the few in this vast star region dominated by agriculture. Here, please allow me to candidly explain my intention. We, the titanium race, after careful consideration and comprehensive assessment, have decided to seek a stable and reliable source of agricultural products. Your planet, with its outstanding agricultural production capabilities in this star region, undoubtedly becomes one of our most ideal choices. To be frank, we plan to procure a substantial amount of agricultural product from your planet over the long term. This quantity will be quite astonishing, and your planet's current output may not meet our demand, so we will provide you with support. Compared to the enormous manpower, material resources, and time required to develop and build a brand new planet dedicated to agricultural production from scratch, we believe that directly cooperating with you, who already has a good agricultural foundation, is clearly much wiser and more efficient. Therefore, we sincerely hope to establish a long-term and stable partnership with you, and will strive tirelessly for it. Of course, If any situation arises in the future that might threaten the safety of your planet's assets during our cooperation, please rest assured that we, the Titanium race, will not hesitate to take all necessary measures to ensure that your interests are not harmed. Whether it is external interference or risks and challenges posed by other uncontrollable factors, we will do our utmost to protect this hard-won cooperative achievement, allowing both parties to gain maximum benefits and development opportunities. Want an ally? You should know that those planets that had too close a relationship with the Titanium Empire ultimately could not escape the fate of being purged in the punitive expedition. So, I must consider this matter carefully. Please give me some more time to ponder it. The planetary governor said with a frown. Hearing this, she thought to herself, this guy isn't completely foolish. He seems to have some brains, but I need to talk to him more deeply. So she smiled and replied, as you wish, my lord. With that, Chi gracefully took a small step forward and once again performed a standard yet aesthetically pleasing noble salute to the governor. This action was smooth and natural, as if practiced 1,000 times. The governor, who had arrived surrounded by numerous attendants, looking imposing, left in the same manner. Watching his receding figure, Chi thought to herself, this is a good start. Judging from his reaction just now, he has clearly been somewhat tempted. As long as I put in a little more effort, I might just succeed in achieving the goal of forming an alliance. With this thought, a slight smile appeared on Chi's lips, and a glimmer of confidence shone in her eyes. Chapter 45. Planet Dampness II. In the skies above Planet Dampness II, several massive and imposing Gorgon-class battlecruisers hovered in the atmosphere like steel beasts. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a chilling glow on their cold metallic hulls. Meanwhile, numerous transport ships buzzed back and forth between these steel giants and the surface like a swarm of busy bees, accompanied by the sounds of roaring engines. The transport ships either soared into the sky from the battlecruisers' wide decks or gently landed on them, delivering a variety of supplies and personnel. The entire scene was busy yet orderly, filled with tension and vitality. Outside the governor's mansion on planet Dampness II, Lamia had long since changed out of her planetary defense force commander's uniform and donned a noble robe befitting her status. With firm but slightly heavy steps, she slowly approached the Tyrant Empire transport ship before her, which felt both familiar and strange. Each step seemed to carry endless thoughts and concerns. Behind her, her newly appointed aide, Lanklaw, followed closely. He still wore the PDF uniform, but it was clearly well-maintained, making him stand tall. Together, they walked towards the transport ship with its hatch already open. When the two finally stepped inside the cabin, the hatch closed behind them, and a slight tremor was felt as the transport ship swiftly lifted off the ground like an arrow. The powerful thrust caused the fuselage to tilt slightly backward before it shot straight into the spacious hangar of the battlecruiser, suspended in the atmosphere like lightning. Inside the hangar of the battlecruiser, Monsk, dressed in the luxurious attire of the Tyrant Empire, stood quietly waiting for Lamia's arrival. Upon seeing her disembark from the transport ship, Monsk smiled and approached her. The Empire has always treated people with courtesy, and you can rest assured. After you leave, this planet will only get better. Of course, if you wish, you can come back anytime. The personnel assigned by the Empire to take over your duties are all experienced and highly professional officials. They are loyal to His Majesty and will do their utmost to govern this planet well. I believe that with our assistance, this planet will soon restore its former prosperity. Monsk said in a calm tone. Lamia nodded slightly, but her eyes still revealed a hint of worry. But I still worry about the remnants of the beastmen that might be reborn. After all, they once brought us too much pain and disaster. Monsk slowly turned around, his tall and imposing figure standing like a mountain. He raised his hand slightly, signaling Lamia to follow his pace. With steady and powerful steps, Monsk spoke as he walked. Regarding this issue, the Empire has already considered it. We are well aware of the seriousness and urgency of the situation, and thus are organizing troops to assist you in carrying out a comprehensive and thorough cleansing operation. Rest assured, with the Empire's help, I believe it won't be long before the hidden dangers left by those beastmen will be completely eliminated. So, you need not worry about this matter any longer. The most important thing now is for you to take a good rest and recuperate. Once all the supplies needed for the reconstruction of Planet Daemon II are unloaded, we will set off for New Keha, where His Majesty is located. At that time, I sincerely hope you can present your best self when meeting His Majesty, leaving a deep and good impression. Upon hearing this, Lamia hurriedly quickened her pace to walk alongside Monsk, her face filled with confusion and curiosity. After hesitating for a moment, she finally summoned the courage to ask, "Esteemed sir, could you please shed a little light on what kind of person His Majesty is? To be honest, I have lived on this planet Daemon II, and as its governor, I have never heard of a planet named New Keha in this star region. Moreover, I find it quite puzzling how you came to know everything happening here and arrived to assist us so promptly. I have so many questions waiting for answers." In response, Monsk paused and slowly spoke. "I can only say that His Majesty is a young and kind person. As for more, since you have chosen to join the Empire, you will need to learn for yourself. Seeing is believing, right? New Keha is not in this star region. It is located on the eastern frontier of the human empire. It is perfectly normal that you haven't heard of it. And as for Planet Daemon II, if it weren't for His Majesty personally leading the army to rescue you, I wouldn't have known there was such a planet. Perhaps it was destined." After saying this, Monsk resumed his steps, and Lamia and her aide Lanklaw followed closely behind. In the evening, Lamia was brought to the bridge, where Monsk stood gazing out the viewport at Planet Daemon II. "The supplies and personnel have been transported. As agreed, I will leave a ship here to provide you with support. As for more, we will have to wait for the troops organized by the Empire to arrive. In any case, we are about to set sail." "Sir, are we setting sail just like this? I do not see any Star Whisperers on your ship, nor do I see a church being built. If we recklessly enter the hyperspace like this, I'm afraid." "Don't worry." After saying this, Monsk paused for a moment before turning his gaze to the captain beside him and asked in a steady tone, "Is everything ready?" The captain immediately straightened up and respectfully replied, "Report, sir. All preparations have been completed. The battleship is in good condition. Energy is sufficient, and we can jump at any time." Receiving an affirmative response, Monsk nodded slightly. He walked with firm steps to the front of the bridge. Once he stood still, he quietly stared at the unfamiliar planet outside the window, a complex emotion reflected in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Monsk turned around to face the navigator behind him and issued a command loudly. "Fleet, obey my orders. Prepare to evacuate Planet Daemon II." After saying this, Monsk slowly turned and continued speaking to the navigator. "Navigator, input the course. The course has been entered. Prepare for the jump. 3, 2, 1, jump." In an instant, only one battlecruiser remained in the atmosphere of Planet Daemon II, while the other ships disappeared in a flash of white light. Meanwhile, in the distant space orbit of New Keha, a flash of white light appeared as the fleet of New Keha returned, but this time, the return of the fleet carried a completely different significance. Chapter 46, The Fist of the Empire, Part 1, in the harsh and little-known hidden wilderness of Necromunda. A towering and magnificent giant structure stands proudly. This building resembles a sleeping giant beast, exuding a heart-pounding aura. If one were to take a closer look, they would notice two incredibly thick double-barreled gun barrels standing prominently at its top, gleaming with a cold, fierce light like the fangs of a giant dragon. If a person familiar with the game StarCraft happened to pass by this place, they would immediately recognize this colossal structure and exclaim its resounding name, Planetary Fortress. This is a strategic stronghold in planetary warfare, possessing indestructible defensive power and formidable firepower. Surrounding this planetary fortress are several other buildings of various designs, arranged in an orderly manner. The most eye-catching among them is a towering sensor tower, surrounded by several barracks that stand like loyal guardians beside the fortress. The sounds of human troops patrolling can be heard intermittently around these buildings. In addition, there are scattered supply stations, contributing to a semblance of human architectural presence. And further out, a long iron wall ensures that nothing lost can inadvertently intrude upon the base, maintaining the normal operation of the entire facility. Besides the barracks and supply stations, some sturdy bunkers are also positioned around the fortress. These bunkers feature dual gun turrets, with small shooting ports barely visible. resembling hidden venomous snakes ready to deliver a fatal blow to any invading enemy. Simultaneously, several towering missile silos stand firm, their bodies covered with densely packed missile launchers that are intimidating to behold. Once enemies enter the attack range, these missiles will rain down like a torrential downpour, engulfing the foes in a sea of fire. If one were to observe even more closely, they would find the gun barrels of siege tanks extending from several artificially constructed platforms. On a hillside quite distant from this base, several figures stand quietly side by side. They are clad in heavy battle armor, resembling indestructible fortresses. The armor is painted in a bright yellow, giving a striking and imposing impression. On their broad shoulder pads, a prominent black fist symbol is engraved, undoubtedly signifying their awe-inspiring identity, the Fist of the Empire. If someone were to get a bit closer and examine them carefully, they would be astonished to find that on the opposite side of their shoulder pads, intricately embedded, are intersecting white arrow symbols. This unique combination of insignias makes these warriors stand out even more. Imagine if at this very moment, there were someone who is well-versed in the Warhammer 40k universe passing by this place. As soon as their gaze falls upon this group of warriors clad in yellow armor, bearing the black fist and white arrow insignias, they would instantly comprehend their origins. Without much thought, they would effortlessly call out the resounding name of the unit to which these Fist of the Empire warriors belong, the 8th Reserve Close Combat Support Company, Dorn's Guard. This name seems to possess a certain magic, evoking endless imaginings of heroic battles and fearless sacrifices once mentioned. This is the training ground for you new recruits. The chapter command requires you to ascertain the origins of these unidentified personnel, preferably capturing the commanding officer of this base alive, while maintaining the integrity of the facilities within the area as much as possible. Standing at the center of the crowd is Captain Aldrich of the 8th Company, whose piercing gaze scans the new recruits participating in this training. He speaks in a serious and earnest tone. The new recruits include a tactical squad rookie, Andrew, armed with a plasma gun, an assault squad rookie, Carl, wielding an all-knowing explosive carbine, a destroyer squad rookie, Ovar, equipped with a heavy explosive rifle, and 3 ordinary Fist of the Empire recruits, Bress, holding an explosive sniper rifle, Arusa, armed with an explosive gun, and Tarinpo, also with an explosive gun. All these recruits are equipped with Astartes chain words. Is anyone wishing to withdraw? A silence ensued. Very well. Listen carefully. This mission is time-limited to 10 days. Before this, I trust you have all received careful guidance and strict training from the experienced veterans in your respective squads. This practical training will be a true test of what you have learned and practiced during this time. I sincerely hope that each of you can give your all, demonstrating your rightful level and strength. Do not let me down. Remember, I will be waiting at the base for your triumphant return. Aldrich's piercing gaze swept across the new recruits of the 8th Company. His calm and powerful voice seemed to have a penetrating force. After speaking, Aldrich turned and walked away with steady strides. As his figure gradually disappeared from view, a brief silence fell over the scene. Soon, a slight but clearly audible stir began to rise, signaling that this training, filled with challenges and uncertainties, had officially commenced. A new recruit from the 8th Company, Bress, armed with an explosive sniper rifle, immediately began preliminary reconnaissance on the human base secretly established by the unreturned remnants at Necromunda. He skillfully adjusted the scope of his weapon, his gaze sharp as he scanned ahead like a hawk. After some observation, the rookie Bress whispered, "There are a total of 20 patrol teams, each consisting of 14 members. 12 of them are wearing unknown models of powered armor and are armed with weapons capable of high armor penetration. The other 2 are clad in even heavier unknown models of heavy powered armor, equipped with grenade launchers. Their patrol routes are arranged very tightly, leaving almost no opportunity for us to infiltrate easily." As his viewpoint shifted slowly, Rookie Bress made another discovery. Frowning slightly beneath his helmet, he continued to report, "Additionally, I have spotted 12 hidden bunkers. Their specific locations are." He then detailed the positions of these bunkers and the potential defensive firepower points. The scene switched again, and Rookie Bress's gaze fell upon several elevated platforms in the distance, where he spotted many armored targets. He squinted to identify them carefully for a moment, then confidently stated, "That should be 5 unknown model tanks. From their appearance, their armor thickness is not to be underestimated. Moreover, several anti-aircraft turrets are distributed around, presumably set up to counter aerial threats. In the center of the base stands a massive building, equipped with 2 giant tubular structures on top, but its specific purpose is currently unclear." Finally, Rookie Bress scanned the entire base with a sniper scope, regretfully reporting there are currently no signs of unarmed personnel activity, nor have I observed any key figures such as a commander. The defenses of this base are clearly very tight, and breaking through will not be easy. After speaking, he fell silent, waiting for feedback from other members of the squad. The tactical squad rookie, Andrew, spoke up. Chapter 47. The Empire's Fist, Part 2. The reconnaissance abilities of the Blaze brothers were well known during the 10-man missions, no matter how complex or dangerous the situation. He could always quickly and accurately perceive everything. Since even he felt that infiltrating the enemy's base here was difficult, it seemed we had no other choice but to create opportunities ourselves and look for weak points to break through. This training exercise did not provide us with any vehicles, nor did it assign the Astral Army to fight alongside us. This indicates that the command of the battle group believes our tactical team can achieve our objectives smoothly even without external assistance. After a moment of thought, Andrew turned to Blaze and asked, "From what you've observed, are there patrols and defensive facilities all concentrated inside the walls?" After receiving a positive response, Andrew continued, "It seems the commander of this base believes the external environment is harsh and therefore did not deploy patrols. This conveniently facilitates our actions. We can use the harsh natural environment around the base as cover to approach the outer areas without easily being detected by the enemy. Blaze brothers, you need to stay in place next. On one hand, you will be responsible for providing us with information support, and on the other hand, once we successfully approach the enemy's base edge, you can switch locations and snipe the enemy patrols from a distance, drawing enemy support and concentrating their personnel. While the enemy is in chaos due to the unexpected sniping, I and the other brothers can find an opportunity to cross the walls and enter the base, heading towards the largest building in the center. I have a hunch that the enemy commander is inside. As for the tanks the enemy possesses, one might say their commander is foolish for deploying important combat weapons like tanks on a high platform. Thus, once we successfully infiltrate the enemy camp, even if we are detected, by the time these tanks stationed on the platform provide support, we will have already completed our mission and left. Based on the defensive distribution provided by the Blaze brothers, I believe the most suitable entry point to break through the enemy's defenses would be the section of the wall located in the middle of the east side. The environment around that wall is quite harsh, and the enemy commander has not built defensive structures there. What do you all think about this, brothers? I'm with you. Brother Andrew. Me too. Agreed. The remaining participants of the Empire's Fist training all agreed with Andrew's tactical arrangement. Warning. Unknown unit detected. The adjutant suddenly raised his head and alerted Li Lu. Hearing this sudden alarm, Li Lu was startled and couldn't help but curse. What the hell is that? He quickly switched to the command view, his eyes sharp as an eagle, eagerly searching for suspicious targets around New Keha and Demidun 2. However, no matter how he looked around, he found no red dots indicating the enemy within his field of vision. Huh, no way. Li Lu furrowed his brow tightly. He gently clicked the flashing adjutant warning in the upper left corner, and in an instant, the view seemed to transcend time and space, switching to a familiar yet strange place, the Necromunda Wastes. Sure enough, there were some red dots on the map. No way. They can find me even when I'm hiding here? This was a desolate area with rugged terrain and extremely harsh climatic conditions. No one would venture here. During the retreat, due to time constraints, many troops could not be recalled to the base in time. In desperation, Li Lu had to find such a remote and harsh corner to hide these troops, controlling some armored SCVs to build simple basic infrastructure for defense to ensure these troops could be preserved relatively safely. Of course, he also left a backup plan, but he didn't want to activate it unless necessary. There were a total of 7 red dots. 1 stayed in place, another was stationary further back, and 5 were slowly advancing towards the base. When these 5 red dots entered the range of the siege tank's vision, Li Lu saw 5 large yellow figures sneaking towards the base he had secretly repaired. The moment he recognized them, Li Lu canceled the tank's impending attack. Damn! After cursing under his breath, Li Lu murmured, "Let me see what is going on." Saying this, he clicked on each of these yellow figures. No way, because when he aimed at them, it displayed Empire S Fist Yeruza, switch to another one, Empire S Fist Andrew, switch again, Empire S Fist Harry. Li Lu stood silently, eyes half closed, brows furrowed tightly, lost in deep thought. He knew very well that the planet Necromunda was of great significance to the Empire's Fist, as it was one of their important conscription worlds. He recalled how, when he controlled his troops to break through here, they seemed to vanish into thin air. Undoubtedly, such actions would attract a lot of attention. However, Li Lu believed he had been cautious enough in hiding. Since that intense conflict, the Rangers' troops had seemingly erased all traces of themselves from this world and had not shown their faces in front of the local residents again. It really isn't that easy, Li Lu murmured, the little man in his consciousness furrowing his brow tightly, his gaze fixed on the members of the Empire's Fist on the screen. He kept calculating in his mind, should he strike hard or let them go? If he lets them go, will they let this base go? This difficult choice left him feeling incredibly conflicted. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself to think. On one side was the large number of troops and the base he was hiding, and on the other was the guilt and hesitation deep in his heart. These two forces clashed violently within him, making his thoughts increasingly chaotic. At this moment, every second felt so long and torturous, as if time had frozen. However, reality ruthlessly forced him to make a decision quickly, because the time left for Li Lu was decreasing minute by minute. If he delayed any longer, these warriors of the Empire's Fist would make the choice for him. Chapter 48, I Am the Ghost in the Mist, Brother Andrew. There's new movement at the enemy base. The 2 cylindrical objects above the building in the center of the base are moving. It looks like targeting. They are aiming at you. You've been spotted. Oh no, those aren't decorations. They're a pair of massive cannons. Be careful. Suddenly, a panicked and urgent voice from Bress came through the communication channel. Be careful. However, the 5-man team sneaking closer to the base had no time to react. In an instant, there was a deafening explosion that echoed through the sky, as if the entire world trembled in response. The sound was like a dragon's roar, deafening and piercing the heavens. Bress's eyes widened in worry as he stared ahead, witnessing the powerful cannons unleashing flames, with projectiles screaming towards the direction of the 5 men with unstoppable force. With a thunderous boom, the shells crashed into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. A powerful shockwave, like an invisible giant hand, overturned everything around. God, are you all right? Brother, are you still alive? After a while, the dust in the air gradually settled. To everyone's surprise, the 5 men were unharmed. They rose from the chaos and shouted into the communicator, "Don't worry. We're fine." The communication just cut off suddenly. Before Andrew could finish speaking, Bress's anxious voice cut through the air like lightning. "Attention. Most of the enemy patrols are charging toward your direction. I have a squad coming toward me as well. We need to act quickly, and I plan to initiate a sniping operation immediately." However, just as Bress was about to pull the trigger on his first explosive round, suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. Though quiet, it carried a mysterious and lethal force, heading straight for Bress's sniper rifle. In an instant, the once formidable, gleaming explosive sniper rifle was twisted and deformed as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, with parts flying everywhere, clearly rendered completely inoperable. At the same time, a cold and authoritative voice from a stranger boomed in the area like thunder. "Members of the Imperial Fist, I hope you understand that we Rangers have never been your enemies. Please immediately clarify the purpose of your visit. That last round of attack was merely a small warning. If you refuse to cooperate with us, the next attack will not be as easy, and what gets hit won't just be this desolate wasteland and your now defunct sniper rifle." As these words were spoken, the previously noisy and tense scene fell into silence, as if time had frozen in that moment. On the hillside, Bress angrily discarded the severely damaged explosive sniper rifle, then swiftly drew his chainsaw sword from his waist, the sharp teeth glinting ominously in the sunlight. Meanwhile, Andrew and the other 5 firmly gripped their weapons, clearly demonstrating their unwavering resolve to resist. At this tense moment, a familiar voice unexpectedly came through Andrew's communicator, the voice of Captain Aldrich, who should have long since left the area. The captain calmly and firmly commanded, "Agree to his request." Although Andrew was filled with questions about why the captain had returned, he did not hesitate to respond with determination. Yes. He then decisively removed his heavy helmet, took a deep breath, and shouted with all his might toward Li's base. "All right. We are willing to cooperate, but you must first lay down your weapons and guarantee that you will not launch any further attacks against us." A brief silence seemed to suspend time, and the air around became heavy. Finally, the stranger's voice broke the silence, clearly resonating in everyone's ears. "All right, but I have one condition that I hope you can agree to. I hope you will not harm my subordinates. They will accompany you into my base. Also," as he paused, the stranger's voice noticeably grew louder. "The Imperial Fist warrior who has been hiding at the back, could you please stop hiding there? Come along with your brothers into my base, and we can have a good talk." As soon as he finished speaking, Alder took a deep breath and responded to a nearby empty hilltop. "Okay." Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. A figure suddenly appeared on the previously empty hilltop, a ghost. The ghost was wearing advanced stealth gear, slowly deactivating its invisibility. As his body gradually became visible, Aldrich saw that he was holding a uniquely shaped weapon, which remained pointed downward, clearly showing he meant no harm. The ghost then walked steadily toward Aldrich. Unbeknownst to Aldrich, 3 sniper rifles were aimed at him. The members of the Imperial Fist were orderly gathered together. They walked slowly and cautiously, accompanied by the Rangers, officially stepping into the Ranger base. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense, and no one spoke to break the silence. However, in this tense atmosphere, Andrew, who had remained silent and had not questioned the captain's absence, finally could not contain his curiosity and bravely asked, "Captain, what about this exercise?" His voice was soft, but in the silence it rang out clearly. Hearing Andrew's question, the captain slightly turned his head and gave him an inscrutable glance. But unexpectedly, the captain did not immediately respond to Andrew's question. Instead, he continued his steady pace, seemingly unfazed, moving deeper into the base. After a lengthy journey, the group finally entered the planetary fortress and reached the command platform below its core area. However, the scene before them was vastly different from what they had imagined. There was no sign of the original task target, the Ranger commander. Instead, there was only a cold mechanical construct and a virtual image projected in the air. At this moment, the half-human mechanical construct stood silently, as if in sleep or standby mode, devoid of life, while the projection showed a young man dressed in extravagant clothing, his figure flickering. This young man stood tall and exuded an elegant aura, but his features were somewhat blurred due to the lighting, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Chapter 49, Astartes, the young man in the projection, slowly spoke. "Let me introduce myself first. I am Jim Raynor, the leader of the Rangers." However, Aldrich, who heard his words, slowly shook his head and responded, "Indeed, the leader of the Rangers is named Jim Raynor. But according to the intelligence we obtained from the gang forces in the lower levels of the Hive City, your physique doesn't match that information at all." The young man in the projection seemed to slightly raise the corners of his mouth and calmly explained, "The person who appeared before everyone earlier was merely one of my guards, and I am the genuine Jim Raynor." Aldrich looked at the man who claimed to be Jim Raynor with great interest and then asked, "Oh, how interesting. So, do you know what you did in Necromunda?" The young man in the projection straightened his posture and replied firmly, "Self-defense. I never provoked anyone. I just wanted to leave that treacherous place. Should I just sit and wait to be attacked?" But Aldrich shook his head again, clearly unsatisfied with this answer. He stared intently at Jim Raynor's projection and said seriously, "None of this matters. The key point is that you secretly hid 3 destroyers in Necromunda, evaded orbital defense facilities and the space fleet, and with some unknown mysterious technology, successfully docked them within the atmosphere. But then these destroyers vanished as if they had never existed. What do you have to say about this? Do you know what this means?" The person in the projection crossed his arms and slowly said, "I'm sorry, but I can't disclose anything about this matter right now. Speaking about it would bring about great trouble." That is not a friendly negotiating attitude. Jim Raynor. Necromunda is an important conscription world for the Imperial Fist chapter, and the chapter has troops stationed here. Everything you've done has turned the Empire's and the chapter's defenses here into a joke. Do you not think your current troubles are already significant enough? The person in the projection, with a serious expression, repeated, "I'm sorry, but I really can't disclose any information on this for the time being. You might as well ask about other matters." Aldrich slowly shook his head and said with unwavering determination, "In that case, I'm afraid you'll have to come with us." The young man in the projection slightly raised his chin, showing a hint of dissatisfaction, and retorted, "Isn't that request a bit too rude? Please forgive me for refusing. I'm merely a projection here." However, this time Aldrich did not respond to Jim Raynor's question. He silently took out a peculiar item from his pocket. It had a claw-like structure at the front, with an object resembling a light bulb clamp between the two claws, and the entire assembly was mounted on a cylindrical base. Then, without hesitation, Aldrich forcefully inserted it into the floor beneath him. Jim Raynor watched Aldrich's every move with a face full of suspicion and said, "What are you trying to do?" After all, on the surface, the item Aldrich produced did not appear to be a conventional weapon at all. Just then, the mechanical aide, who had been quietly standing by with its eyes closed in standby mode, suddenly opened its eyes wide and shouted, "Warning! Numerous unknown ground units detected rapidly approaching our base." It continued to warn loudly, "Warning! A large number of unknown aerial units are flying toward our base. Warning! Warning!" The alarm sounds echoed throughout the space, and the atmosphere instantly became tense and heavy. Has the negotiation broken down? That's a bit sudden. To be honest, I really don't want to oppose you. Jim Raynor's face suddenly became clear, revealing the youthful and innocent features of a young man, now filled with bitterness. Why does it have to be like this? The response from the Imperial Fist was an explosive round. In that moment, the Imperial Fist launched an attack with lightning speed. The 7 individuals, who were originally tightly united, scattered like arrows released from a bow. From the command perspective, they instantly changed from neutral white to hostile red. This sudden attack was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, creating waves upon waves. The patrol team that had entered the base with them immediately reacted, activating their self-defense mechanisms. At that moment, a Marine had just raised his weapon. But before he could fully bring it up, a dull sound erupted, bang. A powerful explosive round sped in like lightning, accurately hitting his head-mounted display. In an instant, the Marine's expressionless head exploded like a detonated bomb, sending blood and flesh flying. His body, losing support, collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, another raider quickly raised his left hand, attempting to fire a grenade in retaliation. But his actions were too slow. The trooper holding the explosive gun gave him no chance. Without hesitation, the trooper pulled the trigger, bang, bang, bang. A series of dense, explosive rounds were fired at the raider. These explosive rounds fell upon the raider's chest like raindrops, the immense impact creating deep dents in his armor. One of the rounds even directly hit his helmet, producing a crisp explosion sound. Despite suffering such a heavy blow, the raider displayed astonishing resilience and combat ability. His actions did not slow down in the slightest. He continued to resolutely execute his attack plan. However, just then, a sharp, piercing sound rang out, "P.O." A dazzling plasma bolt shot through the air, precisely hitting the raider's helmet. In an instant, the high-temperature plasma energy completely melted the raider's head and the surrounding area, turning it into a pool of molten liquid. The raider's arms fell limply, and he could no longer move a muscle. Outside the massive planetary fortress, a series of deafening cannon fire suddenly erupted. The sound rolled like thunder, echoing across the wastelands of Necromunda. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the impact points of these shells were precisely concentrated on the bunkers, elevated tanks, and missile towers. Above the vast sky, countless drop pods were plummeting down like meteors. They descended with a force capable of annihilating everything, seemingly intent on completely destroying this base. Faced with such a fierce offensive, the remaining missile towers within the base quickly reacted, beginning to rotate rapidly. As the missile towers spun at high speed, long-range missiles screamed out like arrows released from a bow. Alongside them, A dense barrage of storm munitions also soared into the sky, creating a dazzling firepower net aimed at the approaching drop pods. In an instant, a cacophony of booming sounds filled the air, an unending chorus of explosions. The light and smoke generated by the explosions intertwined, rendering the entire base as terrifying and spectacular as if the apocalypse had descended. Chapter 50 GLHF. Li Lu bitterly stared at the scene on the screen before him. He couldn't understand how, just a second ago, they were communicating well, and the next second, the Imperial Fist was tearing into his base, slaughtering indiscriminately. The 7 members of the Imperial Fist seemed to have made prior arrangements, each with clear roles. The sniper, who had lost his firearm and switched to a chainsaw sword, rushed towards the nearest Marine with astonishing speed, shredding him before he could react. The member of the Imperial Fist, who had initially been negotiating with Li Lu using a plasma gun, focused on 2 raiders within the patrol team, while the other 5 freely opened fire on the remaining Marines. Each explosive round eliminated a Marine, and in an instant, this patrol team, bolstered by 2 transport vehicles, was completely wiped out by the 7 members of the Imperial Fist. The Marines and Raiders guarding the Imperial Fist members on the spot didn't even have time to mount an effective counterattack before they fell into pools of blood. Meanwhile, within the entire base, the deafening sound of explosions from fierce artillery fire echoed continuously from unknown directions. The troops originally responsible for patrolling and guarding, along with various defensive facilities, were shattered and scattered under the sudden bombardment. Although the overall damage caused by these artillery strikes wasn't particularly massive, it was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the defense system that Li Lu had painstakingly built. In a vast, boundless sky, parachute pods were rapidly descending at an astonishing speed. Although the missile towers successfully intercepted some of them, the number of remaining pods was still overwhelming. They fell like raindrops, and once they landed, the base would inevitably face the danger of being completely breached from within by the enemy. At this moment, the interior of the base had already become a scene of devastation, with massive craters left in the wake of the bombardment. These craters resembled gaping maws, mercilessly swallowing the once flat ground. Worse still, several powerful shells had directly hit and destroyed crucial sensor towers. Just before the sensor tower was destroyed, it had detected a large number of flashing red dots surrounding it. These red dots were densely spread, not only within the base, but also in the sky and even outside, as if an invisible net had tightly surrounded the entire base. Threats from all directions surged like a tide, seemingly determined to capture the base that Li Lu had painstakingly established on Necromunda in one fell swoop. Li Lu gazed at the command perspective, watching helplessly as units in his formation dwindled one by one. The icons representing his forces continued to disappear, causing his heart to sink bit by bit. Looking around the base, buildings were engulfed in raging fires, thick smoke billowing into the sky. The soldiers of the Tau Empire were being slaughtered under the enemy's fierce assault, blood staining the ground. Faced with such a grim situation, a strong sense of unwillingness surged within Li Lu. He murmured to himself, "Am I really going to give up this base without any resistance? But there's no room for negotiation with them. They won't budge at all. Yet if I choose to hold this base, how many people will have their eyes on me? To give up so easily, my heart simply cannot accept it. It's too unwilling." In a daze, he seemed to hear Monsk whispering in his ear, "War is often complex and cruel. There are never absolute rights and wrongs. When we delve deeper, we find that every side in a conflict firmly believes that their stance and actions are correct and is willing to fight to the death for them. However, if you have already made a decision and decided to put it into practice, but deep down you feel that what you are doing is wrong, then that thought is simply too naive and childish. After all, life's path is filled with countless moments of choice, and once you make a choice, you should move forward bravely and execute it wholeheartedly, rather than regretting it later and adding to your troubles and pain. Warfare? Thank you. But I remember that some of them didn't die at Char, and now they have all come here. What about their families? Taikis? A man should do what a man should do. Myself? StarCraft is really so much fun. Do what you want to do. Treat this as a trial." Suddenly, Li Lu felt as if a mysterious current had surged through his body, followed by a strange sensation rising in his heart. as if he had inadvertently triggered a deeply hidden switch. In an instant, he found himself being pulled by an invisible force, completely immersed in an unprecedented command perspective. At that moment, the familiar little figure in his consciousness reappeared. However, unlike before, this time, along with the little figure, there was also a perfectly placed desktop computer and a matching desk and chair. The little figure in his consciousness first gently patted its own cheek, seemingly trying to wake itself up. Then, it swiftly pushed the desk and chair aside and slowly sat down. Once settled, it skillfully placed its left hand on the keyboard and its right hand on the mouse. With everything ready, there was a soft click as the little figure decisively pressed the enter key. Soon, its fingers danced across the keyboard like agile dancers, quickly and accurately typing out several letters. In the blink of an eye, those letters were neatly arranged on the screen. After completing the input, the little figure paused for a moment, then decisively pressed the enter key again. The entire process was seamless, without any hesitation or delay. GLHF. In an instant, a voice that seemed to transcend time and space suddenly echoed within the Necromunda base. This voice clearly resonated in the ears of every member of the Imperial Fist and the Astra Militarum attacking the base. It was a greeting from the 2K era. Good luck and have fun. It spread like magic, rapidly disseminating without warning to every corner of the planet. Whether it was the busy crowd in the Hive factory or the struggling civilians in the depths of the Hive. No matter if it was the towering heights of the Hive or the unfathomable abyss of the ocean. Chapter 51, Who is Calling the Fleet? The little person in consciousness was fully focused on the command interface in front of him, staring at the base that was gradually falling into crisis. His brows furrowed, and his eyes revealed a hint of tension and determination. He quickly extended his finger and decisively pressed the F2 key. Immediately, he shouted, "Look, I'm sending the fleet to take you to the skies." Teek. This was no longer his soliloquy. A response came from the void. The flight path has been input. The fleet is underway. In transit. At that moment, the entire wilderness of Necromunda seemed to be shrouded in a massive shadow. Everyone looked up and saw a fleet blocking out the sun, rolling in like dark clouds. These enormous warships flashed with dazzling light, accompanied by a dazzling white flash, suddenly appearing in the sight of the people. Along with the fleet came a whisper that everyone could hear. Who is calling the fleet? In an instant, countless drop pods rained down from the warships, crashing directly toward the planetary fortress of the Terran people. These drop pods traced arcs in the air like meteorites falling, carrying immense power and destructive force, intertwining with a barrage of artillery fire. Meanwhile, the laser cannon groups mounted on the battlecruisers activated one after another, emitting blinding beams of light. These powerful energy beams swept across the sky, mercilessly firing at the airborne drop pods and the outer legions of the Star Realm army surrounding the base. There were loud explosions. Bayou, a Chimera transport vehicle that was advancing while continuously firing at the base, was instantly blown apart under the fierce attack of the laser cannons, turning into a roaring fireball. Such scenes continued to unfold. Bayou. One vehicle after another was reduced to ruins amid the artillery fire, creating a scene of extreme carnage. Too weak, the little person thought. Suddenly, a barrage of anti-air fire struck, hitting one of the battlecruisers solidly. The little person felt he heard the wailing of the battlecruiser. It's a trap, abandoned ship. The little person frowned and glanced at the health bar of this dreadnought. The shields hadn't even broken. The second wave of ground anti-air fire arrived, accompanied by countless fighter jets from the human empire. Boom! Countless missiles and lasers slammed against the shields of the battlecruiser. The shield is down, the little person thought, selecting the damaged battlecruiser and pressing T for new Ka. In an instant, a white flash passed, and this new 99 class battlecruiser of Lilu disappeared without a trace. What on earth is this? At the Necromunda anti-air position, the observer responsible for operating the bird's eye instrument widened his eyes, staring in terror at the massive fleet that suddenly appeared on the screen. His voice sharp and piercing due to extreme shock. Almost simultaneously, he unhesitatingly triggered the highest level alarm. In an instant, Deafening alarm sounds echoed across the entire planet. The once peaceful wilderness was instantly engulfed in tension and fear. Each anti-air gun position quickly responded, powerful anti-air fire converging toward that airspace like a tide. Countless shells, trailing long tails, streaked across the sky like a meteor shower, dense artillery forming a net of death, pouncing toward the unknown fleet in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by earth-shattering roars, the fire from the explosions turned half the sky crimson. Some shells accurately hit their targets, but astonishingly, the fleet had a powerful shield system. Most of the artillery fire was easily deflected. Warning, their shields are starting to overload. Concentrate fire on those few ships whose shields have overloaded. An anxious shout came from the observation post. After receiving the order, all anti-air weapons immediately adjusted their firing directions, pouring more ammunition onto the designated targets. Just as a round after round of fierce bombardment was about to completely destroy those shield-overloaded warships at the last moment, that warship suddenly vanished without a trace, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Following that, several other warships in similar peril also transformed into dazzling white lights, disappearing from people's sight in the blink of an eye. For a moment, the once intense battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The soldiers who had been desperately firing just moments ago stood dazed, their faces filled with disbelief. After a long while, one soldier finally murmured as if waking from a dream, "Emperor, protect us. What on earth are these things?" At this moment, the commander of the anti-air position angrily yelled at the dazed soldiers, "Don't just stand there. Keep firing. Even if they can escape once or twice. As long as we keep attacking, we will eventually wipe them all out." Under the commander's stern reprimand, the soldiers snapped back to reality, regaining control of their weapons and launching another fierce attack toward the sky. However, the subsequent situation continued to be astonishing. Every time a warship's shield was pushed to the overload state by anti-air fire, it would vanish in an instant, accompanied by a mysterious white light. Nevertheless, the commander keenly sensed a glimmer of hope because each time a warship disappeared, the overall size of the enemy fleet seemed to shrink gradually. At least for now, our anti-air fire indeed posed a threat to them, successfully forcing some of them to retreat. If this continues, if we can maintain a high-intensity attack stance, we might really be able to defeat this mysterious group of enemies. The commander of the anti-air position kept a close watch on the changing situation on the battlefield while secretly pondering. Little did he know what he would face next. The little person watched as the battlecruiser jumped to New Ka. The shields are fully charged. Suddenly, the little person seemed to have a hallucination. In his mind, a strong, resonant voice echoed, "Shields are fully charged." This voice seemed to come from some corner inside the battlecruiser, but also sounded like it was from deep within the distant universe. The little person covered his face and continued his actions, rapidly switching screens, selecting, directing toward Necromunda TTT. Each drop pod of the Imperial Fist carried a squad composed of 5 elite warriors. They wore MKII power armor, powerful and imposing, and held various weapons, explosive guns, plasma weapons, and meltaguns, but the most striking was a massive shield beside them, large enough to cover the entire Space Marine. One corner of the shield had a notch for the Space Marine to shoot from, looking almost indestructible. This fortress had only a few hundred mortals garrisoned. Why did the captain mobilize us so grandly to storm it with drop pods? It had been years since so many brothers worked together to attack a fortress like this. An Imperial Fist warrior holding an explosive gun jokingly said in the squad channel. However, one of his battle brothers replied, seriously, "Stop joking. The captain is not someone who would do something meaningless. Since he gave the order, there must be a profound meaning and important strategic purpose. We just need to follow the command." After speaking, the entire squad fell into a brief silence, each person's gaze becoming resolute, preparing to face the imminent fierce battle. In the sky, the drop pod, representing the Imperial Fist battle group, arrived first at the surface of the Rangers' planetary fortress. Accompanied by a violent crash, the drop pod landed steadily. The hatch opened upwards, and the well-trained Imperial Fist combat team poured out in succession, swiftly deploying into battle formation with shields in their left hands and guns in their right, advancing slowly. Above this mortal base, various ground-based air defense firepower of Necromunda poured down like dense raindrops, forming dazzling yet deadly barges, heading towards the unknown warships that suddenly appeared in the sky. Meanwhile, the unknown warships retaliated fiercely, firing powerful lasers. These blinding energy beams tore through the air, intertwining with the air defense fire, creating a breathtaking scene. Suddenly, several atmospheric fighters from the human empire flying towards those unknown warships exploded in midair like burning meteors, bursting into brilliant flames. Some even crashing directly into the mortal mercenary base. This sudden scene made an Imperial Fist interstellar warrior look up. "What is that in the sky?" he asked. Another voice quickly replied, "That's the Ranger's destroyer. But don't worry, they will be destroyed soon. It has nothing to do with us. Continue to advance." With this firm order given, the squad resumed their steps, moving towards the target. They shone like sharp daggers, gleaming with a chilling light, thrusting towards the remaining Rangers patrols within the base with overwhelming force. Every battle-hardened Imperial Fist warrior gripped their cold, heavy, and powerful weapons tightly, mercilessly firing at the group of mortal troops in front of them, which they viewed as nothing more than a bunch of tin soldiers. The deafening sound of explosive projectiles howled through the sky, resembling arrows released from a bow, striking these mortals with astonishing speed and incredible accuracy. Each fired explosive seemed like the scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper, ruthlessly and accurately reaping away a living life. Every explosion meant that a Ranger mercenary silently fell into a pool of blood. One Imperial Fist interstellar warrior asked his combat brother beside him, "Brother, why are these mortals so quiet? Besides firing, they don't say a word." "I just tried to break a mortal's arms, and he didn't even scream. I've never seen such mortal mercenaries. The explosives are enough to bring them death. We don't need to care about the rest. Keep pushing forward. The squad leader is still waiting for us." His combat brother replied slowly. However, this battle was not a one-sided massacre. Although the efficient killing by the Imperial Fist severely damaged the patrols, they were by no means helpless. In the eyes of the Imperial Fists, this group of mortal mercenaries calling themselves Rangers showed strong resistance and excellent counterattack capabilities, though their movements and positioning were nearly non-existent, as stiff as program machines, but the blood and flesh revealed after being hit were undeniable. Some Imperial Fist warriors became slightly lax while clearing these mercenaries, just slowing down their firing rate a little. Waiting for them was a torrential and dense attack of steel nails. These steel nails came whistling with a sharp wind. Their numbers and speed were astonishing. Some Imperial Fist interstellar warriors, believing themselves to be safe behind sturdy jump shields, secretly mocked these mortal mercenaries as nothing but a group of ineffectual rabble. But who could have thought that the seemingly indestructible jump shields would be easily pierced by countless steel nails in the blink of an eye? The interstellar warriors, originally safe behind them, didn't even have time to react before being torn to shreds by this sudden lethal attack, blood splattering everywhere, one by one collapsing to the ground, in front of the entrance to a massive building in the center of the mortal base. A bunker of mortal mercenaries was pouring out firepower, blocking any Imperial Fist warriors attempting to enter the planetary fortress. It had survived the bombardment from the Imperial Fist organization, while the giant building behind it had been heavily shelled, now unrecognizable, its surface riddled with various pits, resembling the craters on the moon. The once indestructible outer walls were shattered, revealing the complex internal structures and wiring. The two once majestic gun barrels atop the building now hung limply, having not lifted even a little since the bombardment began. Faced with this bunker-esque resistance, an Imperial Fist warrior attempted to use his reaction speed advantage to suppress the bunker-esque firing port outside the giant building. But before he could fully expose himself, he was met with a torrential assault. Despite his extremely agile reflexes, quickly retracting his body behind the corner of the building at the moment of attack, the Gauss-enhanced steel nails easily pierced the wall he was hiding behind and further penetrated his power armor, which should have been indestructible for mortals, turning him into a sieve riddled with holes. Witnessing this, another combat brother acting alongside him immediately sent out an emergency signal to the other combat brothers. Soon, the members of the squad gathered around. A brother armed with a melt-a-gun resolutely stepped forward. Like lightning, he dashed towards a sturdy bunker, nimbly weaving through the hail of gunfire. Each step was filled with determination and courage, as he knew he bore the heavy responsibility of destroying the mortal defensive fortifications and opening the path for his brothers. As he got closer to the bunker, this brave brother tightened his grip on the melt-a-gun even more, his gaze fixed firmly on the bunker's firing port. Finally, when he entered the effective range of the melt-a-gun, he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. In an instant, a scorching energy beam surged from the muzzle of the melt-a-gun. This dazzling beam, carrying world-destroying power, rushed like a roaring fire dragon straight towards the bunker. In the blink of an eye, the bunker was completely melted by this high temperature. Its once indestructible structure instantly turned into a sea of molten ruins. The mortal mercenaries hiding inside were directly turned to ashes under the searing heat, vanishing without a trace, while the turret above the bunker hung weakly. After completing this earth-shattering blow, the courageous brother fell weakly to his knees. His body was already riddled with holes. The path to the planetary fortress was now clear. "Continue forward," someone from the squad said, and the others prepared to enter. However, just as they had taken a few steps, suddenly, a deafening boom echoed bomb. This sound seemed to roar from the depths of hell, instantly drowning out the rumbling sounds of artillery fire in the sky. Immediately after, a dazzling explosion flashed, followed by a rain of blood and wind. This Imperial Fizz squad was caught completely off guard by the sudden explosion, and in the blink of an eye, they were torn into countless tiny fragments, scattering across the ground. These fragments, mixed with blood and pieces of flesh, emit a nauseating metallic scent that lingers in the air for a long time. The pair of massive ibex cannons on the planetary fortress has opened fire. Chapter 53 Interlude. Mother Earth is fooling you. I'm really fed up. Another negotiation ended in failure. Time flew by, and at least a whole month had passed. Every time she thought of this, she would feel a surge of anger and helplessness. And that self-proclaimed planetary governor, the fat human, made she even more troubled. How many times had he appeared before her to negotiate? She tried hard to remember, but found she could no longer recall the specific number of times. She only knew that whenever this person showed up, his chubby face always wore a seemingly kind smile. Yet the reality was that every negotiation made no progress. Every time they reached a key issue, the governor would casually say, "This matter, I need to consider it further." Then he would change the subject and eventually find an excuse to leave. Thus, a month passed, and he had come to talk to her many times. But every time she inquired, his so-called considerations seemed to have no end. Moreover, she and her delegation were strictly restricted in their activities, with the Titanium Empire's delegation only allowed to move freely within this building, not permitted to step outside its doors. The governor even euphemistically called it protecting their safety. For Chi, as a professionally trained and experienced diplomat of the Water Clan, this treatment was unprecedented. She had not been in contact with the outside world for a long time, and even with her cultivation and patience, she was nearing her limit. She silently resolved that if this negotiation still did not yield progress, she would request the governor to let them leave this planet. After all, staying here was just a waste of time and energy, and it was of no help to the diplomatic issue. The alien's last negotiation ended with a somewhat gloomy expression, as if it could explode at any moment. It was clear that she was close to her breaking point, and if no measures were taken to stabilize her, she might propose to leave, which could not happen. After all, the regent had assigned me the task of dragging out time as much as possible and finding ways to extract information about the Titanium Empire from her. After thinking it over, it seemed that giving her a little incentive was the only way to keep her here. With this in mind, Kez Narikovic took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound gentle and friendly when facing the somewhat unattractive titanium person through human aesthetics. Footsteps slowly approached in the corridor, and sure enough, the familiar figure reappeared in Chi's view, the esteemed governor. This time, he was still surrounded by many attendants, as if the stars were surrounding the moon. When he entered the building, all the members of the delegation focused their attention on him. He walked leisurely to his usual seat and elegantly sat down. His kind face was now filled with smiles, and he spoke loudly, Oh, dear Ambassador Chi, after such a long and careful consideration, I have finally made an important decision. First of all, regarding the cooperation terms in the trade area that you previously proposed, I am willing to agree to some of them. Furthermore, I also plan to open up the surrounding areas of this building for your delegation's activities. You have been staying with me for quite some time, and you might already be tired of this building, right? I hope you can step out of this small space and freely stroll outside to personally experience the charming scenery of the Faramine planet under my governance. Hearing this, Chi's heart skipped a beat, and a big question mark instantly appeared in her mind. However, the experienced ambassador did not lose her composure due to the governor's unusual generosity. On the contrary, she showed a delighted expression and responded, "Respected Governor, receiving such a positive response and such a significant commitment from you truly brings me great joy. As we all know, our Titanium clan has always adhered to the principles of treating others with courtesy and sincere reciprocity. Since you have so readily expressed your willingness to sign a trade agreement with us, rest assured, we will do our utmost to fulfill the responsibilities and obligations outlined in the agreement, and will definitely not let you down." The two continued to converse. In a deep pit in the southern part of the Xinkha plain, Monsk was wearing the heavy pants woven from the Edge Explorer's work uniform he used to wear in his youth, a cotton jacket with numerous pockets, and a worn safety helmet. Due to Xinkha's remarkable operational efficiency and development speed, it wasn't long before the social system from another world began to achieve self-sufficiency. This allowed Monsk to easily acquire various materials needed for exploration work. He not only purchased a large amount of equipment, but also recruited many skilled workers and efficient SCVs to join his team. Once everything was ready, Monsk personally led this well-equipped and organized exploration team to the location of the mysterious pit. The reason he targeted this place was that Monsk inferred from the data obtained from the former nobles that this seemingly unremarkable pit likely concealed a very large sedimentary mineral deposit. If this guess was true, then once successfully mined, it would bring him immeasurable wealth and resources, even though he was now the regent of the Tyrant Empire. Just like in my youth, Monsk stood firmly in front of the massive magnetic resonator, his eyes fixed on the constantly fluctuating readings. He held an electronic pen in his hand, occasionally making detailed records on the data board, and carefully comparing and analyzing the current data with previous measurements. Just as he was fully focused on his work, a sudden, urgent ringing broke the silence. It turned out that the communicator he had kept in his pocket was ringing. Monsk frowned slightly. "No, it's different now." He gently pressed the answer button on the communicator, and a half-figure image of a portly man, Kez Narikovic, immediately appeared on the screen. Kez looked anxious and hurriedly said, "Sir, we can't keep those aliens stable anymore. Their ambassador seems to have sensed something unusual. But rest assured, according to your previous instructions, I promised them a series of trade terms and opened up the surrounding areas for their activities. Of course, I have already prepared the actors as you instructed. Keep them occupied. I will be back soon." After speaking, Monsk confirmed the readings, a decent mineral layer, but far inferior to the sedimentary iron layer I found in Pike Peak. With this in mind, Monsk called his deputy to organize a collection. Then Monsk strode out of the deep pit. He boarded a waiting transport plane, and with the roar of the engine, the aircraft quickly ascended, speeding towards the city of Stilren in Xinkha. Chapter 54 Interlude. Imperial shock troops on the vast land of the New Kaha Plain, there stood a grand camp of the Tyrant Empire. The sunlight poured down upon the camp, illuminating the vibrant and energetic figures on the training ground. At this moment, General Warfield stood on high platform, his gaze sharply focused on the astonishing number of new recruits below. He thought to himself how wonderful it would be if time could turn back to when the Tyrant Empire had such a large number of citizens actively responding to the call and eagerly enlisting, rather than the past when the army was filled with a large number of prisoner soldiers. Although these prisoner soldiers could fight, they often lacked true loyalty and conviction. "Soldiers!" General Warfield suddenly shouted loudly, his voice resonating throughout the training ground like a bell. "Whether you come from Old Kaha or New Kaha, whether you traveled from distant Dampness II or were born right here, His Majesty has given you a precious opportunity to start anew. Since you have resolutely chosen to dedicate your lives to the great Majesty and commit to this duty of loyalty, I sincerely hope that each of you can hold on to your initial intentions and never give up. Sworn to loyalty, regardless of right or wrong. Warfield shouted passionately. What lies beneath your feet? The new recruits below fervently responded to Warfield's question. What lies beneath our feet is the gate of a nation. Who are you? We are His Majesty's personal soldiers. If foreign tribes invade, what will you do? The new recruits first shouted, we will not yield an inch. Then they shouted, fight to the last moment. Warfield nodded in satisfaction, tears welling in his eyes, but he quickly continued to ask loudly, what are you to the Empire? The recruits' fervor almost formed a tangible aura. We are the Empire's moving boundary markers. If any miscreants dare to oppose His Majesty's rule, what will you do? Suppress them. Erase the opposition immediately. After the daily speech, Warfield issued the command now begin training. More precise, more ruthless, more powerful. Following this, these young soldiers, filled with passion and eager to enlist, began their rigorous military training according to the strict and comprehensive training plan devised by their superiors. Every morning, when the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, they had already gathered energetically and stood in neat rows. The shouts of slogans echoed in the sky. Their footsteps were solid and powerful, shaking the entire training ground. Every movement aimed for precision, and every breath was accompanied by the gathering of strength. These soldiers were filled with boundless vitality and fighting spirit, as if they would never tire. Not only that, but they even proactively asked their instructors to increase the training load to improve their abilities and skills faster. For them, there was an unwavering belief that they could bravely fight for the great Majesty who had given them a new lease on life, charging onto the battlefield and conquering all sides. Although they might currently lack experience and ability and were not yet qualified to stand alone, they never felt discouraged or disheartened. On the contrary, they firmly believed that as long as they persevered in their training and continuously surpassed themselves, they would one day become the capable warriors by His Majesty's side, solving problems for Him and defending the dignity and glory of the tyrant empire. Looking at these soldiers, Warfield recalled the words of Monsk during previous enlistments. The Empire's armed forces are guarded at all times by countless excellent sons and daughters, but they are alone and unsupported. All who enlist today will have their penalties halved. What kind of soldiers could such absurd recruitment terms recruit? Warfield pondered, shaking his head. He then refocused his gaze on the new recruits who were sweating profusely and training hard. He saw these young warriors, each spirited and full of fighting spirit, engaged in various military training subjects. They were running, jumping, or climbing, their movements skilled and swift, with every drop of sweat seemingly shining with resilience and determination. How wonderful! Warfield thought silently, a smile of satisfaction involuntarily appearing on his face. He knew that these vigorous new recruits were the hope for the future of the Imperial Army. With strict training and baptism by fire, they would surely become an indestructible steel force. Shortly after, Warfield turned and entrusted the training of the soldiers to his subordinate officers. Then, he boarded a transport aircraft alone and sped towards the distant new Kaha shipyard. When the transport aircraft slowly landed on the helipad of the new Kaha shipyard, Warfield couldn't wait to disembark and walked briskly towards the busy and massive dock area. Before his eyes were the Minotaur-class battlecruisers being constructed with great urgency. These colossal vessels lay like sleeping giants on the shipways, waiting to be awakened and thrown into battle. Standing at the edge of the enormous dock, Warfield gazed at these magnificent warships under construction, feeling a surge of emotions. Although currently, with the industrial strength of New Kaha and dampness II, they could only produce the Minotaur-class battlecruisers, which were one level lower than the Tyrant Empire's main Gorgon-class battlecruisers. If coupled with the powerful Sky Shield defense systems orbiting the planet as support, then New Kaha would be unassailable. Never give up. Warfield clenched his fist and vowed silently. No matter how powerful the enemy, he firmly believed that with the bravery and fearlessness of these new-era Imperial soldiers and their advanced weaponry, they would surely defend the glory and dignity of this reborn tyrant empire. Suddenly, a sharp and urgent communication ring broke the surrounding tranquility, slicing through the air like a sword, pulling Warfield back from his boundless reverie. He paused slightly a hint of confusion rising in his heart, but quickly gathered his thoughts and pressed the communication answer button. Instantly, a clear image appeared before him. In the screen, the familiar figure of Monsk sat next to Li Lu. Both of their expressions were quite serious, as if they had just concluded a heated and important conversation. Monsk's deep and sharp eyes were fixed on the camera, his tone steady yet undeniably commanding as he said, "Warfield, come to the Sky Tower immediately. We have some crucial matters to discuss." After saying this, he hung up the communication, and Warfield felt no resistance or dissatisfaction. He knew that such a serious expression indicated that there was important business to attend to, and it was very serious business. So he immediately returned to the helipad and boarded the aircraft heading to Monsk Sky Tower. Chapter 55. Tyrone's strongest close combat Aldrich, leading the training team, was wreaking havoc inside the mortal command base when a deafening explosion suddenly echoed overhead, like a bolt from the blue. Filled with confusion, Aldrich instinctively looked up, quickly scanning the direction from which the sound came. He clearly remembered that not long ago, he had just dealt with the troublesome cavalry mercenaries inside the base. After that, he rushed to the top floor and successfully destroyed the launch device of a pair of astonishingly large cannons. He knew that the cannons above the base would cause great trouble for his brothers attacking outside, and he was confident that even the renowned Great Sage Belisarius Call of the Mechanical God Sect would not be able to quickly repair the launch device and restore the weapon's operation in a short time. Thinking of this, Aldrich decisively issued the command, "Andrew, come with me. The others stay here and intercept those mercenaries trying to break in." Before he finished speaking, he darted forward like an arrow, racing toward the upper levels of the building. Andrew, trailing behind, dared not lag behind, and closely followed Aldrich. Before long, the two arrived once again at the site of the launch device they had personally destroyed. However, the sight before them left them dumbfounded. The device that should have been in ruins was now as good as new, as if it had never been attacked at all. Even more shocking was that the massive cannon was still firing continuously, each shot accompanied by earth-shattering roars that made the ground tremble. Andrew, unable to believe his eyes, asked, "Captain, how is this possible?" It turned out that just a short while ago, he had risked his life to overload the plasma gun to forcibly destroy this part of the launch device. Yet now the launch device, which had become a pile of scrap metal, appeared before him intact and even looking newer than before, leaving him in shock and disbelief. Hearing Andrew's question, Aldrich's eyes sharpened as he stared intently at the restanding launch device, issuing the command without hesitation, "Destroy it again." "Yes." Andrew gritted his teeth and responded. Taking a deep breath, he tightly gripped the plasma gun and began to overload it. As the energy continued to accumulate, the plasma gun emitted a dazzling glow accompanied by a faint humming sound. When Andrew felt the overload was sufficient, he pulled the trigger, and a thick beam of plasma shot out from the gun's muzzle, heading straight for the renewed launch device. With a loud bang, the entire space trembled. The launch device was transformed into a twisted heap of scrap metal. At the same time, the booming sound overhead abruptly ceased. After carefully observing and confirming that the device had been completely destroyed, Aldrich waved his hand and shouted to Andrew, "Let's go. Down to support the others." With that, the two quickly rushed down the stairs. Just as they reached the first floor and had not yet had a chance to speak with those who remained behind, they heard another deafening roar from above. The massive cannons had fired again. Boom, boom, boom. Each explosion sounded like thunder. The moment Aldrich heard the cannon fire, he shot up to the upper levels at the maximum speed he could muster. At the same time, Andrew also closely followed his pace. This time, they searched the entire upper level inch by inch and finally found the mysterious figures hidden in the shadows, possessing astonishing skills. These individuals' technical levels far surpassed the renowned Great Sage Belisarius Call of the Mechanical God Sect. In such a short time, they had successfully repaired the launch device that had been completely destroyed by the plasma gun not once, but twice, and caused it to fire fiercely again. Before them stood two enormous mechas, like two iron giants. At first, Andrew thought they were two fearless-type mechas, but upon closer inspection, he immediately dismissed that idea. No, these are not fearless mechas, as they are not equipped with any conventional weapons. Despite saying this, Andrew's inner worry did not diminish at all. Almost at the same moment he discovered these mysterious mechas, he unhesitatingly fired a scorching plasma beam from his plasma gun, aiming straight at the leg armor of one of the mechas that resembled the Fearless type. In an instant, the plasma beam accurately hit its target. However, to his surprise, this powerful attack merely melted the surface layer of the leg armor, exposing the tougher armor underneath and some scattered cables. Faced with this situation, Aldrich made a quick decision and shouted, "Overload the plasma." Before he finished speaking, he swiftly drew the chainsaw, sword hanging from his waist, and charged forward with the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountain, accompanied by the deafening roar of the saw teeth. The second overloaded plasma hit the leg mechanism of the first Fearless mecha, and with a loud bang, it fell to the ground due to damage to its leg structure. Meanwhile, the other mecha began to engage Aldrich, who was rushing forward. At that moment, Aldrich's eyes were sharp as he focused intently on the aggressive Fearless mecha. Without hesitation, he swung his chainsaw sword, delivering a fierce blow to the armored claw that was rapidly extending toward him from the right side of the mecha. Sparks flew as if fireworks were exploding in the night sky. The moment they made contact, a fierce struggle ensued. Aldrich dared not slacken his grip on the chainsaw sword, using all his strength to try to overpower the mecha's armored claw. However, the mecha was equally relentless, its immense strength putting pressure on Aldrich. Just as they were at a stalemate, suddenly, Andrew's urgent warning came from behind. "Be careful." It turned out that the cunning, Fearless mecha, taking advantage of Aldrich's full concentration on the struggle with the right arm's armored claw, had slyly used the drill on its other arm to strike fiercely at Aldrich from the left. Hearing Andrew shout, Aldrich was taken aback. He didn't have time to think and quickly reacted, making a quick left step, his body sliding like lightning to the far left of the Fearless mecha. However, due to his divided attention, he was at a disadvantage in the struggle with the armored claw on the right, and the opponent pressed the attack, keeping it tight against him. Just as Aldrich was about to be in danger, at the critical moment, a loud bang sounded. The second overloaded plasma shot through the air, accurately hitting the pipeline connected to the left arm of the Fearless mecha. With a dazzling flash, the power system of the left arm was severely damaged, and the once formidable armored claw drooped limply as if it had lost its vitality. Chapter 56, just beginning as the Fearless mech suffered an overload attack from a plasma gun. Losing one of its mechanical arms, it began to slowly retreat, its movements appearing somewhat sluggish, as if contemplating how to escape this 2v1 battle. Andrew keenly noticed this detail. He narrowed his eyes slightly and discreetly waved the plasma gun in his hand, conveying an important message to Aldrich beside him. This plasma gun could no longer fire. It had already endured multiple overloads, and if it were to fire again at this moment, the weapon would surely explode due to overheating. Upon seeing Andrew's gesture, Aldrich understood the situation and nodded in acknowledgement. However, his fighting spirit was not extinguished. He still decided to continue engaging with this special Fearless mech. Just as Aldrich prepared to charge at the Fearless mech again, an unexpected scene unfolded. The mech suddenly raised its remaining drill arm high in front of itself, while its back armor emitted a glow that intensified, like a volcano about to erupt. "Get back!" Quickly to the lower level. Aldrich sensed the danger in an instant. His brow furrowed as he unhesitatingly changed his tactical intent. He shouted a warning to Andrew while quickly turning around and sprinting toward the lower level. Hearing the warning, Andrew dared not hesitate, immediately obeying the command and following Aldrich down. However, due to Andrew's slightly slower speed, he fell a bit behind. Suddenly, a deafening bang echoed. Shaking the air, the Fearless surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, the drill in front of it began to spin wildly at high speed, emitting a sharp, piercing whistle. It was at this moment that Andrew realized why Aldrich had urgently ordered him to retreat. The Fearless mech had been equipped with a pair of powerful thrusters on its back, which allowed it to accelerate to extreme speeds in an instant. However, it was all too late. Due to a slight delay in reaction, Andrew had no time to implement effective countermeasures and could only watch helplessly as the rapidly spinning drill charged directly toward him. In the blink of an eye, The massive drill ruthlessly penetrated Andrew's armor and drove into his chest. After the charge stopped, Andrew's body flew out like a kite with a severed string, propelled by inertia. With a heavy thud, he crashed to the ground. Lying there motionless, he had already lost all signs of life. Having run some distance down, Aldrich heard the commotion behind him. Though he longed to avenge Andrew, reason prevailed, and he continued to run down. Meanwhile, the special Fearless mech did not pursue. Instead, it moved towards the original fallen Fearless. When Aldrich reached the first floor, he quickly recounted everything that had happened above to the group stationed at the entrance. We were attacked by 2 Fearless mechs. Brother Andrew. He unfortunately sacrificed himself. At this point, Aldrich's eyes dimmed, and sorrow was evident on his face. At that moment, one of the new recruits, Tajapu, stepped forward and looked directly at the company commander, asking seriously, "Commander, can you honestly tell us why we are here? Is this really just an ordinary training exercise? Look at the current situation. I heard the sound of the troop drop pods landing, and there's gunfire everywhere outside. Even unknown fleets have appeared in the atmosphere. Even Brother Andrew has perished here. All of this began because of the breakdown in negotiations between you and that mysterious Ranger leader who calls himself Jim Reno. Yet, you have consistently avoided answering Andrew's initial question. Why are you, who should have left, appearing behind us? If you continue to conceal the truth, we might lose trust in you." After saying this, Tajapu clenched his fists tightly, as if to express his firm stance. The other brothers standing beside Tajapu focused their gazes on the commander, seemingly awaiting a reasonable explanation. Faced with Tajapu's questioning and the scrutiny of the others, Aldrich fell into silence. For a moment, the atmosphere became exceptionally tense, with only the heavy breaths of the crowd echoing in the air. Suddenly, a dazzling light flickered on the ground of the first floor, breaking the silence. Everyone's attention was drawn to the flash, and they turned to look at the source of the light. The ground was covered with lightning. It turned out that the transporter Aldrich had set up in advance was beginning to activate. Then, under the dazzling light and the intertwining lightning, several tall, powerful figures clad in Terminator armor rose as if slowly emerging from the depths of hell, gradually becoming clear to everyone. These Terminators, transported here via the beacon, displayed a striking overall color scheme of yellow, gleaming like gold. However, in stark contrast, their head armor was a vivid red, resembling burning flames, instilling a sense of endless pressure and intimidation. Upon closer inspection, some of the Terminators had massive assault cannons hanging from their arms, their barrels glinting with a cold metallic sheen, ready to unleash deadly firepower. Others gripped storm bolters in their left hands and raised power swords in their right, exuding a terrifying aura that suggested a bloody storm of slaughter would ensue with their slightest movement. Almost simultaneously with the arrival of these Terminators, a series of deafening booms suddenly erupted outside the building, as if the sky was collapsing and countless heavy objects were crashing to the ground. This sound clearly did not originate from the Imperial Fist drop pods. It was more like some colossal entities were continuously falling. The previously subsiding gunfire outside was reignited by this sudden turn of events, and in an instant, gunfire roared, plunging the entire wilderness into a raging battlefield. The sound of artillery fired incessantly, explosions and gunfire lighting up the night sky, making it feel as though one were amidst an apocalyptic war zone. Chapter 57. Dora? Let us turn back time to shortly after Li Lu and the others had just jumped away from Necromont. At that moment, the important planet of Necromont, located in the solar star domain and equipped with countless powerful defenses and detection facilities, was thrown into chaos due to their actions. The ruling aristocrats, high above, were embroiled in a fierce argument over the sudden appearance and mysterious disappearance of 3 enigmatic destroyers. They racked their brains, trying their utmost to uncover the truth behind what force could allow these 3 destroyers to silently infiltrate the atmosphere of Necromont and successfully evade the layers of tight defenses and detection systems. Moreover, if this time they could succeed so easily, would it be possible for them to bring a devastating blow to Necromont next time? This unknown fear loomed over everyone's hearts like a dark cloud. They contacted the stationed Imperial Navy, dispatching numerous ships to search for the traces of these 3 destroyers. but all returned empty-handed. Meanwhile, the mechanical clerics stationed at Necromond quickly sprang into action. They hurried to the locations where the so-called rangers had vanished, leaving no stone unturned. Their instruments and equipment were continuously operating, conducting comprehensive and thorough inspections of the area. However, no matter how hard they tried, it ultimately proved futile, as they failed to discover even the slightest valuable clue. As for the battle traces left by those rangers, aside from some oddly shaped special ammunition scattered on the ground, all other remnants, including the bodies of the fallen ranger members, have been taken away by their mysterious leader during the retreat, leaving no reference value behind. It was as if these rangers had never set foot in this place at all. A technical cleric in charge of the investigation spoke after analyzing the surrounding data. No traces of any ships detected. They are either invisible or seem to have vanished into thin air. Another accompanying cleric said, "How is that possible? If the ships docked within the atmosphere, it indicates they mastered anti-gravity hovering technology far more efficient than ours. But to disappear into thin air within the atmosphere? Could their warships directly enter subspace while in the atmosphere? Let's record the data first." One of them said as they began to patrol the path with their escort, hoping to gather more information. Suddenly, the technical cleric who had first noticed the anomaly furrowed his brow, stopped in his tracks, and fixed his gaze on the end of the path leading to the quarry. He had patrolled this road back and forth several times, seemingly not missing a single inch of land or stone, all under the scrutiny of his modified eye and the instruments in his hands. On the third inspection of the end of this path, a hint of strangeness alerted him. He stopped and slowly spoke. "No, they haven't all left here." His voice was low, yet carried an undeniable firmness. He continued, "Although these people were very careful to erase their traces, the instruments in my hand do not lie. They clearly indicate that a sizable team is heading into the wilderness of Necromond." Upon hearing this, a look of confusion appeared on the heavily modified mechanical face of the accompanying cleric. He couldn't help but ask, "But according to the information we have, the leader of this special mercenary group, who claims to be Jim Reno, is decisive and ruthless. Even the bodies and weapons of the fallen in his team were collected and taken away by him. Would such a shrewd individual really abandon his subordinates and leave alone?" This question was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. After a brief silence, the cleric broke the deadlock and inquired, "So, should we follow these traces to investigate further? We might discover more important clues." Just then, the technical cleric who had first sensed the anomaly froze in place. The light in his mechanical eye became deep and serious, as if he had suddenly plunged into a bottomless abyss, making it hard to discern his true thoughts. He pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent, but his gaze remained resolutely fixed ahead. Meanwhile, the faint but captivating light flickering in his mechanical eye seemed to represent the storm of thoughts racing through his mind. A deathly silence enveloped the area. Aside from the occasional clicking sounds from the complex and precise mechanical components on their bodies due to slight movements, no other sounds could be heard. Finally, after a long and tense silence, the technical cleric seemed to make a decision, gently shaking his head, and then spoke in a deep and firm tone. "No, we cannot proceed any further. Let us return and report the situation here to the higher-ups. This matter is beyond our handling." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around without hesitation, taking slow and steady steps back along the path they had come. The accompanying guards followed suit. Another cleric, clearly surprised and puzzled by his companion's decisive decision, but trusting in his professional judgment and the tacit understanding they had cultivated over time, did not question further and silently followed him on the return journey. Not far from them, on a hill, a figure was stealthily lurking. It was a ghost in an invisible state. The muzzle of its weapon was steadily aimed at the two technical clerics, gradually retreating below. When it saw the targets begin to withdraw, the ghost also stowed its weapon and gradually retreated into the wilderness. Perhaps this incident was related to the important planet of Necromond. The mechanical church reported with unprecedented efficiency. Ultimately, this data, combined with the Imperial Navy's report of failing to detect the presence of the three destroyers, was presented before a massive red-robed mechanical entity at the Martian foundry of the mechanical church. Unknown weapons, powerful penetration capabilities, unknown models of powered armor, unknown ships, unknown advanced anti-gravity hovering technology within the atmosphere, and the inexplicable appearance and disappearance of destroyers, with the Navy failing to find any traces of the ships. This mechanical entity took less than a second to review the lengthy report and summarize its key points, silently pondering, unsure of what it was thinking. The small figure furrowed its brow, murmuring, "Why are there so many anti-air defenses on the opposite side? It's a bit troublesome. Can't clear them out. Should we just?" This thought arose because it noticed that the consumption rate of the Yamato-S shields was accelerating, nearly exceeding the speed at which the battlecruiser could jump back to shields. In the field of vision, various missiles, lasers, and shells were raining down on the battlecruiser shields. If this continued, the Yamato's rotation tactics would be rendered ineffective, risking loss of air superiority or battleships. However, just as this thought crossed its mind, it immediately shook its head. After thinking for a moment, as if remembering something, it exclaimed, "Hey, I remember I equipped the Yamato with something OO." On the numerous anti-air positions of Necromont, anti-air weapons roared, raining down dense shells, missiles, and energy weapons upon the mysterious, unknown fleet in the sky. They observed that the warships under concentrated fire would disappear into thin air after their shields failed, only to reappear in the sky after a while, clearly indicating that they were going to restore their shields. As time passed, more and more anti-aircraft positions were deployed, and the intensity of the artillery fire increased exponentially. Meanwhile, the frequency with which these warships disappeared and reappeared became increasingly rapid, mainly because the rate of disappearance began to gradually surpass the rate of reappearance. This meant that the shield restoration of the unknown fleet in the sky could not keep up with the rate of shield consumption, and their numbers were visibly decreasing. At one of the many anti-aircraft positions, the commander stood at a high point, closely observing the battle in the sky through a telescope. When he saw the enemy fleet's scale visibly shrink, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. He raised his telescope high and loudly encouraged his subordinates, "Brothers, look, those warships can't withstand our firepower anymore. Let us put in more effort and keep firing. Victory is right in front of us. We will soon completely crush the enemy." Hearing the commander's passionate words, the soldiers at the position looked up at the sky. They witnessed the warships in the sky disappearing one after another, and their previously tense and anxious feelings were instantly replaced by soaring morale. Everyone cheered excitedly, operating the anti-aircraft guns with increasing speed and strength, as if each shot contained their longing for victory. The entire anti-aircraft position was engulfed in a fervent atmosphere of battle, and everyone firmly believed that the dawn of final victory was approaching. Suddenly, people were astonished to see the enormous warships in the sky begin to release a large number of small flying objects. Compared to the massive warships, these small flying objects seemed insignificant, like plankton in the vast blue sky. However, upon closer examination, it became clear that these flying objects had a circular outline, with four curved armor plates extending from the bottom, resembling four supporting legs, while above, two antennas flickered with faint fluorescence. What on earth are those things? Some sharp-eyed soldiers were the first to notice these unusual objects and couldn't help but ask loudly. But the response they received was cold and firm. "Don't worry about that. Just keep concentrating fire. These enemy ships are merely making their last desperate struggle. It won't be long before we drive them out of Necromunda," with the commander's order given. The roar of the anti-aircraft guns echoed through the sky once again, and dense artillery fire poured down like raindrops towards the warships in the sky. However, this time, an astonishing change occurred. None of the originally dense anti-aircraft fire was able to touch the body of the warships in the sky. Just as the anti-aircraft fire was getting closer, an astonishing scene unfolded. Those seemingly inconspicuous small flying objects quickly reacted, shooting dazzling laser beams from their undersides. These laser beams accurately hit the incoming shells and missiles, instantly triggering a series of earth-shattering explosions. Moreover, even the energy weapons without physical form were not spared, as they too were easily intercepted by the laser beams shot from these small flying objects. Faced with such an unimaginable situation, the soldiers were left speechless. watching helplessly as their attacks repeatedly missed. How is this possible? Someone muttered, their face filled with disbelief. As the Empire's specialized anti-aircraft forces, they had never seen nor imagined the existence of such things. At that moment, both the ordinary soldiers desperately firing at the anti-aircraft position and the commander found their inner defenses gradually collapsing, unable to maintain the composure and calm they should have had. Nevertheless, the commander still shouted with all his might, "Keep firing. We absolutely cannot stop. These bizarre things cannot exist forever. Keep firing." However, reality was cruelly despairing. In the sky, the number of unknown warships was visibly increasing, almost returning to their original state. They were even gradually no longer disappearing. What was even more terrifying was that the small flying objects continuously released from these giant warships, like a dense swarm of bees, firmly blocked their anti-aircraft fire, forming an impenetrable barrier. Why hasn't the heavy artillery fired yet? Just then, a loud cannon sound echoed. But this time, it was not from the warships in the sky, but from the ground-based heavy artillery deployed by the human empire. Huge shells flew out of the cannon, heading straight for the warships in the sky, while those small flying objects could not intercept such massive projectiles. Just as the shells were about to hit their target, the warship, which had been the target of the heavy artillery, vanished, and the shells passed through the sky where the warship had been, continuing to fly towards the horizon. However, after the shells had passed, the warships reappeared in that part of the sky, continuing to unleash their fire upon the ground. Tyrant technology. Shocking. After stabilizing the situation, it first praised, then began to gradually disperse the fleet in hand, making purposeful short-range jumps within the planet. It intended to use the battlecruisers to clear out those troublesome anti-aircraft positions. Suddenly, the warships that had originally held the advantage in the sky began to disappear one by one, and once again, the massive fleet shrank at a visible speed. The commander of the anti-aircraft position witnessed this scene and had just opened his mouth to shout the phrase that was already on the tip of his tongue. "See, I told you they were just bluffing." However, before he could finish his sentence, an astonishing scene occurred. In the blink of an eye, one of the warships appeared out of nowhere directly above the anti-aircraft position that was desperately firing. At the same time, the silhouettes of those unknown warships emerged around several nearby anti-aircraft positions, their appearance almost unbelievable, as if they had teleported. These gigantic warships, each over 1,000 meters long, floated in the air like massive continents, completely covering the entire sky above the anti-aircraft position and casting an immense shadow. This shadow not only brought substantial darkness to the area, but also made every soldier at the position feel an endless darkness and fear from the very depths of their being. In an instant, countless dazzling lasers shot out like a torrential rain from the densely packed turrets beneath the warships. These lasers, carrying terrifying destructive energy, ruthlessly bombarded the anti-aircraft position, bringing about its actual destruction. In the orbital space of Necromunda, the fleet of the human empire was gathered here. Among them was a ship clearly belonging to the Mechanicum. A huge mechanical being clad in a red robe asked a subordinate operating a special device beside it. Have we tracked them? Chapter 59, The Sound of Cannons. Is celestial music? No. There is absolutely no trace of any subspace anomalies on these ships. Moreover, their means of displacement is neither achieved through stealth technology for rapid movement, nor is it a random teleportation without any pattern. The subordinate's face was filled with astonishment, and his originally monotonous mechanical voice even reflected a tone of disbelief. He then emphasized, "This is simply incredible," as if they don't need to rely on subspace to complete their displacement, and the destination of their movement is exceptionally clear and defined. They have mastered the precise teleportation technology at the level of a space battleship. At this moment, the mechanical sage named Belisarius Call, a massive and intimidating mechanical creation, fell into an even deeper silence after hearing his subordinate's report. The entire scene seemed to freeze, with only the faint clicking sounds of surrounding machinery operating. Just when this silence lasted for a short while, suddenly, a panicked priest rushed in, respectfully reporting to Belisarius Call, esteemed Grand Sage. "The Imperial Commander from Necromunda requests to speak with you." Belisarius' call hesitated for a moment, but quickly issued the order. Connect the call. As the communication was established, an anxious and slightly terrified voice immediately came from a speaker. My lord, the situation is extremely critical. Over 90% of Necromanda's ground-based air defense positions have been destroyed. Those Rangers destroyers can not only deploy small mechanical constructs to intercept our air defense firepower, but can also instantly move to the air defense positions within the atmosphere. Our current defensive capabilities are completely powerless to withstand such attacks. Therefore, I would like to inquire when the reinforcements you promised us will arrive to provide assistance. Belisarius' call had already lost count of how many times he had fallen silent today. From the moment he received the report, he had contacted the commander of the Imperial Fist's 8th Company stationed in Necromanda, and through a series of promises, secured their cooperation. He was responsible for reconnaissance and forcing the 3 mysterious Ranger destroyers to reveal themselves and capture the Ranger base. According to the intelligence, that mysterious Ranger commander would definitely not easily abandon his subordinates. Then, with the pre-prepared air defense firepower suppressing the Ranger battleships, the mechanical sect would track the enemy's trail, and once they disappeared into subspace, they would be tracked by instruments, followed by the battleship fleet in orbit entering subspace to capture their ships and reverse engineering the technology within. Of course, capturing the Ranger leader to directly interrogate about these precious technologies that might exist in the STC would be ideal. However, he did not expect that the Rangers had not just 3 destroyers with firepower comparable to cruisers. The numerous ships appearing as if molded from the same template shattered his original plans. Moreover, that inexplicable good luck and have fun was heard even by him in orbit. Belisarius' call thought to himself, the Rangers at least possess battleship-level atmospheric suspension technology, battleship-level precise teleportation technology, efficient fire interception technology, and most importantly, the STC for mass-producing battleships equipped with these technologies. Meanwhile, the airdrop pods belonging to the Rangers finally came crashing down onto the desolate ground of Necromanda like a torrential rain. In the wilderness surrounding the Ranger base, a Leman Russ tank that had miraculously avoided the dense laser attacks from the ships above was steadily advancing towards the Ranger base along the rugged path. Commander, thank the Emperor for his blessing. We have miraculously survived. Those terrifying ships have finally shifted their targets to wreak havoc elsewhere. The tank driver shouted excitedly over the communication channel, his voice still tinged with the fear of having survived a disaster. However, unlike the slightly agitated driver, the tank commander maintained an admirable calmness and sharp judgment. He fixed his determined gaze ahead and unhesitatingly issued orders. Do not let your guard down. Continue at full speed. The enemy's first batch of drop pods is about to land. Immediately aim at their landing spots and prepare to fire at any moment. As the commander's words fell, there was a series of dull thuds. A continuous series of loud sounds echoed as countless drop pods fell from the sky like meteors, crashing heavily onto the surrounding land and kicking up billowing clouds of dust. Just not far from them, another drop pod was rapidly descending. The tank gunner quickly reacted, skillfully maneuvering the powerful main cannon of the Leman Russ, slowly aiming the barrel at the nearby drop pod. Just as he was about to fire, suddenly, a dark shadow swooped down from above with lightning speed. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. It was not the enemy drop pod they had been aiming at that was destroyed, but the Leman Russ itself. It turned out to be a massive drop pod, slightly larger than the ordinary ones, which crashed down onto the steel beast. In an instant, the powerful impact caused the entire Leman Russ to crumple, with metal twisting and deforming, producing a piercing screech. The drop pod deployed, and an unknown model enemy tank drove out, full tank. Move out! With this shout came the roar of the 90mm plasma cannon above the tank, with each shot accompanied by the death of Astra Militarum soldiers. Boom! In the distance, another surviving Leman Russ tank roared, equipped with a powerful 120mm battle cannon. As a dazzling flash of light appeared, the shell shot out like lightning, heading straight for the unknown tank that was efficiently slaughtering their soldiers on the battlefield. With a deafening bang, the shell accurately hit the rear of the unknown tank. In an instant, the powerful impact lifted the rear of the tank high, and after a brief moment of suspension, it crashed heavily back to the ground. As the thick smoke and raging flames gradually dissipated, it could be seen that the unknown tank had been utterly mangled. 1/3 of its body had been obliterated, and the rear tracks were blown to oblivion, leaving only a pile of scattered mechanical parts. However, upon closer inspection, there was not a trace of blood or flesh among the flying metal debris. Well done. Continue loading ammunition. Prepare for the next attack. Aim at those infantry units on the other side. The commander of the Lehman Russ tank shouted excitedly, his eyes shining with the light of victory. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Before the loaders could insert new shells into the chamber, the enemy tank, which should have been destroyed, suddenly stirred. Its massive turret began to slowly turn and eventually steadied itself, aiming directly at their position. The sound of cannons is celestial music. A spirited yet cold voice emanated from the tank. Immediately after, another earth-shattering roar erupted as the 90mm plasma cannon directly struck the side of the Lehman Russ tank. Chapter 60. Changing of attack and defense inside the planetary fortress of the Rangers. The original 7-member squad of the Imperial Fist recruits now had only 6 remaining. At this moment, 5 Imperial Fist Terminators, who had arrived via teleportation beacons, briefly attracted everyone's attention. Andrew, who was questioning the squad leader's intentions, was initially captivated by the suddenly activated Terminator teleportation beacon. However, as he regained his composure, doubts about the squad leader Aldrich's concealment of certain matters surged in his mind once again. Just as he was about to inquire about the hidden reasons, Aldrich preemptively spoke up, "Brother Andrew, I cannot say anything right now, but I can guarantee in the name of the Emperor that everything I do is for the betterment of the 8th Company." Upon hearing this, although Andrew felt reluctant, he chose to temporarily keep his mouth shut. However, the tension in his tightly clenched fists revealed that he was still far from calm. Meanwhile, the 5 newly arrived veteran Terminators were also puzzled by the squad leader's actions. Unlike Andrew, however, they did not question or doubt him excessively due to the deep trust they had built over time. At this moment, a veteran Terminator of the 8th Company, holding a storm bolter in his left hand and a power sword in his right, broke the silence and asked, "Squad leader, what should we do now?" Clearly, these veterans of the 8th Company were also unaware of the true purpose of the squad leader's actions, just like Andrew and the others. In response to this question, amidst the deafening sounds of gunfire and the chaotic scene of intense crossfire, Aldrich answered decisively, "First, we need to go to the top floor of this building and destroy the artillery launch system guarded by a Wraith mech." Originally, there were 2 of these special Wraith mechs equipped with propulsion devices, but for some reason, they did not have long-range weapons installed. One brother overloaded a plasma gun and disabled one of them, but he sacrificed himself in the process. "May the Emperor bless him." The others responded, "May the Emperor bless him." After this, the Imperial Fist members unhesitatingly stepped onto the stairs leading to the upper levels. They all knew that Wraiths were formidable enemies and were prepared to face death. When they reached the top floor, the sight before them exceeded everyone's expectations. They saw not just one, but 2 Wraith mechs standing beside the artillery launch system. At the same time, they also saw the body of the fallen brother lying quietly nearby. Upon discovering the enemy Wraiths, the Imperial Fist warriors reacted swiftly. The Terminators unleashed a furious barrage from their assault cannons and storm bolters, while the new recruits also joined in, raining explosive rounds upon the Wraith's armor like a torrential downpour, causing sparks to fly and loud explosions to echo, with the Wraith's armor pockmarked by the assault. Faced with the fierce attack from the Imperial Fists, the 2 Wraiths showed no signs of retreating. Almost simultaneously with their discovery, they quickly formed a line, charging toward the Imperial Fists under the deluge of explosive fire. During the charge, the leading Wraith absorbed the majority of the firepower. Despite being reinforced with numerous additional armor plates, it ultimately could not withstand such a ferocious assault. With a dull thud, an explosive round penetrated its main armor, and bright red blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground. The severely damaged Wraith staggered forward a few steps before ultimately collapsing with a thunderous crash, falling silent. The second Wraith, following closely behind, took full advantage of its comrade's cover and, seizing the moment, charged towards the Imperial Fists at an astonishing speed. The Imperial Fists had learned from the squad leader about the special nature of these wraiths, so they quickly sidestepped to avoid the charging path of the second wraith. However, as it reached the intersection, it suddenly veered and headed straight for the downward passage. During this process, the Imperial Fists continued to fire at the descending wraith, but due to its incredible speed, only the additional armor on its back was exposed. The explosive rounds failed to hit its main body, merely striking the armor and sparking a few flames. In the blink of an eye, its figure vanished into the downward passage, leaving the Imperial Fists puzzled. Eventually, realizing they could not catch up with the fleeing wraith, Aldrich quickly said they may be able to repair each other. Previously, that brother and I had sabotaged the artillery launch system here twice, but they repaired it both times. Let's not worry about it for now. Our priority is to destroy the artillery launch system, which has delayed our brothers outside from attacking the fortress. Upon hearing this, the veterans did not ask further questions, but instead unleashed explosive rounds at the artillery launch system, quickly destroying it. With the destruction of the launch system, the massive cannon atop the building fell silent. After waiting to confirm that the cannon would not fire again, the Imperial Fists headed to the first floor of the building, not finding any trace of the wraith along the way. Outside the fortress, without the cannon's hindrance, a large number of Imperial Fists and countless mortal soldiers who had been forced back by the cannon gradually arrived at the fortress's perimeter. When Aldrich led his team out of the Ranger building, he couldn't help but stop, looking up at the sky. He saw the Ranger warships scattering in all directions, and the vast horizon was now filled with dense airdrops from the Rangers, falling to the ground like meteors. Aldrich, with a grave expression, looked at the airdrop pods in the sky and commanded without hesitation, set up defensive fortifications and secure this area. At this time, the Imperial anti-air firepower and the Star Realm Army's Hydra anti-air tanks, along with the Imperial Fist's mammoth super heavy assault transport vehicles, had already begun intercepting as soon as the airdrop pods appeared. The Hydra quad anti-air autocannons roared, and a dense barrage of shells shot out, violently colliding with the airdrop pods in the sky, while the mammoth super heavy assault transport vehicles, equipped with Sky Reaper turrets, were equally unyielding, firing off large-caliber munitions. These two types of armored vehicles, along with other anti-air firepower, wove a tight web of fire in the air. However, despite the densely woven fire net of the Imperial Fists and the Star Realm Army, they still found themselves somewhat overwhelmed by the sheer number of airdrop pods falling like rain. While they were able to successfully shoot down some of the pods, many others broke through the defenses and crashed down around the base. They could only ensure that a small portion of the airdrop pods around the center of the massive building could not land successfully. Meanwhile, Aldrich looked at the mammoth super heavy assault transport vehicles, which were merely part of the mechanical teaching prepayment, and continuously calculated in his mind whether this transaction was worth it. Chapter 61. An unforeseen path within the area defended by the Imperial Fist. The heavy weapons squads among the soldiers were rapidly setting up defensive fortifications. The Chimera infantry transport vehicles, responsible for transporting soldiers, were repurposed to form armored fire points after entering the base to unload. Even though their primary use was troop transport, the multiple laser guns and heavy explosive spears mounted on top were still formidable lethal firepower. After the airdrop compartments of the Hydra anti-air tanks in the sky disappeared, their barrels were leveled for fire support. The Mastodon heavy armored assault vehicles, equipped with void shield generators and fixed forward-firing siege melta arrays, 9 melta weapons, and a Sky Reaper turret mounted on the turret, were also deployed. Additionally, 2 heavy flamethrowers and 2 laser cannons were installed on both sides of the vehicle. Thus, the Mastodons were deployed by Aldrich to the forefront of the key fortress entrance as the backbone of the entire position, while several Leman Russ main battle tanks were stationed around them to provide cover. In the innermost layer of the base, several petrified lizard self-propelled artillery pieces were set up. They were originally part of the strike against the Rangers inside this base, while others had been destroyed by the warships in the sky. Aldrich was quickly and accurately deploying defenses, having no worries that the enemy would bombard the interior of the base with their warships. According to the information gathered from the Imperial Fist warriors and mortals under his command, once these people entered the base, the warships in the sky no longer targeted them. If it was just a siege battle, he was confident he could hold out until the Mechanicus support arrived. After completing the deployment, Aldrich took command inside a massive building, preparing to direct the upcoming defense. However, he waited for a long time without encountering the Rangers' attack, nor did the promised support from the Mechanicus arrive. He sat quietly, his gaze coldly sweeping over the gathered Imperial Fist and Astra Militarum soldiers within the base. These soldiers were on high alert, displaying an impenetrable defensive formation, but to him, it all seemed futile. He carefully observed their defensive arrangements. Finally, he couldn't help but part his lips and utter those two words, fools. At the same time, his actions did not pause for even a moment. His fingers flew over the keyboard like lightning, rapidly striking F2, Tab, and N, a series of skilled maneuvers that dazzled the eyes. Just then, a deep and unfamiliar male voice slowly came from behind him. The voice sounded somewhat pleading, as if afraid of angering the young man operating in front of him. How about not using this? The unfamiliar man said cautiously. However, he didn't even turn his head, responding without hesitation. Why should I? His tone was filled with anger and impatience. The unfamiliar voice did not retreat in the face of his refusal. Instead, it continued to explain, I can make them all surrender to you, becoming your subordinates. You can throw all the dirty and hard work onto them. Wouldn't that be better? Hearing this, he felt a tightness in his chest, an unusual sensation rising within him. Since he arrived at this place, he had always been alone. Suddenly, an unknown entity was conversing with him. Thus, he slowly turned his body, moving gently as if afraid of disturbing something. When he finally turned around completely, his gaze locked onto the unfamiliar man. The man wore a dazzling crown that radiated a bright light, as if composed of countless stars. He was clad in a set of golden power armor, which not only shone with a mesmerizing luster, but also exhibited craftsmanship beyond imagination. Notably, the right hand of the armor lacked conventional fingers, replaced instead by a row of incredibly sharp, glimmering armored claws. These claws resembled the fangs of a ferocious beast, instilling a chilling sense of intimidation. Additionally, the man slung a uniquely shaped sword across his body, its surface engulfed in roaring flames that danced like lively sprites, emanating a hot and violent aura. After a long silence, he could only utter one word, damn. This word erupted like thunder in the air, causing the surrounding space to seem to freeze. The uninvited stranger keenly caught sight of Li Lu, who had suddenly stiffened in recognition, as if struck by a petrifying spell. A hint of unease appeared on the previously calm expression of the man. He hesitated slightly before opening his mouth. Could you cancel the nuclear missile launch first? Otherwise, in a while, those sons of Dorn will all be gone. By then, even if you want them to compensate for your losses, it will be impossible. Upon hearing this, Li Lu suddenly snapped back to reality. But he did not cancel the missile launch as the stranger suggested. Instead, he scrutinized the familiar stranger before him with a doubtful gaze and coldly asked, I know who this image of yours is. First, I'm not sure if you're real. Secondly, since you want to mediate, why didn't you stop these guys when they first came to mess with me? Why wait until I'm about to take them all out before you come out as a mediator? Aren't you just bullying honest people? Facing Li Lu's blunt questioning. The stranger understood that the young man before him was somewhat worked up with anger. Thus, he did not get angry or flustered, but maintained his patience, slowly explaining to the young man, I can prove that I am indeed the one you know, without a doubt. As for how to prove it, you can suggest. As for why I didn't intervene from the beginning, to be frank, I did want to stop the sons of Dorn from causing trouble. But just as I was about to intervene, 2 of the 4 evil gods you know suddenly appeared before me and blocked me, preventing me from diverting my power to stop the sons of Dorn. I had no choice but to fight them off for a while, which took considerable time. However, after I repelled them and wanted to intervene to stop the sons of Dorn, I found that the situation had become irreparable, so I had to come to you, hoping to talk with you. But unexpectedly, I was blocked by someone guarding your door. After I communicated with him for a while, he agreed to let me in to find you. So, it's not that I deliberately didn't stop them. Many entities are more than willing to see you and the humans of this world tear each other apart. If possible, please spare them. They shouldn't die in vain. Upon hearing this explosive amount of information, Li Lu felt a bit dazed. No, not just a bit dazed. He was completely blown away. His mind was filled with thoughts like, what do you mean 2 of the 4 evil gods want to stop you? What do you mean there's an unknown entity guarding my door that you don't even know about? After a long yet brief period of confusion, he became incredibly clear-headed. Li Lu began to observe his surroundings. The layout looked just like the command center inside his base, even featuring a mechanical aid on the command platform. He had just been controlling the troops on that computer on the high platform of the command center. But when he turned around to find that computer again, he realized there were no desks or chairs, just his imagination. At that moment, Li Lu felt as if his head had been blown open by a heavy bomb. Countless chaotic and complex pieces of information surged into his mind like a raging tide, threatening to completely drown and overwhelm his entire world of thought. These sudden streams of information crashed into his originally clear and orderly thoughts. However, despite this, Li Lu still gritted his teeth and switched to a command perspective, canceling the nuclear missiles that were about to be launched. Because at this moment, there was something far more important for him to resolve than taking revenge on the platform. After he calmed down a bit, he asked the familiar stranger before him, "How'd you find me?" The stranger slowly raised his head, his gaze as calm as water, and then slowly opened his mouth, answering in a deep and magnetic voice. "First, let me thank you on behalf of Dorn for sparing his sons. As for how I found you, it's mainly because you publicly announced your arrival in Neclamond to countless people. As long as there are powerful beings willing to expend effort, they can follow the fluctuations of subspace to find your domain. Of course, finding your domain and seeing you are 2 different matters. After finding your domain, I went through quite a bit of trouble to come before you." Upon hearing this, Li Lu really wanted to point at himself and ask, "Me? Subspace fluctuations? Domain? What do you mean you found my domain and then came before me after going through a lot of trouble?" However, the self-control he had developed from long-term interactions with Monsk made him suppress this impulse, although he had various guesses in his mind before. When these guesses were spoken out loud by this golden giant and confirmed, it still left him in disbelief. At this moment, Li Li's emotions were extremely complicated. On one hand, he had begun to believe about 70 to 80% of what the seemingly familiar yet unknown stranger said. On the other hand, the sudden appearance of the figure guarding his door, who could even stop the golden giant, made him full of suspicion. After calming his emotions a bit, Li Lu took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and then asked the stranger again, "You said there's another person outside who stopped you. So who exactly is he?" The familiar stranger slowly shook his head and replied calmly, "To be honest, I don't know him. However, he was quite polite. At the time, when I wanted to come in and see you, he stopped me, saying it was very impolite to barge in without someone else's consent. After a conversation, he confirmed that I posed no threat or trouble to you before finally allowing me to enter here. As for who he specifically is, I cannot confirm. He only told me that his name is Arcturus Monsk." Chapter 63. Who? Arcturus Monsk? Li Lu repeated the name he was very familiar with, his brows slightly furrowed. Yes, it was indeed Arcturus Monsk, he had told me that at the time. The stranger nodded firmly, his tone conveying certainty. After receiving such a definitive answer from the big guy, Li Lu had many speculations in his mind, but still asked, "Can you describe his appearance in more detail? For example, his height, build, clothing, and so on." The stranger answered without hesitation, "He has long hair, almost reaching his ears. He wore a white t-shirt over the shoulder, with a black jacket on top, and ordinary long pants on the bottom. As for his build," the stranger suddenly paused, glancing at Li Lu with a polite gaze. But to Li Lu, those casual yet polite glances seemed to penetrate every detail about him. After looking, the stranger slowly continued, "At least from the outside, he is much stronger than you, has a beard, and tattoos on his arms." After hearing this description, Li Lu couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He began to piece together the image of that mysterious figure in his mind. Long hair, a white t-shirt under a black jacket, looking both capable and handsome. And with a strong build and a beard, almost forgetting about the tattoos on his arms. Add that in. At this thought, Li Lu suddenly felt something was off. An inexplicable irritability surged in his heart. Damn! Li Lu almost blurted out that curse, but ultimately forced himself to hold it in. However, he cursed internally, because when he heard that description, he had already guessed who that person was. Yet, he still held onto a glimmer of hope. unwilling to believe this fact, stubbornly piecing that image together in his mind. As a result, just as he had thought, the figure described so clearly was none other than the infamous Jim Raynor. Li Li's mind was bombarded by this overwhelming amount of information. He couldn't understand why he would encounter Raynor after crossing over. Moreover, what confused him even more was that Raynor was guarding the passage in and out of this space for him. Not only that, he was able to stop the Emperor of the 4,000 Hammers from barging in, although it was possible that the Emperor confirmed Raynor as human, thus allowing for friendly communication without conflict. Li Lu remembered clearly that he had a computer, but when he turned around to look for it, he couldn't find any trace of its existence. And why was Raynor appearing in subspace? Why did he have a domain in subspace? Why? Too many whys. Could it be that Kerrigan, who had half-transformed into Zerg, was plotting this? But why would she do that? I have no grievances with her. And Raynor being here could almost certainly be confirmed as her doing, but why? Li Lu furrowed his brows, deep in thought, yet he couldn't untangle his mind. It felt as if his head was tightly bound in a mess, leaving him incredibly confused. One question after another surged in like a tide, overwhelming him. However, after a fierce internal struggle, Li Lu ultimately made a decisive decision. Since he couldn't figure out, he might as well not get tangled up in these problems. So, he took a deep breath, tried to calm his emotions, and began to reorganize his chaotic thoughts. Then, Li Lu raised his head, locking his gaze directly on the golden big guy in front of him. He stared at the other person, summoning his courage to ask, "Are you human or a god?" The big guy answered without any hesitation, firmly stating, "Human." Hearing this answer, Li Lu felt a slight relief, but deep down, he still harbored a hint of doubt. However, Li Lu quickly adjusted his mindset and decisively said, "All right, I believe you. You were looking for me earlier hoping that I could let go of the ground-pounding fist and not be hostile to the human empire. I've already done that. As for the compensation you mentioned, I don't want it anymore, all right? I'll pack my things and return to the place I should go back to." After saying this, Li Lu switched command perspectives to gather his troops. In fact, Li Lu didn't know how to leave this place. Although he had already made up his mind to return and discuss everything that had happened today with Motsk. Moreover, he knew he could never make any promises to this golden big guy too easily. After all, playing mind games with such an immortal being who had experienced countless years was like using an egg to strike a stone. Li Lu wisely chose to remain low-key and cautious to avoid unnecessary trouble. After gathering his troops, Li Lu showed a send-off expression, his gaze fixed on the uninvited golden big guy, as if silently urging him to leave quickly. At this moment, he was calculating in his heart, wanting to send this troublesome figure out as soon as possible, while also eager to meet Raynor and ask about the current situation, especially how he could escape this bizarre domain located in subspace. The golden big guy acted as if he hadn't noticed Li Li's eagerness to get rid of him and still tried to say something. "You can." However, his words were abruptly cut off as if struck by lightning. Because Li Lu interrupted him with lightning speed, responding without hesitation, "I can't make the decision. I need to think this over seriously. Let's wait for another opportunity to talk." Just like that, Li Lu decisively executed a triple refusal, giving the big guy no chance to continue. In fact, Li Lu was very clear in his heart that facing the complex situation and numerous mysteries before him, he truly could not make any promises easily, nor dare to casually agree to the requests made by the golden big guy. After all, he himself was still trapped in the fog, having yet to find a way out. The golden big guy seemed to understand something, slowly nodding his head. He turned around and walked steadily back in the direction he came from, gradually moving away. Li Lu also walked out following his steps, and upon reaching the space outside, which was arranged like the command center, Li Lu couldn't describe what he saw. So he turned around to search for traces of Jim Raynor at the entrance of the space, but he never found any sign of Jim Raynor. Instead, he found something belonging to Jim Raynor on a long bar table set up on the outer wall of the space. Chapter 64 Embrace, Li Lu walked towards what looked like a long table. With each step, his anticipation and disappointment grew, for on the table lay the StarCraft weapon, Jim Raynor's signature revolver, which was his expectation, but his disappointment stemmed from the fact that only the revolver was there, without Raynor. Finally, he reached the long table and extended his hand towards the revolver. However, just as he was about to touch the gun, He suddenly noticed that something seemed to be pressed beneath it, a piece of paper. Li Lu carefully pulled out the paper before picking up the revolver. As he unfolded the paper, he wondered why Raynor hadn't stayed to meet him and had instead left the weapon behind. The unfolded paper revealed a concise and clear message. Well done. See you next time. This brief phrase made Li Li's heart skip a beat, a surge of indescribable emotion rising within him. Before he could ponder the meaning of well done, see you next time, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation, as if the whole world had flipped upside down. When Li Lu regained consciousness, he was astonished to find himself back in the original location, the new Keha orbital facility. He looked down at the revolver he was tightly gripping, its cold metallic feel and intricate patterns clearly discernible, proving that everything he had just experienced was not merely a dream, but a reality. Realizing he needed to quickly contact Monsk and the others, Li Lu didn't have time to think, and immediately switched perspectives to recall the fleet stranded in Necromunda. He then promptly sent an urgent communication to Monsk, stating in a serious tone, "I have something very important to discuss with you in Warfield. Please inform Warfield, and I will come to Sky Tower to meet you right away." On the other side, upon receiving the communication request, Monsk's keen eyes caught sight of the revolver in Li Lu's hand. He raised an eyebrow slightly, but didn't press for more details, quickly responding, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Inside the Sky Tower of New Keha, Monsk was seated on a soft, comfortable sofa, his broad forehead tightly furrowed, forming deep lines as if bearing endless worries and thoughts. He gazed softly at Li Lu sitting across from him, but his voice was low and serious as he asked, "Are you saying you met the Emperor of the Human Empire in this world?" Li Lu nodded slightly, affirming. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Yes, to be precise. It wasn't me who sought him out. He came to find me. He also told me that almost everyone with a bit of power in the subspace knows of my arrival." Hearing this, Monsk straightened up, continuing to inquire, "What did you discuss with him?" However, Li Lu merely shook his head gently, responding calmly, "In fact, we didn't have any substantial conversation. I mentioned before that I'm not good at scheming, and considering he has lived for countless years, I didn't give him the chance to make demands of me, nor did I make any random promises. I'm aware of my own limitations." After listening, Monsk fell into deep thought, knowing that nothing happens without reason, especially with someone like the Emperor of the Human Empire, who set out to meet Li Lu the moment he was aware of his existence, but gained nothing from him when Li Lu clearly stated he couldn't negotiate. Monsk murmured, "That's very unusual." But then he shifted his tone, as if making a decision. "Let's do this. Since you didn't promise him anything, let us set aside his matters for now. Analyzing the intentions of such a character would be a waste of time. Instead, let's talk about our old friend Jim Raynor." Li Lu nodded. "I didn't see Raynor. I only found his sidearm and a piece of paper." "What did the paper say?" "Well done. See you next time." Just those 7 words, and that's it. After hearing this, Monsk slowly said, "It seems he knows everything we've been doing in this world. Kerrigan, the Zerg, the Zelnaga." Monsk seemed to have a sudden flash of insight, abruptly halting his earlier ruminations. His gaze turned sharp, piercing through Li Lu, his previously gentle eyes, now carrying an undeniable severity. In an unusually serious tone, he slowly posed a question, just like the key question you asked when verifying that person's identity. "I now have to ask you an identical question." He deliberately emphasized his words, asking, "So, do you think you're human?" To further underscore the importance of this question and to add persuasive weight, Mons continued, "You once told us that the subspace is filled with endless dangers and unknown entities. However, surprisingly, you were able to enter the subspace directly from the orbital facility. Although you switched command perspectives at that time, it says a lot. Moreover, you have a realm of your own within the subspace. You can even successfully bring items out of the subspace." While speaking, Monsk turned his gaze back to the sidearm originally belonging to Raynor and once again solemnly repeated his earlier question. "So please tell me, do you still think you are human?" For a moment, the entire room fell into a deathly silence, and Warfield, who had been quietly listening to the discussion without interjecting, also turned his gaze towards Li Lu, waiting for his answer. Faced with this sudden and soul-piercing question, Li Lu was momentarily stunned, his mind racing to think about how to respond. Crossing over? Summoning? Buses? Troops? Reviving the already dead? In a sense, the ability to enter and exit subspace freely. Did all of this really come from Kerrigan, who became the Xel'Naga? As time ticked by, after a long contemplation, Lilu finally broke the silence and slowly replied, I think I should be human. Upon hearing Li Li's answer, Monsk nodded slightly, indicating his approval. As long as you think you are. He then stood up, walked to Li Lu, and opened his arms to give him a warm embrace, earnestly reminding him, remember your answer today. Chapter 65 Interlude, Scorched Earth 3. 2, 1, jump. With this command, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed, as if a lightning bolt had cut through the dark universe. In an instant, 3 Gorgon-class battlecruisers vanished without a trace from the orbit of New Keha. The next moment, they appeared in the distant skies above the Necromunda wasteland. Within the atmosphere, the massive metallic hulls resembled 3 floating steel fortresses, exuding a chilling aura. At this moment, in the flagship's command room, everyone was methodically carrying out their tasks. Suddenly, the mechanical aide reported, detecting a large number of unidentified beings undergoing mechanical modifications active in the occupied Imperial base below. Before the words were finished, another observer shouted, we are locked onto by the enemy's anti-air firepower. They are opening fire. However, in the face of this situation, Monsk appeared remarkably calm. He merely glanced expressionlessly at Captain Safis beside him, who immediately understood and responded loudly, the Yamato guns are ready. Hearing this, Monsk slightly nodded and then decisively issued the order, then fire. Accompanied by his command, the fronts of the 3 Gorgon-class battlecruisers simultaneously shone with a bright light, and 3 thick energy beams erupted forth like roaring dragons. These powerful Yamato guns fell with tremendous force upon the Tyranid base that had already been taken over by the Mechanicum. In an instant, a series of earth-shattering explosions erupted. Boom! 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 The entire base seemed to undergo a doomsday judgment, being blasted into fragments. The powerful shockwaves swept across the surroundings, engulfing all buildings, facilities, and Mechanicum personnel within the base, completely obliterating them. Moreover, the vast and desolate Necromunda wasteland was not spared either. Under this apocalyptic attack, it became a scene of devastation. The once barren land, now reduced to a tragic sight of molten lava and scorched earth, truly disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, the remaining anti-air firepower of Necromunda was not to be outdone, launching counterattacks against the battlecruisers above. Countless shells, missiles, and lasers screamed toward them with long tails, continuously striking the shields of the battlecruisers, creating brilliant ripples. However, despite the ferocity of these attacks, they ultimately failed to breach the sturdy shield defenses of the battlecruisers instantly. Given a bit more time, they might have been able to inflict substantial damage. Monsk watched as the anti-air firepower rained down like raindrops, slowly counting down 3, 2, 1, jump. With this command, a flash of white light appeared, and the 3 Gorgon-class battlecruisers vanished without a trace from the skies above the Necromunda wasteland. The next moment, they had returned to the distant orbit of New Keha, as if they had never left at all. Word count padding, Chapter 66. Far from enough, is it handled? After hearing Warfield's inquiry, Monsk nodded and replied succinctly, yes, it's been taken care of. How's the kid? Is he asleep? Warfield nodded slightly, indicating affirmation. Then he fixed his gaze on Monsk and asked again. He fell asleep shortly after talking to us. I placed him in a guest room in the Sky Tower. So, what are your thoughts on everything that's happening right now? Monsk did not immediately respond to Warfield's question. Instead, he casually began to play with the sidearm that originally belonged to his old rival, Jim Raynor. He skillfully handled the weapon, his fingers gently caressing the body of the gun as if he were feeling every intense battle it had experienced. After a moment of silence, Monsk finally looked up and met Warfield's gaze, saying, he once told me about the events in the world after our deaths. According to him, Kerrigan ultimately became the deity of that world and the savior of the entire realm. If she had died before becoming a god, our original world would have faced catastrophic destruction. The story of our world after death is that Kerrigan survived, became a god, and saved the world. After listening to this, Warfield fell into deep thought. Time seemed to freeze, and the only sound in the room was the faint sound of breathing. After a long while, he finally broke the silence and slowly said, "So, it seems that our ability to come back to life, including those former subordinates and the people of Kar, and to arrive in this completely unfamiliar and unknown world, is all orchestrated by Kerrigan?" Monsk nodded slightly in agreement and added, "That is probably the case. However, there is still a key point that I find puzzling." Saying this, he slammed the sidearm belonging to Raynor heavily on the table, producing a crisp sound. Since Raynor can come to this world, there is no doubt that he came here with the help of the now divine Kerrigan. And Kerrigan would not let Raynor take risks alone, so she must have come too. I just don't understand why they chose to involve this kid, who has no connection to our original world, and is also unrelated to this unknown world. Hearing this, Warfield unhesitatingly provided his firm answer. Jim Raynor is definitely not the kind of guy who would implicate the innocent. He must have his own considerations for doing this. Mons seemed a bit surprised by Warfield's confident words. "Huh, I didn't know you were on such good terms with that guy. That you would speak up for him like this, Warfield. A lot has happened. In short, Jim Raynor is not that kind of person." Monsk first nodded, then shook his head, and continued, "Regardless, we must be prepared, whether facing Kerrigan or that uninvited human emperor." Warfield replied, "Our current orbital defense facilities are unprecedentedly strong, and the Minotaur-class battlecruisers are being built at an accelerated pace. The first batch will soon be ready for combat. As for personnel, the newly enlisted soldiers are of high quality, full of fighting spirit and firm in their beliefs." "That's far from enough, Warfield." Monsk paused, emphasizing his tone as he repeated, "That's far from enough. In a vast expanse of the universe, there is an inconspicuous little asteroid quietly floating in the starfield of planet Dampness II. It seems somewhat distant from Dampness II, like a speck of dust in the sea of stars. However, near this seemingly ordinary asteroid, a Gorgon-class battlecruiser is slowly patrolling. This warship resembles a fierce beast, exuding a chilling aura. When we turn our attention to that asteroid, we are surprised to find that its interior has been completely hollowed out. Intricate passageways and spacious, well-lit laboratories are scattered throughout, equipped with various advanced and unimaginable scientific research facilities. Amidst these high-tech facilities, a group of workers dressed in gray and white research attire busily move about. Each of them wears various intricate auxiliary devices on their heads, some resembling helmets that emit mysterious glows. Others look like glasses, with strings of data and images flashing across the lenses. These researchers appear focused and serious, either operating precision instruments, carefully analyzing data on screens, or quietly discussing with colleagues nearby. The entire scene is tense and orderly, filled with a dedication and passion for exploring the unknown. At this moment, the atmosphere within this vast facility is tense and busy. The highest administrator of the entire facility, Dr. Ash Balak, is fully focused, leading a group of elite researchers in an in-depth investigation of a mysterious mechanical creation. They occasionally exchange whispers, while also intensely observing the complex internal structure of the mechanical object and its unique modes of operation. However, just as everyone is immersed in their research, suddenly, a series of urgent communication signals break the tranquility. Dr. Ash Balak furrows her brow, feeling slightly annoyed at being disturbed during her precious research time. But when she quickly glances at the communication screen and sees the identity of the caller, all her dissatisfaction vanishes instantly. She takes a deep breath, adjusts her state, and presses the communication answer key. "Your Excellency, good day." Dr. Ash Balak greets respectfully. On the other end of the line, a deep and authoritative voice responds. "Let's skip the pleasantries, Doctor. I want to know about the progress of your research on the mechanical devices collected from the wreckage of the Human Empire's warships. How is it going so far?" Dr. Ash Balak hurriedly replies, "Your Excellency, please allow me to report in detail. After our team's tireless efforts and analysis, we have discovered that most of these mechanical devices rely on manual operation control, with a relatively low overall integration level. However, among these mechanical devices, one has particularly caught our attention. After careful study, we believe this device should be the engine core of that warship." At this point, Dr. Ash Balak pauses for a moment before continuing. "Surprisingly, This warship engine differs vastly from the jump engines we are familiar with, both in construction principles and operational mechanisms. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they are products from two entirely different worlds. Nevertheless, preliminary observations suggest that this seemingly old and inefficient warship engine can cleverly connect two independent spaces. Of course, adhering to your previous instructions, our research on this engine is still at a superficial stage. We have not restarted this engine. If it's just for crossing distances, this engine is far inferior to the jump engines we currently possess, but if it is... Chapter 67 Limia Dr. Ash Barak paused slightly, as if organizing his thoughts before slowly continuing. However, if it is applied to the purpose of traveling to another unknown space, then the efficiency it demonstrates is simply unimaginable. According to current estimates, this engine can easily tear apart the barrier between the reality space and an unknown space. Once a ship equipped with this engine is activated, it can instantly leap into a space that is entirely unfamiliar and filled with unknowns for us. However, we cannot confirm whether this unknown space is safe. Therefore, it is now up to you to decide whether to authorize the activation of the engine for further experimentation, my lord. After saying this, Dr. Ash Barak quietly awaited the response from the other side. Time passed second by second, and the communicator remained silent. Dr. Ash Barak couldn't help but feel puzzled, as she knew that the Lord on the other side usually acted decisively and resolutely, never hesitating like this. But today, this usually decisive Lord had unexpectedly fallen into deep contemplation. Just as Dr. Ash Barak thought she would have to continue waiting a long time, finally, the deep and authoritative voice of the Regent Lord came through the communicator. Meanwhile, on the planet New Keha, Lilu was strolling alone on the streets. Ever since returning from mysterious subspace, he often felt a heavy fog enveloping his head. Even after a good sleep, the discomfort eased but did not completely dissipate. After thorough examinations by the research and medical staff of New Keha, no cause for his discomfort was found. It was speculated to be psychological. So Lilu decided to go out for a walk, hoping that the fresh air and lively street scenes would dispel the annoying haze. Walking the streets of this city for the second time, it exuded a strong sense of futurism, with skyscrapers rising into the clouds. Vehicles shuttled through the air like meteors streaking across the sky. Although he had been here once, during his previous visit, he had felt too embarrassed when too many strangers recognized him. So he quickly ran away without properly experiencing the city. Lilu curiously looked around, marveling at the tremendous changes brought about by technology while aimlessly strolling. Just as he was immersed in the novelty of the city, he suddenly heard a shout from ahead. "Your Majesty!" Following the sound, he saw a pedestrian slowly walking towards him, respectfully bowing. This pedestrian was of average height, with fair skin, dressed in exquisite and luxurious clothing. Clearly a citizen from Old Keha, Lilu slightly nodded in return, but did not stop or hurry, continuing to walk while muttering to himself, recognized again. Huh? It doesn't matter. Before Lilu could take a few more steps, another pedestrian nearby also bowed to him and called out, "Your Majesty." This pedestrian was very different from the first. He was tall, with a healthy bronze skin tone, and his features indicated he was likely a native of the planet New Keha. Again, Lilu merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued walking. As he walked, he arrived at a wide square. In the center of the square stood a massive holographic image, displaying himself passionately giving a speech. Here, it is again, just with some new words this time. At this moment, his appearance caught the attention of a woman dressed in noble robes. This woman had an elegant demeanor and composed manner, completely focused on the holographic image before her, listening intently to every word he spoke. When she discovered the Real Lilu was standing beside her, she immediately took light and graceful steps to approach him. First, she bowed deeply, then raised her head, looking at Lilu with gentle yet firm eyes, softly saying, "Your Majesty." Lilu recognized this noblewoman as Limia, the original commander and governor of planet Demiton II. Nodding in acknowledgement, he continued his stroll. However, this time, Limia did not follow the example of other pedestrians by stopping after receiving a return greeting. Instead, she closely followed behind him. Limia had been on New Keha for several days, but had only seen the person referred to as Her Majesty from a distance. in her memory of that fleeting encounter. Your Majesty was a youthful figure with a face not unlike her own, just like the previous days. Limia arrived at the holographic image today with great curiosity, eagerly awaiting to hear the speech of Your Majesty, hoping to learn more about the young leader. Unexpectedly, just as Your Majesty finished one segment of his speech and was about to continue to the next, she noticed that the real Your Majesty was leisurely strolling nearby, without any guards accompanying him. This sight shocked Limia, as back on planet Demiton II, even with her simple lifestyle and refusal to indulge in extravagance. The high-ranking nobles always traveled with large entourages, their grandeur leaving one in awe. Faced with such a rare opportunity, Limia took a deep breath and gathered her courage to step closer to Your Majesty, gracefully performing a standard noble gesture. Your Majesty also smiled and nodded slightly in return. Seeing this, Limia was taken aback and immediately decided to seize the opportunity. She wanted to learn more about this young Your Majesty. Thus, she carefully followed the leisurely pace of Your Majesty, walking behind him. Suddenly, an unusual sensation brushed past her, as if an invisible hand had lightly touched her. Her heart tightened, and she quickly looked around, but aside from the empty sidewalk and distant pedestrians, she saw no signs of anything unusual. Nevertheless, with years of experience and keen intuition from her time in the PDF, she knew this was far from just an illusion. She immediately heightened her vigilance, her body tensing as she entered a state of alert. Meanwhile, Your Majesty, who was not far ahead, seemed completely unaware of what was happening behind him, continuing to walk forward. Observing this, Limia did not rashly alert Your Majesty, but quietly stood in place, waiting. After Your Majesty had walked further away, she took a deep breath and shouted, "Whoever you are, if you continue to hide in the shadows and refuse to show yourself, I will call for the guards to come and investigate." As soon as her words fell, an unexpected scene unfolded. In a place that had been empty and seemingly ordinary, a figure suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was a man dressed in the same special gear as the hero she had seen successfully assassinate the Orc leader war boss on planet Demiton II. At this moment, he was also wearing a set of specially customized equipment, with a headset emitting a dark green glow. The man's headset silently aimed at Limia, and he spoke softly, "Madam. The Regent Lord specifically instructed me to convey a message to you. Please remember your identity and status. You have the right to observe and listen to everything happening around you, but you must never attempt to intervene or alter any decisions made by Your Majesty. Now, my task is complete, and you may continue." After speaking, the mysterious and powerful figure slightly raised his hand to gesture her to rejoin His Majesty in his steps. Immediately after, his form vanished into the darkness like a ghost, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye, as if he had never appeared at all. The moment this special figure allowed her to pass, Limia quickly followed the path of His Majesty, discovering that he had not gone far. She then performed the noble etiquette and followed closely, matching his pace step by step. Chapter 68. Dragging grilled wings, Lilu continued to stroll along the streets of New Steelring. Gradually, he moved from a main road into a bustling and lively alley filled with shops. The sunlight fell on the seemingly old, but actually newly paved cobblestone path, casting mottled light and shadow. Shops lined both sides of the street, and vendors enthusiastically hawked all kinds of strange and interesting goods. At that moment, a noble named Limia reappeared behind Lilu after having disappeared for a while. She walked lightly, following Lilu at a leisurely pace, her gaze shifting back and forth between the surrounding shops and his figure. Obviously, she was also one of the natives who had entered the Space Society. Lilu appeared to be walking carelessly, but he was actually using his peripheral vision to admire the novel scenery around him. The futuristic buildings, colorful signs, and the diverse crowd formed a vivid and colorful picture. However, compared to his relaxed pace, his mind was shrouded in deep confusion. For some unknown reason, a sense of unease occupied his mind, prompting him to reflect on who he really was. For the first time in his life, he doubted the memories of his past half-life. Recalling Kerrigan and Raynor, he fell into deep thought. Kerrigan, as a Zerg, possessed godlike powers, while Raynor, as the god of light, could gain astonishing abilities through Kerrigan, who was like a goddess. But what about him? Aside from enjoying StarCraft, he was just an ordinary person with nothing special. He couldn't understand why. If Raynor could travel through time and space to this world, it would make sense for Kerrigan, worried that the dead might resurrect in the original world of StarCraft, to choose to give the deceased a new life in this brand new world. But the question was, why involve someone as ordinary as him, who had no connection to the original StarCraft world and no relation to Warhammer? If they could come here, it meant they could directly resurrect those people themselves. Moreover, it's worth noting that there were hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people who had played StarCraft. He was merely a rookie who had just learned a bit about the game. A famous professional player once said that anyone with a ranking below 6,000 points was a little bunny, and as for those who knew about Warhammer, even more so. There were plenty who understood the Warhammer-related stories and played StarCraft. If they chose to bring someone over, they should have picked those top-tier professional players in StarCraft. Like the Finnish player, the Great Demon King, Clem, Maru, Time, and others, rather than a little bunny like him. And yet, they endowed him with so many extraordinary abilities. Are these really the works of Kerrigan, who became a Zerg? Leela couldn't help but ponder in his heart. As his thoughts deepened, his mind gradually became chaotic. He shook his head vigorously, as if trying to shake off these disorganized thoughts, while secretly resolving not to think about it anymore, at least not today. Suddenly, Leela felt a bit hungry. Well, it made sense. He hadn't eaten anything for almost a whole day. So much had happened, all within a single day. Being schemed against, having a big guy open a box through the internet, and being aware of Raynor's arrival, or rather, his past arrival. As he walked, Leela decided to eat here, so he looked at a nearby shop and chose one that looked pretty good. The shop's sign featured a gigantic dragon, with an eye-catching title, Dragon Grilled Wings. Since I'm here, he thought, I wonder if these old Kihar people know what a dragon is? How could someone open such a shop? With a hint of doubt and curiosity, Lilu walked into the shop. Along the way, many people shopping recognized him and greeted him, but he just smiled and nodded in response. Lamia, who followed Lilu, paused slightly upon seeing the strange sign, hesitating for a moment. However, watching Lilu walk into the shop, she seemed to have made up her mind and stepped forward to follow closely. I'm also about to become the sun, but here, it doesn't seem like a performance. It feels more heartfelt. They should thank Monsk and the Kihar Council. Looking at the many people around him saluting, Lilu thought to himself, beginning to feel a bit awkward due to the sheer number. But he forced the embarrassment back, thinking there are so many people watching. This was a bustling snack shop filled with rich aromas. And from the appearance and sign of the shop, it specialized in grilled food similar to skewers. At this moment, the small shop named Dragon Grilled Wings was busy, with the owner standing in front of the grill, skillfully flipping skewers of enticing grilled wings, sweat beading on his forehead. Suddenly, a light footstep sound approached, stopping in front of the owner's stall. The owner didn't even look up, busy with his work, and casually asked, "What would you like to eat, customer?" A clear and bright voice responded, "Boss, give me 3 servings of Dragon Grilled Wings." The owner instinctively wanted to reply with a sure, but the words stuck in his throat. A familiar feeling surged up, and he couldn't help but look up to see who had spoken that familiar voice. Once he looked, he almost blurted out a curse. The exclamation that had reached his throat, "Oh my God," was forcefully swallowed back. Meanwhile, the customer standing across from him, Lilu, was also in shock, clearly not expecting to see the person in front of him here. The reason for his astonishment was simple. The busy owner was a well-known, burly figure, or rather, the owner was Tyches Finley. "Your Majesty," Tyches broke the silence first. Chapter 69, Feast. Lilu looked at the imposing takes in front of him, momentarily at a loss for words. He had originally intended to acknowledge Takes with a slight nod, as he did with others who recognized him, but for some reason, this simple action became extraordinarily difficult. It should be noted that Takes was a physically intimidating, muscular man, and even without his heavy armor, he was nearly as tall as a fully armed Marine. At this moment, this colossal figure was dressed in a pure white chef's uniform, busy grilling skewers in front of the grill, creating a striking scene. Lilu struggled to suppress his laughter, try to maintain his composure. He took a deep breath, forced a polite smile, and then opened his mouth again to say, 3 portions of dragon wings. "Thank you." Lilu's demeanor clearly indicated he did not want to disturb Take's cooking. Upon hearing this, Takes paused for a moment, then nodded. After Li Lu finished ordering and left, Takes turn to the native commander from planet Demiton who had been standing behind Li Lu and asked, "What about you, ma'am?" Once again, Takes frowned, recognizing her as the commander he had followed earlier when he caused a scene with Li Lu. "One portion of dragon wings, thank you." After looking around, Li Lu finally chose a seat farther from the window and slowly sat down. He did not want to be distracted by those outside who recognized him and were bowing and greeting while he was eating. Perhaps because of Li Li's choice to dine here, it wasn't long before the small shop named Dragon Wings became crowded with people, with no empty seats available. Just as everyone was searching for a place to sit, Limia was also looking around, unable to find a suitable spot. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the table where Li Lu was sitting. She noticed that both the seats opposite and beside him were empty, likely because the crowd was too intimidated to sit at the same table as Your Majesty. After all, this table could accommodate at least 3 people. So Limia walked over without hesitation and softly asked, "May I sit here, Your Majesty?" Upon hearing this, Lila looked up and responded with a polite smile, "Of course. Please feel free." After all the surrounding tables were filled with people, and he felt a bit awkward sitting alone at a whole table by himself. Seeing this, Limia slightly bowed and then gracefully took a seat opposite Li Lu. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached. It was Takes, carrying a tray towards them. He had taken off his previous chef's hat, revealing his extraordinarily large crew cut, which looked particularly striking under the light. When he reached the table, Takes skillfully arranged the cutlery on the tray, then casually sat down right next to Limia. Li Lu counted and saw that there were a total of 8 fragrant portions of dragon wings neatly arranged on the table. It was clear that Takes had made up his mind to join him for a meal. Li Lu carefully picked up one of the dishes named dragon wings, his gaze falling on the plate bearing such a powerful name. Yet in reality, it was nothing more than a common roasted chicken wing. After all, there were no real dragons in the Warhammer universe. Well, maybe there were. Li Li's thoughts jumped to Raynor. To put it another way, there were definitely no real dragons in New Kaken, and these wings were made from a creature on the planet New Kaken that looked very much like a chicken, but was several times larger. However, even though these roasted chicken wings were not made for dragon wings, the dish presented on the plate exuded an incredibly tempting aroma, the rich scent seeming to transform into an invisible hand, gently teasing Li Li's taste buds, instantly increasing his appetite. Li Lu wanted to grab the wings with his hands and devour them. However, when he caught sight of Limia, the former governor of planet Demiton, who had come to seek refuge in the Tyrant Empire, he immediately dismissed that thought. To leave a good impression in front of her, Li Lu decided to strictly adhere to the dining etiquette taught by Professor Monsky, elegantly savoring the delicious roasted wings in front of him. Meanwhile, sitting across from Li Lu, Takes was a different sight altogether. He showed no regard for dining etiquette, casually waving his hand and unabashedly grabbing a wing, then opening his mouth wide to take a big bite, fully enjoying the satisfaction that the wings provided. Watching Takes eat so unreservedly, Li Lu couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Li Lu asked, "Earlier you mentioned wanting to take off your armor and find a place to relax. How did you end up here as a chef?" Upon hearing Li Li's question, Takes continued to chew on his wing while answering in a muffled voice, "Oh, I really did plan to find a place to have some fun. But later I realized I had nowhere to go. All the avenues I used to take for illegal activities were blocked. After thinking it over, I figured instead of wandering around aimlessly, it would be better to team up with a few retired Marines from that guy Woeful and open a small shop. Although I couldn't get real dragon wings to make a signature dish, these wings taste pretty good too." After saying this, Takes took another big bite of his wing. At this moment, Limia, sitting next to Takes, showed no sign of displeasure at his completely uncouth, wolfing down style of eating. On the contrary, when she learned that the dish called dragon wings was actually made from ordinary chicken wings, rather than some fearsome, mysterious creature depicted on the sign outside, the tension that had been building in her relaxed, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Then, Limia gently adjusted her cutlery, her movements appearing very elegant, as if every slight gesture had been meticulously crafted. She carefully cut a small, juicy piece of meat from the wing with her knife and fork, then brought it to her mouth in an almost perfect manner. However, at that moment, time seemed to freeze, and Limia stood there as if under a spell. After a long while, Limia seemed to snap back to reality, but then quickly cut another larger piece of meat and stuffed it in her mouth at a faster pace. Just like that, in no time, Limia had elegantly and swiftly finished her single portion of wings and got up to leave. As soon as Limia left her seat, Li Lu, who had been somewhat reserved, instantly transformed into a different person, letting himself go. He no longer cared about nibbling on the carefully cut small pieces of meat. Instead, he reached out with both hands and began to devour the wings just like Takes. While thoroughly enjoying the rich and savory taste in his mouth, he mumbled indistinctly, "Feast." In the blink of an eye, the wing in his hand was nearly gone. Meanwhile, Limia, who had returned with another plate of dragon wings to take a seat, stood there, stunned, watching Your Majesty devour the wings without a care in the world. Chapter 70 should be. Lilo looked at the returning Rimia with a sudden jolt in his heart, thinking it was bad news, and immediately had the urge to sneak away. It should be noted that when Rimia was present before, he had always acted with courtesy and respect, trying to adhere to dining etiquette as much as possible. However, after seeing her leave, he completely abandoned the dining etiquette he had just demonstrated and directly started eating like Takes. Now, with Rimia having noticed his two-faced behavior, the situation felt a bit awkward. Just when Li Lu was at a loss on how to handle the situation, he saw Rimia pause slightly, then unexpectedly bowed respectfully to him again before leisurely returning to her previous seat. At this moment, Li Li's mind was racing as he racked his brain to come up with a reasonable excuse to make his escape. However, before he could think of anything, Rimia broke the silence first. "So it turns out Your Majesty is human. I had only seen you from a distance before, and could only understand you through the holographic presentations in the square. Through those, I always thought you seemed like a perfect ruler, not like a real person. Today, I finally realized that you are also a human." Rimia's sudden sigh and the subsequent inexplicable words made Li Lu involuntarily utter an "ah," and this time it was he who was stunned. The unexpected and bizarre statements left him somewhat bewildered. However, it seemed Rimia did not hear his "ah," and continued speaking to herself. On planet Dampness 2, people have been indoctrinated with a deep-rooted education since childhood, to be loyal to the great emperor. This concept seems innate, deeply engraved in the souls of everyone living on the planet. For the people on this planet, fighting for the empire and being loyal to the emperor has become the highest mission of their lives. Whether commoners or noble families, everyone holds this as their guiding principle. I, of course, am no exception. Since I became aware, I have been instilled with this ideology. My elders would tirelessly tell me about the importance and glory of being loyal to the emperor. Over time, this belief has blended into my blood like breathing, becoming an unwavering guide on my path in life. However, it is ironic that despite our unwavering loyalty to the lofty emperor for generations, no one has ever seen this mysterious ruler. The only proof of his existence is the tax ships that arrive at irregular intervals each year. These ships arrive quietly like ghosts, collecting the heavy tithe. We cannot dare to default on our taxes, or we would meet the same fate as the already destroyed Damon and I. Thus, my family has diligently fulfilled our tax obligations. Countless years have passed, and we have consistently offered the heavy tithe to that unreachable emperor. However, when disaster struck planet Dampness 2, when we faced imminent doom, and the lives of all the people on the planet were hanging by a thread, those imperial bureaucrats who usually demanded our loyalty did not extend a helping hand. Instead, they continued to send tax ships as per usual, coldly emphasizing that eternal slogan, loyalty to the emperor. At this moment, Li Lu sat quietly, listening to Rimia's monologue. Meanwhile, Takes, who was enjoying his meal, unconsciously slowed down his actions of roasting wings. Clearly, Rimia's monologue had also caught his attention, causing this seemingly rough and bold man to temporarily pause his enjoyment of food. If it were for a visible, living Your Majesty, one who would stroll through the streets without disturbing the people, one willing to extend a helping hand to the people, one who could smile in response to greetings from the public, one who could integrate into the lives of the people, one who could feel hunger, one who could be surprised. Lila remained silent. After all, Monsky had never taught him how to deal with such situations, but he felt he should say something in response to Rimia's monologue. Without much thought, as Rimia prepared to continue speaking, Li Lu blurted out, "Isn't this how it should be?" After saying this, even he felt a bit lightheaded, as if he couldn't bear the weight of such sincere and profound emotions from the other party. However, after this statement, Rimia, who had been sitting across from him, suddenly stood up. She elegantly adjusted her attire and then deeply bowed to Li Lu. This action filled Li Lu with shock and confusion. After the bow, Rimia did not pause at all. She straightened her body, looked firmly at Li Lu, and continued, "I believe that not just I, but all the people on planet Dampness II are willing to sincerely pledge loyalty to you." As soon as she finished speaking, Rimia's eyes slightly reddened. She knew very well that if it weren't for the seemingly young emperor in front of her stepping forward, planet Dampness II would likely have already fallen into irrecoverable doom. No, it could even be said that it would definitely not exist anymore. Thinking of this, Rimia couldn't help but take a deep breath, try to calm the surging emotions within her and steady her somewhat excited heart. After her emotions settled a bit, she returned to her seat and began to savor the roasted wings she had brought over. Li Lu, faced with this situation, first looked at Rimia, who had returned to her seat and started dining elegantly again, then glanced at the roasted wings in his hand. He decided to unleash his ultimate strategy, ignore it. So, Li Lu continued to put the roasted wings back into his mouth, starting to tone down his show-off eating. Meanwhile, Takes had finished his few wings and gradually stood up, slowly leaving the table, leaving Li Lu to face the situation alone, while Li Lu noticed the faint smile on Take's lips as he departed.